one thing. Atalan Imas was nearby. To what, and to whom, was the coin-bearer riding? Had she miscalculated entirely? Were they agents for the Malazan Empire? That possibility ran contrary to Opon's influence, but she had trouble arriving at any other conclusion. This, she told herself, would prove an interesting day. The party was 50 yards ahead, making their way up a hillside. They reached the summit and disappeared briefly from her view. She quickened her pace, only to hear sounds of fighting on the hilltop, a fight in which Otataro was unveiled. A flash of rage ran through her. Memory was attached to Otataro, a very personal memory. Cautiously, she sought a vantage point at the hill's crest. The exchange had been short, and the coin-bearer's party looked near wiped out. In fact, only the coin-bearer still stood, facing a tall, lithe woman wielding an Otataro blade. Sorry recognized Adjunct Lorne. On a mission, no doubt, for her dear Empress, a mission that included Atalan Imas, still out of sight but close. She caught their conversation. If the boys' group weren't agents for the Empire, then perhaps their master in Darujhistan had sensed the prison of the Imas out here and had sent them to investigate. She would discover the nature of the adjunct's mission later. Right now, however, it was time to kill the coin-bearer. And the near proximity of the Imas made success all the more certain. Even Opon's powers could not overcome the influence of a Telan Warren. Murdering the boy would be easy. Sorry waited, then smiled as Adjunct Lorne withdrew, heading north. In minutes, the coin of Opon would be in her hands, and this day, a god might die. As soon as Lorne was sufficiently distant, Crocus ran to the warrior. Sorry rose slowly into a crouch, then moved forward in silence, her garrote in her hands. The hounds howled again, their eager cries closing in from all sides. Hairlock crouched, indecisive. Then the puppet faced the captain.
"You'll have to wait a little longer to die, Captain. I've no intention of allowing things to be rushed. No, I wish to linger over your demise."
Chance sweaty in his hands, Perrin shrugged. To his own surprise, it made little difference to him. If the hounds arrived to find Hairlock gone, they'd probably take out their frustration on him, and that would be that. "You'll come to regret the opportunity, Hairlock. Whether this sword's magic is meant for you or not, I was looking forward to chopping you into kindling. Is your magic a match for my hatred? It would be nice to find out."
"Oh, sudden bravery! What do you know of hatred, Captain? When I return, I'll show you precisely what hatred can achieve."
The wooden figure gestured, and 12 feet away, another tear opened in the air, this one exuding a fetid stench.
"Stubborn mutts,"
Hairlock muttered.
"Until later, Captain."
And he scurried for the rent. In the hut, Quick Ben's grin turned savage. He jerked the dagger free with his right hand, and in a single fluid motion, sliced the taut strings, connecting the sticks. "Goodbye, Hairlock," he hissed. Perrin's eyes widened as the puppet flopped onto his stomach. A moment later, Hairlock let loose a shriek. The captain's eyes narrowed. "Looks like somebody cut your strings, Hairlock," he said. The hounds were close. In moments they'd be all over them.
"Your life, Captain!" Hairlock cried. "Fling me into the warren, and your life is yours. I swear it."
Perrin leaned on his sword and made no reply.
"Pawn of Opon!"
Hairlock snarled.
"I would spit on you if I could. Spit on your soul!"
The earth rumbled, and at once massive shapes moved around Perrin, silently closing in on the immobile marionette. Perrin recognized Gear, the hound he had wounded. He felt the sword in his hands answer that challenge with an eager tremor that reached into his arms. Gear's head swung in his direction as it passed, and Perrin saw a promise in its eyes. The captain smiled. If anything draws Opon out, It will be the fight to come, he thought. Hairlock shrieked one last time, and then the hounds were upon him. A large shadow passed across the hill, and Perrin looked up to see a great raven swooping over them. The bird cawed hungrily. "Too bad," Perrin said to it. "I doubt its remains would be palatable." 3 hounds began fighting over the splintered wood, all that was left of Hairlock. The remaining 4, led by Gear, now turned to Perrin. The captain raised his sword and dropped into a combative crouch. "Come on, then. Through me to the god using me. Just once let the tool turn in the twins' hands. Come on, hounds! Let us soak this ground with blood!" The creatures fanned out into a half-circle, Gear in the center. Perrin's smile broadened. "Come to me, Gear. I'm tired of being used, and death doesn't seem so frightening anymore. Let's be done with it." Something heavy pressed down on him, as if a hand had reached down from the sky and tried to drive him into the earth. The hounds flinched. Perrin staggered, unable to breathe, a sudden darkness closing around the edges of his vision. The ground groaned beneath him, the yellowed grasses of the plain lying flat. Then the pressure lifted, and chilled air flooded back into his lungs. Sensing a presence, the captain whirled. "Step aside," a tall, black-skinned, white-haired man said, as he pushed past to confront the hounds. Perrin almost dropped his sword. A Tiste Andii? The man wore a massive 2-handed sword strapped to his back. He stood before the hounds, making no move toward the weapon. All 7 had now arrayed themselves before them, but they shifted restlessly, warily eyeing the newcomer. The Tiste Andii glanced at Perrin. "Whatever you've done to draw the attention of gods, it was unwise," he said in Malazan. "It seems I never learn," Perrin replied. The Tiste Andii smiled. "Then we are much alike, mortal." "Mortal?" The hounds paced back and forth, growling and snapping the air. The Tiste Andii watched them, then spoke. "Enough meddling. I see you, Rude," he said to one hound, mangy brown, scarred and yellow-eyed. "Take your kin and leave. Tell Shadowthrone I won't tolerate his interference. My battle with Malaz is my own. Darujhistan is not for him." Rude was the only hound not growling. Its glowing eyes bore steadily into the Tiste Andii's. "You have heard my warning, Rude." Perrin watched as the Tiste Andii cocked his head. Slowly he returned his attention to the captain. "Gear wishes you dead." "It's the price I pay for showing mercy." The Tiste Andii raised an eyebrow. Perrin shrugged. "See the scar he carries?" "That was your mistake, mortal. You must finish what you set out to do." "Next time. What happens now?" "For the moment, mortal, they find the thought of killing me more desirable than that of killing you." "And what are their chances?" "The answer to that is evident in how long they've been hesitating. Wouldn't you think, mortal?" The hounds attacked faster than anything Perrin could have imagined. His heart lurched as a flurry of motion closed in around the other man. As the captain stepped back, an invisible fist of darkness exploded behind his eyes, a snapping of massive chains, the groan of huge wooden wheels. He squeezed shut his eyes against the staggering pain, then forced them open again to see that the fight was over. The Tiste Andii had his sword in his hands, its black blade slick with blood that boiled and swiftly became ash. 2 hounds lay unmoving, one to either side of him. A wayward wind drew a wintry breath across the scene, with a sound like a gasp, shivering the grasses. Perrin saw that one hound had been nearly decapitated, while the other had been sliced across its broad chest. It did not look like a killing wound, but the creature's eyes, one blue, the other yellow, stared sightlessly skyward. Rude yelped, and the others backed away. Perrin tasted blood in his mouth. He spat, then raised a hand to find blood trickling from his ears. The pain in his head was ebbing. He looked up just as the Tiste Andii's head came round to face him. Seeing death in the man's eyes, Perrin stepped back and half raised his sword, though the effort took all his strength. He watched, uncomprehending, as the Tiste Andii shook his head. For a moment I thought, no, I see nothing now. Perrin blinked stinging tears from his eyes, then wiped his cheeks. He started on seeing that the stain of those tears on his forearm was pink. You just killed 2 hounds of shadow. The others withdrew. Who are you? The Tiste Andii did not answer, his attention once more on the hounds. Behind them a cloud of shadow was forming in the air, deepening and thickening in its center. A moment later it dissipated, and a black, shrouded, translucent figure stood in its place, hands tucked into its sleeves. Shadows commanded whatever face lay hidden beneath the hood. The Tiste Andii lowered his sword's point to the ground. They were warned, Shadow Throne. I want one thing understood. You may prove my match here, especially if your rope is about. But I promise you, it will be messy, and there are those who will avenge me. Your existence, Shadow Throne, could become uncomfortable. Now, I've yet to lose my temper. Withdraw your realm's influence from the proceedings, and I will leave it at that. I am not involved, Shadow Throne said quietly. My hounds found the quarry I sought. The hunt is over. The god's head tilted to observe the 2 dead creatures. Over for all time, for Doan and Ganrod. Shadow Throne looked up. There is no release for them? None, nor for any who would pursue vengeance. A sigh issued from the hooded darkness of the god's face. Ah, well, as I said, I am not involved. However, the rope is. Recall him, the Tiste Andii commanded. Now. He will be severely displeased, Anomander Rake. His plans extend far beyond Darujhistan, seeking to reach the Malazan throne itself. Anomander Rake. Perrin recalled Tattersail's convictions after scrying her deck of dragons. The Knight of High House Dark, he thought. The Son of Darkness, the Lord with the black sword and its deadly chains. Ruler of Moonspawn, or so she thought. She saw this coming, this very moment, the clash between shadow and dark, the blood spilled. I fight my own battles, Rake growled, and I'd rather deal with Laseen on the Malazan throne than with a servant of shadow. Recall him. One last point, Shadow Throne said, a giggle escaping him. I am not responsible for whatever actions the rope might take against you. A smile entered Rake's tone. Convince him of the wise course, Shadow Throne. I have no patience for your games. If I am pushed, by either you, your hounds, or by the rope, I'll make no distinction. I will assail the Shadow Realm, and you are invited to try to stop me. You lack all subtlety, the god said, sighing. Very well. He paused, and shadows swirled around him. He has been recalled, forcibly extracted, as it were. The field is yours once again, Anomander Rake. The Malazan Empire is all yours, as is Opon, Shadow Throne added. Opon? Rake's head turned slowly, and the captain once again looked into eyes of deep, cold blue. Perrin's spirits sank. The Tiste Andii's gaze fell to the sword, then again to Shadow Throne. Begone, Rake said. The matter is ended. Shadow Throne dipped his head. For now. The god raised his hands and shadows gathered around him. The surviving hounds closed in, leaving their dead kin where they lay. The shadows thickened, became opaque, entirely hiding those within. When they dispersed, the lord and his hounds were gone. Perrin eyed the Tiste Andii who now faced him. After a moment, the captain shrugged. Rake's brows rose. That's it? He asked. That's the extent of your comments? Do I speak with Opon directly? I thought I sensed a presence before, but when I looked more carefully, nothing. Rake shifted grip on his sword, the point rising. Do you hide within, Opon? Not as far as I'm aware, Baron replied. Apparently Opon saved my life, or rather, brought me back to life. I've no idea why, but I've been told that I've become Opon's tool. You are journeying to Darujhistan? Baron nodded. May I approach? Rake asked, sheathing his sword. Why not? The Tiste Andii strode up to him and laid a hand against his chest. Baron felt nothing untoward. Rake stepped back. Opon may have been within you in the past, but it seems the twins have hastily withdrawn. I see their signs, but no god controls you now, mortal. He hesitated. Their treatment of you was unkind. If Caladan Brood was here, he could heal that. You're no longer Opon's tool. The Tister's eyes remained blue, but they'd lightened to the color of the sky. But your sword is. There was a squawk nearby, and both turned to see a great raven alight on one of the hound's bodies. It plucked out an eye and gobbled it down. Baron fought back a wave of nausea. The huge battered bird hopped toward them. This man's sword, master, the raven said, is not Opon's only tool, I'm afraid. Baron shook his head, his only surprise the realization that nothing surprised him anymore. He sheathed his sword. Speak on, crone, Rake commanded. The raven cocked its head at Baron. Here, master. Rake frowned. Perhaps not. He faced the captain again. Hold on to that weapon until your luck turns. When that happens, and if you're still alive, break it, or give it to your worst enemy. A grin crossed his features. Thus far, it seems your luck holds. Baron hesitated. I'm free to go? Lord Anomander Rake nodded. The captain looked around, then strode off in search of the surviving horses. Minutes later, the shock came to Baron, driving him to his knees. Tok was gone. He'd dragged the man with him in his relentless, mindless pursuit across the plain. He looked up, eyes unseeing. He'd called Hairlock his enemy. He'd proclaimed Lorne's death his final goal. As if these two things would answer the anguish within him, would heal the pain of loss. But the demon is within me, he thought. Opon had been unkind. What had Rake meant? Have any of these thoughts been my own? Look at me. My every move seems a desperate search for someone to blame. Always someone else. I've made being a tool of a god an excuse, a justification for not thinking, for simply reacting. And others have died for it. Rake had also said, finish what you start. He would have to deal with his own demons later. There could be no turning back. But it had been wrong to think that what he planned would end the pain within him. Adding Lorne's blood to his stained hands would not achieve what he sought. Baron rose, collected the reins of the surviving horses. He led the beasts back to the scene of the fight. The Tiste Andii had vanished, but the hounds remained, motionless dark humps in the yellow grass. He dropped the reins and approached one. The slice across its chest still leaked blood. Crouching, Baron reached out, ran his fingers along the animal's hide. See what the desire for murder gets you? He thought. Hood's breath, but you were a beautiful beast. His fingertips brushed blood. The captain recoiled at the contact, but it was too late. Something rippled up his arm, swept through him. He fell back into darkness, the sound of chains rattling taut. Baron found himself walking, and he was not alone. Through the gloom he could make out figures on all sides, each shackled with long iron chains, leaning forward as if pulling at an immense weight. The ground underfoot was barren, lifeless. Overhead, there was nothing but darkness. Beneath the constant creak of the chains was a heavier sound that Perrin could feel through the soles of his boots. Alone unchained, he fell back toward the source of that sound, passing chained figures, many of them not human. A shape appeared, hulking, pitching. A wagon, impossibly huge, its wooden wheels taller than a man. Driven by an insatiable desire to discover what it carried, Perrin moved closer. A chain ripped across his chest, throwing him from his feet. An ear-piercing howl sounded directly above him. Claws gouged his left arm, pinning it to the ground. A chain rippled under his back. He struggled as a cold, wet nose and savage teeth pushed under his chin. The jaws opened, slipped around his neck, then tightened. Perrin lay perfectly still, waiting for the fatal clenching of those jaws. Instead, they pulled away. He found himself staring up into the hound's eyes, one blue, one brown. A massive collar of iron circled its neck. The beast lunged away. The chain under him snapped taut, flinging Perrin into the air. He felt more than heard the wagon groan sideways, even as he landed sprawling into the path of one of the wooden wheels. A hand grasped the collar of his cloak and dragged him clear. The captain scrambled to his feet. A voice beside him spoke. "Any man who has earned mercy from hounds and walks here unchained is a man worth talking to. Walk with me." The shadow of a cowl hid the stranger's features. The man was big, dressed in rags. After releasing Perrin, he resumed straining on his chain. "Never before," he grunted, "has this prison been so tested." He hissed as the wagon lurched yet again to the hound's frantic attempts to escape. "I fear this will overturn." "And if it does?" The face swung to him briefly, and in the darkness Perrin saw the flash of teeth. "The pulling will get harder." "Where are we?" "The warren within the sword. Did not Dragnipor take your life too?" "If it had, would I not be chained as well?" "True enough. What then are you doing here?" "I don't know," Perrin admitted. "I saw the hounds killed by Rake's sword. Then I touched the blood of one of the slain beasts." "That explains their confusion. They thought you were one of their own, at first. You were wise to submit to that hound's challenge." "Too frightened to move, you mean?" The stranger laughed. "Even so." "What is your name?" "Names are meaningless. Rake killed me long ago. That is enough." Perrin fell silent. Eternity, chained here, forever pulling, he thought. And I asked for the man's name. Would any apology suffice? The wagon bucked savagely, earth ripped from under its wheels. Figures fell, wailing. The hounds howled their fury. "Gethel's breath," the stranger gasped. "Will they never cease?" "I don't think they will," Perrin said. "Can those chains be broken?" "No, none have managed it yet, that is, and there are dragons among us. But these hounds—" He sighed. "It is astonishing, but already I long for the peace their arrival has shattered." "Perhaps I can help." The stranger barked a laugh. "By all means, try." Perrin moved away, heading toward the hounds. He had no plan in mind. "But I alone am unchained." The thought stopped him, and he smiled. Unchained, no one's tool. He continued on, wondering. He passed figures straining step by step, some silent, some muttering in madness. None raised its head to glance as he passed. The sound of bestial gasping reached him. "Hounds!" Perrin called. "I would help!" After a time, they appeared from the gloom. Blood sheathed their shoulders and chests, the flesh torn and mangled by the collars. The hounds trembled, muscles jumping along their flanks. Their eyes, level with Perrin's own, met his with such numbed, helpless misery that his heart lurched. He reached out to the odd-eyed one. "I would examine your collars, your chains, seeking a flaw." The beast walked alongside him. They were ever moving forward, the wagon unceasing in its roll. Perrin bent close, running his hands on the collar, seeking a join. There was none. Where the chain attached, the link and the collar seemed of one solid piece. Though he knew little of smithing, he believed this attachment would prove the weakest element, and should already show signs of strain. But his fingertips told him otherwise. The iron was not even scratched. Perrin ran his hand along the chain, leaving the hound's side. He paused, noticing the other beast watching his every move, then continued on. From the animal to the wagon, over 70 arm-spans of length, he ran his hands from link to link, seeking a change in the feel of the iron, seeking heat, gouges. Nothing. He arrived alongside the wagon. The wheel he walked behind was solid wood, a span in width, nicked and gouged, but otherwise featureless. The wall of the bed was 20 or more feet high. The slatted sideboards of withered bone-grey wood showed spaces a finger's width between. Perrin flinched back on seeing skeletal fingers crowding the cracks, wriggling helplessly. The wagon's frame beneath the sideboards drew his attention. Here the wood was black, glistening with pitch. Chain ends entered it, countless in number, sinking seamlessly into the wood. Under his touch, the frame seemed solid, yet it was as if the chain links passed through it. Whatever held them then was beyond the wagon's frame. Perrin drew a deep breath of the cool, stale air, then ducked under the bed. The frame's beam was a dozen spans thick, condensation dripping down from its pitched underside in endless rain. At the inside edge, Perrin found once again the chains, continuing on farther under the wagon. Grasping one, he followed it inward. The links grew colder, as did the air around him. Before long he was forced to release the chain, his hands burned by the cold. The rain from the underside of the wagon came down as slivers of ice. 2 paces ahead, the chains converged, swallowed by a suspended pool of absolute darkness. Cold poured from it in pulsing waves. Perrin could get no closer. He hissed in frustration as he scrambled along opposite the dark hole, wondering what to do next. Even if he managed to break a chain, he had no idea which ones belonged to the hounds. As for the others, Anomander Rake seemed a creature of clear, if cold, justice. To break a chain could unleash ancient horrors upon the realms of the living. Even the stranger he'd spoken with could have once been a tyrant, a horrible dominator. Perrin unsheathed chance. As the blade leaped free of the scabbard, it bucked wildly in his hands. The captain grinned even as tremors of terror reached through his hands from the sword. "Open! Dear twins, I call on you! Now!" The air groaned. Perrin stumbled over someone who loosed a stream of curses. Sheathing his sword, he reached down, hand closing on brocaded cloth. He pulled the god to his feet. "Why you?" Perrin demanded. "I wanted your sister."
"Madness, mortal,"
the male twin snapped.
"to call me here, so close to the Queen of Darkness, here, within a god-slaying sword."
Perrin shook him, filled with a mindless bestial rage. The captain shook the god. He heard the hounds howl and fought back a sudden desire to join his voice to their cries. The twin, terror in his bright eyes, clawed at Perrin.
What are you doing?"
Perrin stopped, his attention drawn to 2 chains that had gone slack. "They're coming." The wagon seemed to leap upward, rocked as it had never been before. The thunder of the impact filled the air, wood and ice cascading down. "They have your scent, twin." The god shrieked, battered his fists into Perrin's face, scratching, kicking, but the captain held on. "Not the luck that pulls," he spat blood. "The luck that pushes." The wagon was hammered again, its wheels bucking into the air to come down with a splintering, echoing concussion. Perrin had no time to wonder at the savage strength that coursed through him, a strength sufficient to hold down a god gripped in panic. He simply held on.
"Please," the twin begged. Anything, just ask it. Anything within my powers.
The hound's chains, Baron said. Break them.
I cannot.
The wagon shuddered sickeningly, distant wood splintering. Baron dragged the twin a pace as it rolled forward again. Think of a way, he said, or the hounds will have you.
I cannot be sure, Baron.
What? You can't be sure of what? The twin gestured toward the blackness.
In there! The chains are held in place within it, within the Warren of Darkness, within Curald Galain. Should they enter? I do not know. I cannot be certain, but the chains may disappear.
How can they enter?
They could be leaving one nightmare, only to enter another.
It cannot be worse, twin. I asked you, how?
Bait!
What? The twin smiled shakily.
As you said, they're coming. But, Baron, you must release me. By all means, hold me before the portal, but please, at the last moment.
I release my hold on you. The god nodded.
Very well.
The hounds struck the wagon again, and this time they broke through. Clutching the twin, Baron spun round to see the beasts charging out of the gloom. His captive shrieked. The hounds leaped. Baron released the god, dropping flat to the ground as the hounds passed through the air above. The twin vanished. The hounds flashed past, disappeared into the portal in silence, and were gone. Baron rolled to his feet, even as darkness reached out for him, not with the cold of oblivion, but with a breath like warm, sighing wind. He opened his eyes to find himself on his hands and knees, on the plain's yellowed grass, beside a flattened, blood-smeared patch where the body of a hound had once lain. Insects buzzed close by. His head aching, Baron climbed to his feet. The other hound's body was gone as well. What had he done? And why? Of all the things that the twin could have offered him, Tattersail, Tok the Younger. Then again, to pluck a cell back through Hood's Gate was not likely within Opon's power to achieve. Had he freed the hounds? He realized he would probably never know. He staggered over to the horses. At least, for a short time there, he had been unchained. He had been free. And what he had done by his own choice. My own choice, he thought. He looked to the south. Darujhistan and the adjunct await me, he thought. Finish what you started, Baron. Finish it once and for all.
Damn inconvenient,
Cole growled as Crocus completed tying the bandage.
She was good, he added. She knew exactly what to do. I'd say she'd been trained, sort of fits, since she was dressed like a mercenary.
I still don't understand, Crocus said, sitting back on his haunches. He glanced at Murillo and Crupper. Both remained unconscious. Why did she attack us? And why didn't she kill me? Cole did not reply. He sat glaring at his horse, which stood a dozen feet away, quietly cropping grass. He had already voiced a dozen foul curses at the beast, and Crocus suspected that their relationship had been, as Crupper would put it, irretrievably compromised.
What's this?
Cole grunted. Crocus realized that the man was looking past the horse, a frown deepening the lines of his forehead. The boy turned, then let out a wild shout, springing backward and snatching at his daggers. His boot caught a stone and he sprawled. He jumped to his feet, one blade freed and in his hand.
It's her, he yelled. The woman from the bar. She's a killer, Cole. Easy, lad, Cole said. She looks anything but dangerous, despite that sword on her hip. Hell, he added, pushing himself straighter. If anything, she looks completely lost.
Crocus stared at the woman, who stood at the summit's edge. Hood's breath, he muttered. Cole was right. He'd never seen anyone look so bewildered, so utterly at a loss. She was looking at them, tensed as if ready to flee. All the poise, The deadly confidence she had possessed in the Phoenix Inn was gone, as if it had never been. Crocus sheathed his dagger. "So," he asked, "what do we do now, Col?" The wounded man shrugged. "Ease the girl's mind, I guess. From the looks of it, she needs some help." "But she killed Chert," Crocus stated. "I saw the blood on her knife." Col squinted at the girl. "I don't doubt you, boy, but this girl doesn't look capable of killing anyone." "You think I can't see that?" Crocus said. "I'm just telling you what I saw. I know it doesn't make any sense." Col sighed. "Anyway, she still needs our help, so go and get her, Crocus." The boy threw up his hands. "How do I do that?" "Damned if I know," Col replied, grinning. "Try flirting." Crocus threw the man a disgusted look. Then he walked cautiously toward the girl. She tensed and backed a step. "Careful," Crocus cried, pointing at the summit's crest behind her. The girl saw that she stood at the very edge of a steep slope. Oddly enough, this seemed to relax her. She moved a few steps closer to Crocus, her wide eyes searching his. "That's right," Crocus murmured. "Everything's fine. Do you understand?" He pointed at his mouth and made talking motions. Col groaned. The girl surprised them both by replying in Daru. "I understand you," she said haltingly. "More now. You're not Malazan. You're not speaking Malazan. But I understand you." She frowned. "How?" "Malazan, huh?" Col said. "Where are you from, girl?" She thought for a moment. "Itgo Can," she said. "What?" Col laughed. "What storm blew you here?" Realization flooded her eyes. "Where's my father? What happened to the nets? I bought the twine, and there was that seer. Rigalai the seer, the wax witch. I remember her. She died." The girl fell to her knees. "She died, and then—" Col's expression was severe, thoughtful. "And then?" "I don't remember," the girl whispered, looking down at her hands. "I don't remember anything more." She began to cry. "Get around 1,000 teats," Col cursed quietly, waving Crocus to his side. "Listen carefully, lad. Don't wait for us. Take this girl to your uncle. Take her to Mammoth, and quickly." Crocus scowled. "Why? I can't just leave you here, Col. Who knows when Murillo and Crupper will come around? What if that mercenary comes back?" "What if she does?" Col asked pointedly. Crocus flushed and looked away. "Murillo's a tough bastard, despite the perfume," Col said. "He'll be up and dancing in no time. Take the girl to your uncle, lad. Do as I say." "You still haven't told me why," Crocus said. "It's a hunch, no more." Col reached up and gripped the boy's shoulder. "This girl's been possessed. I think. Something brought her here, to Darujhistan and onto our trail. The truth is somewhere in her head, Crocus, and it could be vital. Your uncle knows the right people. They can help her, lad. Now, saddle up my horse. I'll wait here for our friends to wake. Hood knows I can't walk anyway. I shouldn't move for at least a couple of days. Cropper and Murillo will handle things here. Go!" Crocus eyed the weeping girl. Then he said, "All right, Col. We'll go back, me and her." "Good," Col grunted. "Now, lay me out a bedroll and some food. Then ride on out of here. And if that damn horse of mine has a heart attack outside the city gates, even better. Hop to it, lad." Chapter 16. December knows the sorrows in our souls. He walks at the side of each mortal, a vessel of regret on the fires of vengeance. December knows the sorrows, and would now share them with us all. The Lord of Tragedy, Holy Book Prayer, Canon of Casal. The puncture wound in Lorne's left shoulder was not deep. Without magical aid, however, The risk of infection was a cause for concern. She returned to the camp to find Tool still positioned where he had been since dawn. Ignoring the eye mass, the adjunct found her collection of herbs in her saddlebag. She sat down and leaned back against the saddle, then set to treating the wound. It had been a foolish, unnecessary attack. Too many things had happened recently, too many ideas, too much of the woman Lorne interfering with her functions and duties as adjunct to the Empress. She was making mistakes that she would not have made a year ago. Tool had given her more to think about than she could handle. The words the eye mass had thrown at her feet, as if in afterthought, had reached into and grasped something deep within her, and now would not let go. Emotions seeped into the adjunct, clouding the world around her. She had abandoned sorrow long ago, along with regret. Compassion was anathema to the adjunct. Yet now all these feelings swept through her in tides, pulling her every which way. She found herself clinging to the title of adjunct and what it meant, as if it was a lifeline to sanity, to stability and control. She completed cleaning the wound as best she could, then prepared a poultice. Control. The word rebounded in her thoughts, clipped, hard and sure. What was the heart of empire, if not control? What shaped Empress Laseen's every act, her every thought? And what had been at the heart of the very first empire, the great wars that shaped the Talan Mass to this day? She sighed and looked down at the dirt beneath her. But that was no more than we all sought, she told herself. From a young girl bringing twine home to her father, to the immortal power that had seized her for its own use. Through the gamut of life, we struggled for control, for a means to fashion the world around us. An eternal, hopeless hunt for the privilege of being able to predict the shape of our lives. The eye mass and his 300,000-year-old words had given to Lorne a sense of futility. And it worked on her. It threatened to overwhelm her. She had given the boy his life, surprising both him and herself. Lorne smiled ruefully. Prediction had become a privilege now lost to her. Never mind the outside world, she could not even guess her own actions, or the course of her thoughts. Was this the true nature of emotion, she wondered? The great defier of logic, of control, the whims of being human. What lay ahead? Adjunct? Startled, Lorne looked up to see Tool standing over her. Frost covered the warrior, steaming in the heat. You have been wounded. A skirmish, she said gruffly, almost embarrassed. It's over now. She pressed the poultice against the wound, then wrapped cloth around her shoulder. It was an awkward effort, since she could use only one hand. Tool knelt beside her. I will assist you, adjunct. Surprised, Lorne studied the warrior's death's face. But his next words wiped out any thoughts of the eye mass revealing compassion. We have little time, adjunct. The opening awaits us. An expressionless mask settled over her face. She jerked a nod as Tool finished, his withered, shredded hands, his nails blunt, polished brown and curved, deftly tying a knot with the strips of cloth. Help me to my feet, she commanded. The marker had been shattered, she saw, as the eye mask guided her forward. Apart from this, however, all looked unchanged. Where is this opening? She asked. Tool halted before the broken stones. I will lead, adjunct. Follow closely behind me. When we are within the tomb, unsheath your sword. The deadening effect will be minimal, yet it will slow the Jaghat's return to consciousness. Enough for us to complete our efforts. Lorne drew a deep breath. She shrugged off her doubts. There was no turning back now. Had there ever been such a chance? The question, she realized, was a moot one. The course had been chosen for her. Very well, she said. Lead on, Tool.
The Imass spread out his arms to the sides. The hillside before them blurred, as if a curtain of wind-blown sand rose before it. A churning wind roiled through this strange mist. Tool stepped forward. Following, Lorne at first recoiled at the stench that wafted into her, a stench of air poisoned by centuries of pulsing sorcery, countless wards dispersed by Tool's Talon powers. She pushed ahead, her eyes fixing on the Imass's broad, tattered back. They entered the hillside. A rough corridor leading into darkness appeared before them. Frost limbed the stacked boulders forming the walls and ceiling. As they went farther, the air grew bitter cold, stripped of scents, and thick green and white ropes of ice tracked the walls. The floor, which had been frozen-packed earth, became slabs of stone, slick with ice. Numbness seeped into Lorne's extremities and her face. She saw her breath curl in a white stream, drawn inward to the darkness beyond. The corridor narrowed, and she saw strange symbols painted on and within the ice, streaking the walls, dull red ochre in colour. These markings brushed something deep inside her. She almost recognized them, but as soon as she concentrated on doing so, the sensation of familiarity vanished. Tool spoke. "My people have visited here before," he said, pausing to look at the adjunct over one shoulder. "They added their own wards to those of the Jaghat, who imprisoned this tyrant." Lorne was irritated. "What of it?" The Imass stared at her in silence, then replied dully, "Adjunct, I believe I know the name of this Jaghat tyrant. I am now beset by doubts. It should not be freed. Yet, like you, I am compelled." Lorne's breath caught. "Adjunct," Tool continued, "I acknowledge the ambivalence you have been feeling. I share it. When this is done, I shall leave." She was confused. "Leave?" Tool nodded. "Within this tomb, and with what we will do, my vows are ended. They will bind me no longer. Such is the residual power of this sleeping Jaghat. And for that, I am thankful." "Why are you telling me this?" "Adjunct, you are welcome to accompany me." Lorne opened her mouth, but could think of no immediate reply, so shut it again. "I ask that you consider my offer, Adjunct. I shall journey in search of an answer, and I shall find it." Answer? To what? She wanted to ask. Yet something stopped her, a surge of fear that said to her, "You don't want to know. Remain ignorant in this." "Let's get on with it," she grated. Tool resumed his march into the darkness. After a minute, Lorne asked, "How much time is this going to take?" "Time?" There was amusement in his voice. "Within this barrow, Adjunct, time does not exist. The Jaghat who imprisoned their kin brought an age of ice to this land, the barrow's final seal. Adjunct, a half-league of ice stands over this burial chamber, still. We have come to a time and place before the faltering of the Jaghat ice, before the coming of the great inland sea, known to the Imass as Jagra Til, before the passing of countless ages." "And when we return," Lorne interrupted, "how much time will have passed?" "I cannot say, Adjunct." The Imass paused and turned back to her, his eye sockets glimmering with a sourceless light. "I have never done this before." Despite the hardened leather armor, the feel of a woman pressing against Crocus's back had brought to his face more sweat than the afternoon heat could account for.
Yet it was a mix of feelings that had his heart thumping against his chest. On the one hand was the bald fact that here was a girl of nearly his age, and an attractive one at that, with surprisingly strong arms wrapped around his waist and her warm, moist breath on his neck. On the other hand, this woman had murdered a man, and the only reason he could think of her arriving on the scene back there in the hills was that she'd been planning to kill him too. So he found himself too tense to enjoy sharing the saddle with her. They had said little to each other since leaving Kol. In another day, Crocus knew, Darujhistan's walls would come into view. He wondered if she'd remember it. And then a voice spoke in his head that sounded like Kol's. "Why don't you ask the girl, idiot?" Crocus scowled. She spoke first. "Is it Kokan far from here?" He thought about laughing, but something, an instinct, stopped him. "Tread softly," he told himself. "I've never heard of such a place," he said. "It's in the Malazan Empire?" "Yes. We aren't in the Empire?" Crocus growled. "Not yet." Then his shoulders slumped. "We're on a continent called Genabackis. The Malazans came from the seas both east and west. They now control all the free cities to the north, as well as the Nathilog Confederacy." "Oh," the girl replied weakly. "You're at war with the Empire, then?" "More or less, though you'd never know it as far as Darujhistan is concerned." "Is that the name of the town you live in?" "Town? Darujhistan's a city. It's the biggest, richest city in all the land." There was awe and excitement in her reply. "A city? I've never been to a city. Your name is Crocus, isn't it?" "How did you know that?" "That's what your soldier friend called you." "Oh, of course." Why did the fact that she'd known his name send his heart lurching? "Aren't you going to ask me my name?" the woman asked quietly. "You can remember it?" "No," she admitted. "That's strange, isn't it?" He heard pathos in that reply, and something melted inside, making him even angrier. "Well, I can't very well help you in that, can I?" The woman seemed to withdraw behind him, and her arms loosened their grip. "No." Abruptly his anger fell away. Crocus was ready to scream at the chaos in his head. Instead, he shifted in the saddle, forcing her to clutch him tightly. "Ah," he smirked. "That's better." Then his eyes widened. "What am I saying?" he thought. "Crocus?" "What?" "Give me a Darujhistan name. Pick one. Pick your favorite." "Shalise," he responded immediately. "No, wait. You can't be Shalise. I already know a Shalise. You've got to be someone else." "Is she your girlfriend?" "No!" he snapped. He pulled at the reins and they stopped. Crocus clawed at his hair, then threw a leg over and dropped to the ground. He pulled the reins over the horse's head. "I want to walk," he said. "Yes," she said. "I would like to, too." "Well, maybe I want to run." She stepped round to face him, her expression troubled. "Run? From me, Crocus?" He saw things falling into ruins behind her eyes. What were those things? He felt a desperate need to know, but asking straight out was clearly impossible. Why it was impossible, he couldn't say. It just was. He looked down at the ground and kicked at a rock. "No," he mumbled. "I didn't mean that. Sorry." Her eyes widened. "That was my name," she gasped. "That was my name, Crocus. You just said my name." "What?" he frowned. "Sorry." "Yes." She looked away. "Only it wasn't always my name. I don't think. No, it wasn't the name my father gave me." "Can you remember that one?" She shook her head and ran a hand through her long, dark hair. Crocus started walking, and the girl fell into step beside him. The road wound down through the low hills. In an hour they had reached the Catlin Bridge. The panic that had filled him was subsiding, perhaps having burned itself out. He felt relaxed, and that surprised him, since he couldn't recall the last time he had felt relaxed in a female's company. They walked in silence for a time. Ahead, The sun sank down in a golden blaze, shimmering along a blue and green line on the horizon beyond the hills. Crocus pointed to the glistening line. "That's Lake Azure. Darujhistan lies on its south shore." "Haven't you thought of a name for me yet?" the woman asked. "The only name that comes to mind," Crocus said sheepishly, "is my matron's." The girl glanced at him. "Your mother's?" Crocus laughed. "No, not that kind of matron. I meant the Lady of Thieves, Apsala. Only it's not good to take that kind of name, since she's a goddess. What about Salah?" Her nose wrinkled. "No, I like Apsala. Make it Apsala." "But I just said, that's the name I want," the girl insisted, her face darkening. "Uh-oh," Crocus thought. "Better not press this one." "All right," he sighed. "So you're a thief?" "What's wrong with that?" Apsala grinned. "Given my new name, nothing at all, Crocus. When do we camp?" He blanched. He hadn't thought about that. "Maybe we should just push on," he said warily, not meeting her eyes. "I'm tired. Why don't we camp at this Catlin Bridge?" "Well, I've only got the one bedroll. You can have it. I'll stand watch." "All night? What's there to watch out for?" Crocus rounded on her. "Why all these questions?" he demanded hotly. "It's dangerous out here. Didn't you see Cole's wound? And how do we know the garrison's still there?" "What garrison?" Crocus cursed himself. He averted his gaze. "The garrison on the other side of the bridge," he said. "But it's a long bridge." "Oh, come on, Crocus." Apsala laughed and drove her elbow into his ribs. "We'll share the bedroll. I don't mind, so long as you keep your hands to yourself." Rubbing his ribs, Crocus could only stare at her. Cursing, Cropper glared over his shoulder at Murillo. "Damnation! Can't you urge that beast any faster?" The mule was living up to its reputation, refusing anything but a plodding walk. Murillo grinned sheepishly. "What's the big hurry, Cropper? The boy can take care of himself. It was Master Baruch's explicit command that we guard him, and guard him we must." Murillo's eyes narrowed. "So you keep saying," he muttered. "Is this some favour on Mammoth's behalf? Has the boy's uncle got all worried all of a sudden? Why's Baruch so interested in Crocus? You convey the alchemist's orders, Cropper, but you don't explain them." Cropper reined in his mount. "Oh, very well," he said. "Mutiny in the ranks forces Cropper's sly hand. Opon has chosen Crocus, for whatever purpose the devious deity may devise. Baruch would have us keep an eye on the lad, and more, prevent any other powers from finding him." Murillo rubbed the bruise on his forehead and winced. "Damn you," he sighed. "You should have explained all this from the start, Cropper. Does Rallick know?" "Of course not," Cropper replied tartly. "He's too busy, after all, unable to extricate himself from his various responsibilities. Hence," Cropper's expression turned crafty, "the assassin's absence on this journey. But why, pray tell, is Cropper informing Murillo of such things? Clearly, Murillo knows more of Rallick's doings than poor, ignorant Cropper." Murillo's look was blank. "What do you mean?" Cropper sniggered, then kicked his mule into motion once again. Murillo followed. "And as for our present mission," Cropper continued blithely, "what seems a vast failure, particularly on Cole's part, is, in truth, an astonishing success. Master Baruch must be made aware of the nefarious activities afoot in the Gadrubi Hills." "Success? What are you talking about?" Cropper waved a hand. "Dear man, though I was conscious but a moment during the fracas, clear it was that this woman warrior possessed an Otateral sword, which means, as any child might guess, she's Malazan." Murillo hissed slowly between his teeth. "And we left Cole back there? Are you insane, Cropper?" "He'll mend enough to follow us shortly," Cropper said. "The need for haste overwhelms all other considerations." "Except cheap deals with a certain stabler," Murillo growled.
So, there's some Malazan in the Gedrubi Hills. What's she up to? And don't try telling me you don't know. If you didn't suspect something, we wouldn't be in such a hurry." "Suspicions indeed," Cropper nodded, his shoulders hunching. "Recall Crocus uttering that perceptive comment as we left the crossroads? Hunting a rumor, or some such thing?" "Wait a minute," Murillo groaned. "Not that Barrow legend again. There's not a—" Cropper held up a finger and cut in smoothly. "What we believe is irrelevant, Murillo. The fact remains that the Malazans are seeking the truth of that rumor, and both Cropper and Master Baruch suspect, being of equal intelligence, that they might well discover it. Hence this mission, my fluttery friend." He waggled his brows. "Out to Terrell in the hands of a swordmaster of the Empire. A Talan Imas lurking in the vicinity." "What?" Murillo exploded, his eyes wide. He made to turn his mule around, but the beast complained and planted its hooves. He struggled with it, cursing. "Cole's all cut up, and he's got a Malazan killer out there, and an Imas? You've lost your mind, Cropper." "But, dear Murillo," Cropper crooned, "Cropper would have thought you eager, nay, desperate to return to Darujhistan as quickly as possible." That stopped the man. He rounded on Cropper, face darkening. "Come on," he gritted. "Out with it, then." Cropper's brows rose. "Out with what?" "You've been hinting about something, poking me with it. So if you think you know something about whatever, let's hear it. Otherwise, we turn round right now and head back to Cole." Seeing Cropper's eyes dart, Murillo grinned. "Ah, you thought to distract me, didn't you? Well, it's not going to work." Cropper raised his hands palm up. "No matter whose brain was responsible for your scheme to return Cole to his rightful title, Cropper can do naught but eagerly applaud." Murillo's jaw dropped. How in Hood's name did Cropper? The man continued. "But all that is inconsequential when faced with the fact of Crocus and the grave danger he is presently in. More, if this young girl was indeed possessed, as Cole suspects, the risks are frightening to behold. Was she the only hunter for the lad's frail, unprotected life? What of the 1,000 gods and demons who would eagerly confound upon at the first opportunity? Thus would Murillo, friend of long standing with Crocus, so callously abandon the child to the fates? Is Murillo a man to succumb to panic, to what-ifs, to a host of imagined nightmares, slinking about within the shadows of his overwrought imagination?" "All right," Murillo barked. "Now, hold your tongue and let's ride." Cropper gave a brusque nod at this wise remark. An hour later, as dusk clambered up the hillsides and ever westward to the dying sun, Murillo started and threw Cropper a furious glare that was lost in the gloom. "Damn him," he whispered. "I said I wasn't about to let him distract me. So what's the first thing he does? Distract me." "Murillo murmur something?" Cropper asked. Murillo massaged his forehead. "I'm having dizzy spells," he said. "Let's find a camp. Crocus and the girl won't make it to the city before tomorrow anyway. I doubt he's in any danger on the road, and we'll find him easily enough before tomorrow's sunset. They should be fine in the daytime. Who knows? They'll be with Mammoth, right?" Cropper admits to his own weariness. "Indeed, a camp should be found, and Murillo can construct a small fire, perhaps, and so prepare dinner, while Cropper ponders vital thoughts and such." "Fine," Murillo sighed. "Just fine." It came to Captain Parran a couple of days after his encounter with the Tiste Andii, and the events within the Lord's Sword, that Rake had not suspected him to be a Malazan soldier. Or he'd be dead. Oversights blessed him, it seemed. His assassin in pale should have checked twice. And now the Son of Darkness, snatching him from the jaws of the hounds, had in turn let him walk free. Was there a pattern to this? It had Opon's flavour, yet Parran didn't doubt Rake's assertion.
Then did his luck indeed lie in his sword? And had these mercies of fortune marked pivotal moments, moments that would come back to haunt those who'd spared him? For his own well-being, he hoped not. His was no longer the Empire's road. He'd walked that path of blood and treachery for too long. Never again. What lay before him, then, was the singular effort to save the lives of Whiskeyjack and the squad. If he managed that, he would not begrudge his own death as a consequence. Some things went beyond a single man's life, and maybe justice existed outside the minds of humanity, beyond even the hungry eyes of gods and goddesses, a thing shining and pure and final. Some philosophers he had read during his schooling in the Malazan capital, Unter, had asserted what seemed to him then an absurd position. Morality was not relative, they claimed, nor even existing solely in the realm of the human condition. No, they proclaimed morality as an imperative of all life, a natural law that was neither the brutal acts of beasts, nor the lofty ambitions of humanity, but something other, something unassailable. Just another hunt for certainty, he thought. Perrin scowled and stiffened in his saddle, his eyes fixed on the trader track winding before him through low, rounded hills. He recalled discussing this with Adjunct Lorne at a time when neither had been compelled by the outside world. Just another hunt for certainty, she had said, in a voice brittle and cynical, putting an end to the discussion as clearly as if she had driven a knife into the wine-stained table between them. For such words to have come from a woman no older than him, Perrin suspected then, as he did now, that her particular view had been no more than an easy, lazy mimicry of Empress Laseen's. But Laseen had a right to it, and Lorne did not. At least in Perrin's mind. If anyone had a right to world-weary cynicism, it was the Empress of the Malazan Empire. Truly had the adjunct made herself Laseen's extension, but at what cost? He'd seen the young woman behind the mask just once, as they'd looked out over a road carpeted with dead soldiers, then proceeded to pick their way through them. The pale, frightened girl that was Lorne had shown herself in a single, frail moment. He couldn't remember what had triggered the return of the mask. Likely it had been something he'd said, something he'd tossed off in his own guise as a hardened soldier. Perrin sighed deeply. Too many regrets, he thought. Lost chances, and with each one passing, the less human we all became, and the deeper into the nightmare of power we all sank. Was his life irretrievable? He wished he had an answer to that question. Movement in the south caught his attention, and with it he became aware of a rumbling sound, rising up from the earth around him. He rose in the saddle. A wall of dust curled over the ridge of land directly ahead. He swung his mount westward and nudged it into a trot. Moments later he reined in. The curtains of dust hung in that direction as well. Cursing, he spurred to the crest of a nearby rise. Dust. Dust on all sides. A storm? He thought. No, the thunder is too regular. He rode down to the plain below and reined in again, wondering what to do. The dust wall rose, cresting the hill he faced. The deep rumbling grew. Perrin squinted into the dust. Dark, massive shapes moved there, spreading out to either side, sweeping down on his position. In moments he was surrounded. Bedarin. He had heard tales of the huge shaggy creatures moving across the inner plains in herds 500,000 strong. On all sides, Perrin could see nothing but the humped, reddish-brown, dust-caked backs of the beasts. There was nowhere he could lead his horse, no place of safety within sight. Perrin leaned back in his saddle and waited. Something flashed to his left, tawny and low to the ground. The captain half-turned, just as something heavy hammered him from the right and clung, dragging him from the saddle. Cursing, Perrin thumped heavily in the dust, grappling with wiry limbs, ragged black hair. He drove his knee up, connecting with a solid stomach. His attacker rolled to one side, gasping. Perrin scrambled to his feet, found himself facing a youth in tanned hides. The boy sprang to close with the captain once again.
Perrin sidestepped and clouted the boy on the side of the head. His attacker sprawled unconscious. Piercing cries were sounding on all sides. The Bedouin were parting, moving away. Figures emerged, closing on Perrin's position. Rivi, sworn enemies to the Empire, allied in the north with Kaladin Brood and the Crimson Guard. Two warriors came to the unconscious boy's side. Each took an arm and dragged him off. The herd had come to a stop. Another warrior approached, striding boldly up to Perrin. His dust-streaked face was stitched with dyed threads, black and red, from high on the cheeks down to the jawline, then up and around the mouth. A Bedouin hide rode the broad line of his shoulders. Stopping less than an arm's length in front of Perrin, the warrior reached out and closed his hand on the grip of chance. Perrin struck away the hand. The Rivi smiled, stepped back, and loosed a high-pitched, ululating cry. Figures rose on the backs of the surrounding Bedouin, lances balanced in one hand as they crouched on the shaggy backs. The huge animals beneath the warriors ignored them as if they were but tick birds. The two Rivi who had taken the boy away now returned, joining the stitched-faced warrior, who said something to the one on his left. This man moved forward. Before Perrin could react, he surged into motion, throwing a leg behind the captain, then driving his shoulder into Perrin's chest. The warrior fell on top of him. A knife blade slid against the line of Perrin's jaw, sliced through the helmet strap. The iron skullcap was pulled away, and fingers snagged a handful of his hair. Dragging the warrior with him, Perrin pushed himself upright. He had had enough. Death was one thing, death without dignity quite another. As the Rivi's hand twisted, pulling his head up, the captain reached between the warrior's legs and found his own handful. He yanked hard. The warrior shrieked, releasing Perrin's hair. A knife appeared again, flashing at the captain's face. He ducked to one side, his free hand snapping up to grasp the wrist, pushing away the knife. He squeezed once more with his other hand. The Rivi shrieked again, then Perrin let go, twisted round, and drove his armoured elbow into the man's face. Blood splattered like rain in the dust. The warrior reeled back, crumpled to the ground. A lance haft hammered a glancing blow along Perrin's temple. He spun round with the impact. A second lance struck him in the hip, hard as a kick from a horse, numbing his leg. Something pinned his left foot to the ground. Perrin unsheathed chance. The weapon was almost knocked from his hand with a ringing, pealing sound. He swung it upward, and it was struck again. Half-blinded with pain, sweat, and dust, Perrin reared upright, shifting to a two-handed grip and drawing Chance down to a center-guard position. The sword's blade was struck a third time, but he retained his grip. There was silence. Gasping, blinking, Perrin raised his head, looked around. Rivi surrounded him, but none moved. Their dark eyes were wide. Perrin flicked his gaze to his weapon, glared back up and around at the warriors, then his eyes returned to Chance, and stayed there. 3 iron lance-heads sprouted from the blade like leaves, each point split and jammed, the hafts shattered and gone, leaving only white wood jutting out from the sockets. He looked down at his pinned foot. A lance had struck, through his boot, but the wide blade of the head was turned, its flat side pressing against his foot. Splintered wood surrounded him. Perrin glanced at his hip, saw no wound. A jagged tear marred the leather of Chance's scabbard. The Rivi warrior with the smashed face lay motionless a few feet from where Perrin stood. The captain saw that his mount and the pack horses were untouched and had not moved. The other Rivi had pulled back. The encirclement now divided as a small figure approached. A girl, perhaps no more than 5 years old. The warriors moved aside from her as if in awe or fear, possibly both. She wore antelope skins tied with cord at the waist, and nothing on her feet. There was something familiar about her, a way of walking, her stance as she stopped before him. Something in her heavy-lidded eyes that made Perrin frown uneasily. The girl stopped to regard him,
her small round face slowly coming to mirror Perrin's own frown. She raised one hand, as if reaching for him, then dropped it. The captain found he could not pull away his eyes from her. "Child, do I know you?" he thought. As the silence between them lengthened, an old woman came up behind the girl, rested a wrinkled hand on her shoulder. Looking worn, almost exasperated, the old woman studied the captain. The girl beside her said something, the quick, lilting language of the Rivi, surprisingly low-pitched for one so young. The old woman crossed her arms. The girl spoke again, insistently. The old woman addressed Perrin in Daru. "5 lances claimed you as our enemy." She paused. 5 lances were wrong." "You've plenty more," Perrin said. "So we have, and the god favouring your sword has no followers here." "So finish it," Perrin growled. "I'm tired of the game." The girl spoke, a tone of command that rang like iron on stone. The old woman turned in obvious surprise. The girl continued, her words now evidently explanatory. The old woman listened, then swung her dark, glittering gaze back to the captain. "You are Malazan, and Malazans have chosen to be the enemies of the Rivi. Is this choice yours as well? And know this, I will recognize a lie when I hear it." "I am Malazan by birth," Perrin said. "I have no interest in calling the Rivi my enemy. I would rather have no enemies at all." The old woman blinked. "She offers you words to ease your grief, soldier." "Meaning?" "You are to live." Perrin did not quite trust this turn of events. "What words has she for me? I've never seen her before." "Nor has she seen you before, yet you know each other." "No, we don't." The old woman's eyes hardened. "Will you hear her words or not? She offers you a gift. Will you throw it back in her face?" Profoundly uneasy, he said, "No, I suppose not." "The child says you need not grieve. The woman you know has not passed through the arching trees of death. Her journey was beyond the lands you can see, beyond those of the spirit that all mortals sense. And now she has returned. You must be patient, soldier. You will meet again, so this child promises." "Which woman?" Perrin demanded, his heart pounding. "The one you thought dead." He looked again at the girl. The familiarity returned like a blow to his chest. He staggered back a step. "Not possible," he whispered. The girl withdrew, dust swirling. She vanished. "Wait!" Another cry sounded. The herd lurched into motion, closing in, obscuring the Rivi. In moments, all Perrin could see were the backs of the giant beasts, shuffling past. He thought to push among them, but knew it would bring him only death. "Wait!" the captain shouted again, but the sound of hundreds, thousands of hooves on the plain drowned his efforts. "Tattersail!" It was fully an hour before the Bedouin herd's tail end appeared. As the last of the beasts strolled past the captain, he looked around. The wind rolled the dust cloud eastward, over the sloping, humped hills. Perrin climbed into the saddle, swung his mount southward once again. The hills of Gadrobi rose before him. "Tattersail, what did you do?" he thought. He recalled Tok noting the trail of small prints leading from the scorched pillar that had been all that was left of Beladan and Tattersail. Hood's breath! Did you plan such a thing? And why the Rivi? Reborn? Already a child of 5, maybe 6? Are you even mortal anymore, woman? Have you ascended? You found yourself a people, a strange primitive people. To what end? And when we next meet,
How old will you appear to be then?" He thought again about the Rivi. They'd been driving the herd north, a herd big enough to feed an army on the march. Caladan brood. He's on his way to Pale. That is something I don't think Dujek's prepared for. Old One-Arm's in trouble. He had another 2 hours of riding before sunset. Beyond the Gadrobi hills was Lake Azure and the city of Darujhistan. And within the city, Whiskeyjack and his squad. And in that squad, a young woman I've been preparing to meet for 3 years, he thought. The god possessing her. Is he even my enemy anymore? The question arrived unbidden, turning his heart cold. Gods, what a journey this has been! And here I had thought to travel this plain unnoticed. A foolish thought. Scholars and mages write endlessly of fell convergences. It seems I am a walking convergence, a lodestone to draw a sentence. To their peril, it seems. My sword's chance answered those 5 lances, despite my treatment of one of the twins. How to explain that? The truth is, my cause has become my own. Not the adjuncts, not the Empire's. I said I'd rather have no enemies at all, and the old woman saw those as true words. And so it seems they are. Endless surprises, Ganaway's Paran. Ride on. See what comes. The track climbed a hillside, and the captain spurred his horse up the slope. Reaching the summit, he yanked hard on the reins. The horse snorted indignantly and swung her head round, eyes rolling. But Paran's attention was elsewhere. He leaned back in the saddle and loosened his sword. A heavily armoured man struggled to his feet beside a small campfire. Beyond him was a hobbled mule. The man tottered, his weight on one leg, and unsheathed a bastard sword, which he then leaned on as he regarded the captain. Paran nudged his mount forward, scanning the immediate area. It seemed that the warrior was alone. He brought his horse to a halt, with 30 feet between them. The man spoke in Daru. "I'm in no shape for a fight, but if you want one, it's yours." Once again, Paran found himself thankful for the adjunct's insistence that he be thoroughly schooled. His reply was as fluent as this native's. "No, I've lost the taste for it." He waited, leaning forward in the saddle, then grinned at the mule. "Is that beast a war mule?" The man barked a laugh. "I'm sure it thinks it is," he said, relaxing. "I've food to spare, traveller, if you're of a mind." The captain dismounted and approached. "My name's Paran," he said. He sat down by the fire. The other followed suit, the fire between them. "Cull," he grunted, stretching out a bandaged leg. "You down from the north?" Genabackis initially. Spent some time in Pale recently. Cull's brows rose at that. "You've the look of a mercenary," he said, "though likely an officer. I heard it was pretty bad up there." "I arrived a little late," Paran admitted. "Saw lots of rubble and lots of dead, so I'm inclined to believe the stories." He hesitated, then said, "There was a rumour in Pale that Moonspawn is now over Darujhistan." Cull grunted, tossing a handful of sticks onto the fire. "So it is," he said. He gestured at a battered pot tucked against the coals. "That's stew, if you're hungry. Help yourself." Paran realized he was famished. He accepted Cull's offer gratefully. As he ate, using a wooden spoon the man loaned him, he thought to ask about that leg wound. But then he recalled his claw training. When you play a soldier, you play it to the hilt. Nobody talks about what's obvious. Something staring you in the eye, you look around it and grumble about the weather. Anything important will come out in its own time. Soldiers have nothing to look forward to, making patience an easy virtue. And sometimes it's not just a virtue, but a contest of indifference. So Paran emptied the pot, while Cull waited in casual silence, poking at the fire and adding the occasional stick from an enormous pile behind him. Where the wood had come from was anybody's guess. Finally Paran wiped his mouth with his sleeve and scrubbed the spoon as clean as he could manage without water. He sat back and belched. Cull spoke. "You heading into Darujhistan, then?" "I am, And you? Should be able to manage it in another day or so, though I can't say I'm looking forward to riding into the city on the back of a mule.
Perrin looked westward.
Well, he said, squinting, sun's about down. Mind if I share this camp for the night? By all means.
The captain rose and attended to his horses. He thought about delaying a day to let this man mend some more, then lending him a horse. If he rode into the city in the company of a local, there'd be advantages. Someone to direct him, perhaps even give him a place to stay for a day or two. Not only that, but he might learn something in the meantime. Would another day matter? Possibly, but it looked worth it. He hobbled the Wiccan horses near the mule, then carried his saddle back to the fire.
Been thinking about your problem, Perrin said, as he dropped the saddle and sat with his back against it. I'll ride in with you. You can use my pack horse.
Cole's eyes were alert.
A generous offer.
Seeing the man's suspicion, Perrin smiled. The horses could use the extra day's rest, for one. Second, I've never before been to Darujhistan, so in exchange for my so-called generosity, I'd like to plague you with endless questions in the next 2 days. After that, I get my horse back, and you're on your way. And if anyone's come out ahead, it's me.
Better warn you now, Perrin. I'm not much of a talker.
I'll take the risk. Cole considered for a time.
Good nose, he said. I'd be mad not to accept, wouldn't I? You don't look the type to stick me in the back. I don't know your real story, Perrin. If that's something you want to keep to yourself, that's your business. That won't stop me from asking questions, though. It's up to you whether you lie or not.
I think that goes both ways, doesn't it? Perrin responded. Well, you want my story straight? Fine. Here it is, Cole. I'm a deserter from the Malazan army, ranked as captain. I also did a lot of work with the Claw, and looking back on it, that's where the trouble started. Anyway, it's done. Oh, yes. And one more thing. People who get close to me usually end up dead, he thought to himself. Cole was silent, his eyes glittering in the firelight and fixed on the man opposite him. Then he puffed his cheeks and blew out a loud breath of air.
Truth as bald as that makes a challenge, don't it?
He stared into the fire, then leaned back on his elbows and lifted his face to the stars now appearing overhead.
I was once a noble in Darujhistan, the last son of a long-lined, powerful family. I was set for an arranged marriage, but I fell in love with another woman, a hungry, ambitious woman, though I was blind to that. He smiled wryly. She was a whore, in fact, only where most whores I've met are pretty down-to-earth. She was as twisted a soul as you could imagine.
He passed a hand across his eyes.
Anyway, I refuted my obligations and broke off the arranged marriage. It killed my father, I think, when I married Aistel. That was the whore's name, though she's changed it since. He laughed harshly at the night sky. Didn't take her long. I'm still not sure how she managed the details, how many men she took to bed to buy their influence, or how they did it. All I know is I woke up one day and found myself stripped of title, stripped even of my family name. The estate was hers, the money was hers, it was all hers, and her need for me had ended.
The flames licked the dry wood between them. Perrin said nothing. He sensed that more was to come from the man opposite him, and that Cole was struggling with it.
But that wasn't the worst betrayal, Perrin, he said at length, meeting the captain's eyes. Oh, no. That came when I walked away from it. I could have fought her. I might even have won.
His jaw tautened, the only hint of anguish that escaped his self-control. Then he continued, in a flat, empty voice.
Acquaintances I had known for decades looked right through me. To everyone I was dead. They chose not to hear me. They just walked past, or didn't even come to the gates of their estates when I called on them. I was dead, Perrin. Even the city's records claimed it. And so I agreed with them. I walked away, disappeared. It's one thing to have your friends mourn your passing in your face, but it's another to betray your own life, Perrin. But, as you said, it's done. The captain looked away, squinting into the darkness. What's this human urge, he wondered, that brings us to such devastation? The games of the highborn, he said quietly, span the world. I was born a noble like you, Cole. But in Malaz we'd met our match in the old emperor. He crushed us at every turn until we cowered like whipped dogs. Cowered for years. But it was only an issue of power, wasn't it? He said, more to himself than to the man who shared the fire. There are no lessons worthy enough for a noble to heed. I look back on my years within that twisted, hungry company. I look back on that life now, Cole, and I see it wasn't a life at all. He was silent for a time. Then a slow smile curved his mouth, and his gaze swung to Cole. Since I walked away from the Malazan Empire, and severed once and for all the dubious privileges of my noble blood, damn, I've never felt so alive. It was never a life before, only the palest shadow of what I've now found. Is that a truth most of us are too frightened to face? Cole grunted. I'm not the sharpest man you'll meet, Baron, and your thoughts are running a touch too deep for me. But if I understand you right, you're sitting there looking at a chopped-up old fool of a man, and you're telling him he's alive. Right now. As alive as can be. And whatever he betrayed back then, it wasn't life, was it? You tell me, Cole. The man grimaced and ran a hand through his thinning hair. The thing is, I want it back. I want it all back. Baron burst out laughing, and continued to laugh until sharp pains cramped his stomach. Cole sat watching him, then a low, rumbling chuckle rose from his chest. He reached back, retrieved a handful of sticks, and tossed them into the fire, one at a time. Well, damn it, Baron, he said, amused lines crinkling around his eyes. You've come out of the blue like a God-sent bolt of lightning, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it more than you'll ever know. Baron wiped tears from his eyes. Hood's breath, he said. Just one war mule talking to another, right? I guess so, Baron. Now, if you'll look in that pack of mine, you'll find a jug of Worrytown wine. Its vintage is about a week. The captain rose. Meaning? Meaning it's running out of time. Book 6. The City of Blue Fire. Rumours like tattered flags, wind-snapped and echoing in the streets below, told the tale of the days upon us. 'Twas said an eel had slipped ashore, or not one but 1,000 under a jagged moon that might be dead. 'Twas whispered that a claw scraped slow on the city's cobbles, even as a dragon was seen sailing high silver and black in the night sky. 'Twas heard, they say, a demon's death cry on the rooftops on a night of blood, even as the master's 100 hands lost 100 daggers to the dark. And 'twas rumoured then, a lady masked highborn had offered to unbidden guests a fate to remember. Rumour born, Fisher, birth date unknown. Chapter 17. Few can see the dark hand holding aloft the splinter, or the notched chains fated to be heard before death's rattle, but hark the wheel of minions and victims who moan the Lord's name in the dark heart of moon's spawn. Silver Fox, Outrider Hurlakel, 6th Army. As Rallignom approached the Phoenix Inn from the alleyway, a large, beefy woman stepped out from a shadowed niche and confronted him. He raised an eyebrow. You want something, miss? Never mind what I want, she grinned invitingly. You've known about that for years. Anyway, I come to tell you something, Nom, so relax. He crossed his arms and waited. Mies glanced back up the alley, then hunched close to the assassin. There's someone in the bar. Been asking for you, by name. Startled, Rallick straightened. What's he look like? He asked casually. Like a soldier out of uniform, Mies replied. "Never seen him around before. So what do you think, Nom?" He looked away. "Nothing. Where's he sitting?" Mies grinned again. "A crupper's table. Home ground. Now ain't that fine?" Rallick stepped past the woman and headed toward the inn. As she moved to follow, he held out his hand. "A minute between us, Mies," he said, without turning. "Where's the realtor?" "Inside," she said behind him. "Good luck, Nom." "Luck's never free," Rallick muttered, as he turned the corner and climbed the steps. He stood still just within the door and surveyed the crowd. A few strangers, not enough to cause him concern, however. His gaze slid across to a man sitting at Crupper's table. He almost had to take a second look, so nondescript was he. Then Rallick strode straight for him, the crowd parting as he went, something he'd never noticed before. Amused, he held his eyes on the stranger until he was noticed. They locked gazes, though the man made no move other than to take a sip from his tankard, then set it down carefully on the table. Rallick pulled out a chair and dragged it opposite. "I'm Rallick Nom." There was something solid about this person, a kind of assurance that was calming. Rallick felt himself relaxing in spite of his habitual caution. The man's first words changed that, however. "The eel has a message for you," he said quietly. "Direct. By word of mouth only. Before I deliver it, though, I'm to give you some background, as only I can." He paused to drink from the tankard, then resumed. "Now, Turbanor has hired another dozen hunters. What are they hunting? Well, me, for one. Your problem is that he's going to be harder to reach. The eel approves of your efforts concerning Lady Simtal. Cole's return is desired by all who value integrity and honour within the council. If you require anything, ask now, and it's yours." Rallick's eyes had hardened. "Never knew Murillo had such a big mouth," he said. The man shook his head. "Your compatriot has revealed nothing, nor have you. It is the eel's business. Now, what do you require?" "Nothing." "Good." The stranger nodded, as if he'd expected that reply and was pleased. "Incidentally, Turbanor's efforts to pass the proclamation have been, impeded indefinitely. The eel wishes to thank you for your unwitting role in that. Nevertheless, the councilman explores other options. He has been watched closely, hence our fortunate discovery that is at the heart of the eel's message to you. Last night, beneath Despot's barbican, Turbanor met with a representative of the Assassin's Guild. How he managed that was quite a feat, considering how difficult your comrades have been to find. In any case, a contract was tendered by Turbanor." The man waited for the shock to wear off Rallick's face, then continued. "Tendered by Turbanor, as I said, but not on his own behalf. Rather, Lady Simtal has decided that Cole's death should be a fact in the real world, as it is on paper." "Who?" Rallick rasped. "Who was the contact?" "I'm coming to that. First, it was accepted, for the payment was substantial. They are aware that Cole is presently outside Darujhistan. They simply await his return." "The assassin's name?" "Ocelot." The man rose. "The eel wishes you success in all your ventures, Rallick Nom." Thus the message ends. "Good evening." He turned to leave. "Wait." "Yes?" "Thank you," Rallick said. The stranger smiled, then left. The assassin took the man's seat and leaned against the wall. He waved at Salty, who had a pitcher of ale and a tankard waiting. She hurried over. Behind her strode at a more leisurely pace Erilta and Mies. They sat down without preamble, each with her own tankard. "Everybody's still breathing," Erilta said, raising her drink. "And here's to that." Mies lifted hers as well,
and the two women drank deep. Then Mies bent forward. "Any word of Crupper and the boy?" Rallick shook his head. "I may not be here when they come back," he said. "Tell Murillo to go ahead if I don't show, and if other events occur. And if that happens, tell him our man's eyes are open." Rallick filled his tankard and drained it immediately. Then he rose. "Don't wish me luck," he said. "How about success?" Mies asked, a worried expression on her broad face. Rallick jerked his head in a nod. Then he left the inn. Anomander Rake was hiding something. Baruch was certain of it as he stared moodily into the fireplace. In his right hand was a goblet of goat's milk, and in his left a large fragment of Daru flatbread. Why had the Tiste Andii permitted the Imas to enter the barrow? He had asked that question already of the lord sitting beside him, but an answer didn't seem forthcoming. Instead, all the alchemist got from Rake was that irritating smugness. Baruch took a bite from the flatbread, the crack loud between them. Rake stretched out his legs and sighed. "An odd hour to dine," he said. "All my hours have been odd lately," Baruch said, around the bread. He drank a mouthful of milk. "I'd no idea that both the Shadow Lord and Opon had become involved in affairs," Rake said. Baruch felt the Lord's eyes on him, but he remained staring at the fire. "I had an intimation of Opon," he said, "but nothing definite." Rake snorted in reply. Baruch downed some more milk. "You hold your hunches close to your chest. I do the same." "This avails us nothing," Rake snapped. The alchemist turned in his chair to face the Tiste Andii. "Your ravens watched that woman and the Talan Imas enter the barrow. Do you still believe they will fail?" "Do you?" Rake retorted. "I seem to recall that was your position on the matter, Baruch. As far as I was and am concerned, I don't much care whether they succeed or not. Either way, there'll be a fight. I suspect you'd imagined there would be a way to avoid one. Obviously, your intelligence concerning the Malazan Empire is sorely lacking. Laseen knows only one thing, and that's force. She'll ignore power until it's unveiled, and then she'll hit you with everything at her disposal." "And you just wait for it to happen?" Baruch scowled. "That's how cities are destroyed. That's how thousands of people die. Does any of that matter to you, Anomander Rake? So long as you win in the end?" A tight smile played on the Lord's thin lips. "An accurate assessment, Baruch. In this case, however, Laseen wants Darujhistan intact. I mean to prevent that. But destroying the city to defy her would be too easy. I could have managed that weeks ago. No, I want Darujhistan to remain as it is, yet out of Laseen's reach. That, alchemist, is victory." His grey eyes were on Baruch. "I would not have sought an alliance with you otherwise." The alchemist frowned. "Unless you plan treachery." Rake was silent for a time, studying his hands clasped on his lap. "Baruch," he said softly, "as any commander of long standing knows, treachery breeds its own. Once committed, whether against an enemy or an ally, it becomes a legitimate choice for everyone in your command, from the lowest private seeking promotion to your personal aides, bodyguards, and officers. My people know of our alliance with you, alchemist. If I were to betray it, I would not long remain the lord of Moonspawn. And rightly so." Baruch smiled. "And who would challenge your power, Rake?" "Caladan Brood, for one," Rake replied immediately. "And then there's my 4 assassin mages. Even Solana, the dweller within the moon's caverns, might take it upon herself to exact judgment on me.
I can think of others, Baruch. Many others. So, fear holds you in check, son of darkness. Rake scowled. That title is held by those fools who think me worthy of worship. I dislike it, Baruch, and would not hear it again from you. Does fear hold me in check? No. As powerful as fear is, it is no match for what compels me. Duty. The Lord's eyes had shifted into a dun tone as they remained fixed on his hands, which he now turned palms up. You have a duty to your city, Baruch. It drives you, shapes you. I'm no stranger to such a thing. Within Moonspawn are the last of the Tiste Andii on this world. We are dying, alchemist. No cause seems great enough to return to my people the zest for life. I try, but inspiration has never been a great talent of mine. Even this Malazan Empire could not make us rise to defend ourselves, until we ran out of places to run to. We still die on this continent. Better that it be by the sword. He let his hand slip from his lap. Imagine your spirit dying while your body lives on. Not for 10 years, not for 50, but a body that lives on for 15, 20,000 years. Rake rose swiftly. He looked down upon a silent Baruch and smiled a smile that launched a dagger of pain into the alchemist's heart. Thus duty holds me, yet a duty that is in itself hollow. Is it enough to preserve the Tiste Andii? Simply preserve them? Do I raise Moonspawn into the heavens, where we live on, beyond any risk, any threat? What, then, will I be preserving? A history, a particular point of view. He shrugged. The history is done, Baruch, and the Tiste Andii point of view is one of disinterest, stoicism, and quiet, empty despair. Are these gifts to the world worthy of preservation? I think not. Baruch had no immediate response. What Anomander Rake had described was almost beyond comprehension, yet its anguished cry reached through to the alchemist. And yet, he said, here you are, allied with the Empire's victims. Do you stand alone in this, Anomander Rake? Do your people approve? They care not, Rake said. They accept my commands. They follow me. They serve Caladan Brood when I ask them to. And they die in the mud and forests of a land that is not their own, in a war not their own, for a people who are terrified of them. Baruch sat forward. Then why? Why do you do all this? A harsh laugh was Rake's response. After a moment, however, his bitter amusement fell away, and he said, Is an honourable cause worth anything these days? Does it matter that we've borrowed it? We fight as well as any man. We die alongside them. Mercenaries of the spirit. And even that is a coin we scarcely value. Why? It doesn't matter why. But we never betray our allies. I know you are worried that I did nothing to prevent the Talan Imas from entering the barrow. I believe the Jaghut tyrant will be freed, Baruch. But better now, with me here beside you, than at some other time, when the Jaghut has no one capable of opposing him. We'll take this legend and carve the life from it, alchemist, and never again will the threat haunt you. Baruch stared at the Tiste Andii. Are you certain that you'll be able to destroy the Jaghut? No,
But when it is finished with us, it will have been much reduced. Then it falls to others, to your cabal, in fact. There's no certainty in this, Baruch. That seems a fact particularly galling to you humans. You'd better learn to accept it. We may well be able to destroy the Jaghut tyrant, but even this will serve Laseen's plans. The alchemist was bemused. I don't understand. Rake grinned. When we are finished with it, we will have been much reduced, and then will come the powers of the Malazan Empire. So, you see, either way, she wins. If anything has her worried, it's your Torud cabal, Baruch. Of your abilities, she knows nothing, which is why her agents seek this Vorkan. The Guildmaster accepting the contract will solve the problem you represent. Yet, Baruch mused, there are other factors involved. Upon, Rake stated, that is a danger to everyone involved. Do you think Opon cares for a mortal city, for its people? It is the nexus of power that matters to Opon, the whirlwind where games get nasty. Will immortal blood be spilled? That's the question the gods are eager to have answered. Baruch stared down at his goblet of goat's milk. Well, at least we've avoided that so far. He took a sip. Wrong, Rake said. Forcing Shadowthrone out of the game marked the first spilling of immortal blood. Baruch almost choked on the milk. He set down the goblet and stared up at the Tiste Andii. Whose? 2 hounds died by my sword. Knocked Shadowthrone somewhat off balance, I believe. Baruch leaned back and closed his eyes. Then the stakes have risen, he said. As far as moon's spawn, alchemist. Rake returned to his chair and sat, once again stretching his legs out to the fire's warmth. Now, what more can you tell me about this Jaghut tyrant? I recall you said you wished to consult an authority. Baruch opened his eyes and tossed the flatbread into the fire. There's a problem there, Rake. I'm hoping you can help explain what's happened. Please, he said, rising. Follow me. Grunting, Rake climbed back to his feet. This night he had not worn his sword. To Baruch, the Lord's broad back looked incomplete, but he was thankful for the weapon's absence. He led Rake from the room and down the central stairs to the lower chambers. The first of these subterranean rooms held a narrow cot, and on the cot lay an old man. Baruch indicated him. As you see, he appears to be sleeping. He is named Mammoth. Rake raised an eyebrow. The historian. Also a high priest of Drek. That explains the cynicism in his writings, Rake said, grinning. The worm of autumn breeds an unhappy lot. Baruch was surprised that this Tiste Andii had read Mammoth's histories, but then why not? A life spanning 20,000 years necessitated hobbies, he supposed. So, Rake said, striding to the bed, this Mammoth sleeps a deep sleep. What triggered it? He crouched before the old man. Baruch joined him. That is the odd part. I admit to knowing little of earth magic. Driss is a warren I've never explored. I called on Mammoth, as I indicated to you, and upon his arrival, I asked him to tell me all he knew of the Jaghut tyrant and the barrow. He promptly sat down and closed his eyes. They've yet to open, and he's not uttered a single word since. Rake straightened. He took your request seriously, I see. What do you mean? As you guessed, he opened his Driss warren. He sought to answer your question by rather, shall we say, direct means. And now something's trapped him. He travelled by warren to the Jaghut tyrant's barrow? The old fool! Into a concentration of Telan sorcery, not to mention Jaghut Omto's Felak. On top of all that, a woman with an Otateral sword. Rake crossed his arms. He'll not come round until both the Talan Imas and the Otateral have left the barrow. And even then, if he's not quick, the awakening Jaghut might take him. A chill burgeoned in Baruch's bones. Take, as in possession? Rake nodded, his expression grim. A high priest is he. The Jaghut would find him very useful, not to mention the access Mammoth provides to Drek. Do you know, Baruch, if this tyrant's capable of enslaving a goddess? I don't know, Baruch whispered, sweat trickling down his round face as he stared at Mammoth's recumbent form. Decembre fend, he added. The old woman sitting on the tenement steps squinted at the late afternoon sky while she tamped dried italba leaves into her steatite pipe. On the wooden steps beside her was a small covered bronze brazier. Thin kindling sticks jutted from holes around the bowl. The old woman withdrew one and set it to her pipe, then tossed it into the street. The man walking down the opposite side of the street caught the signal and ran a hand through his hair. Circlebreaker felt near to panic. This taking to the streets was far too risky. Turban Or's hunters were close to him. He could feel it with dread certainty. Sooner or later, the councilman would recall his many meetings beneath Despot's barbican, and the guard who'd been stationed there every time. This brazen showing of himself compromised everything. He turned a corner, passing beyond the old woman's sight, and continued for 3 blocks until he came opposite the Phoenix Inn. 2 women lounged by the door, laughing at some joke between them. Circlebreaker tucked his thumbs into his sword belt and angled the scabbard out to the side. Its bronze-capped ends scraped against the stone wall beside him. Then he withdrew his hands and continued on his way toward lakefront. Well, it's done. All that remained for him was one final contact, possibly redundant, but he would follow the eel's orders. Things were coming to a head. He did not expect to live much longer, but he'd do what he must until that time. What more could be asked of him? At the entrance of the Phoenix Inn, Mies nudged Erilta. That's it, she muttered. You do the backup this time. Usual pattern. Erilta scowled, then nodded. Head off, then. Mies descended the steps and turned up the street. She reversed the route taken by Circlebreaker until she reached the tenement. She saw the old woman still sitting there, lazily watching passers-by. As Mies passed through her line of vision, the old woman removed the pipe from her mouth and tapped it against the heel of her shoe. Sparks rained onto the cobbles. That was the signal. Mies came to the corner of the block, then turned right and entered the alley running the building's length. A door opened for her a third of the way down, and she strode into a dimly lit room with an open door beyond. Someone hid behind the first door, but she did not acknowledge that someone's presence. She passed through the second, inner door, and found herself in a hallway. From there, it was a quick jog up the stairs. Apsalar, or Sorry, as she had been known before, hadn't been much impressed by her first sight of Darujhistan. For some reason, despite her excitement and anticipation, it had all seemed too familiar. Disappointed, Crocus had wasted no time in taking her to his uncle's home once they'd stabled Cole's horse. The journey to the city, and then through its crowded streets, had been for Crocus a continual storm of confusion. This woman seemed to have a knack for catching him off guard, and all he desired now was to throw her into someone else's lap and be done with it. Yet, if that was truly the case, why did he feel so miserable about it? Crocus left Mammoth's library and returned to the outer room. Moby chirped and stuck out its red tongue at him from Mammoth's desk. Ignoring the creature, Crocus stood before Apsalar, who had seated herself in the better of the two chairs. His chair, of course.
I don't understand. From the looks of it, he's been gone for a couple of days, at least. So? Is that so unusual?
Apsalar asked casually.
It is, he grumbled. Did you feed Moby, as I asked?
She nodded.
The grapes?
Yes. He placed his hands on his hips.
Strange. Maybe Rallick knows something about it. Who's Rallick?
An assassin friend, Crocus replied distractedly. Apsalar shot to her feet, her eyes wide.
What's wrong?
Crocus asked, stepping close. The girl looked positively terrified. He glared around, half expecting to see some demon rise out of the floor or the cupboard, but the room was unchanged. A little messier than usual, though. Moby's fault, he assumed.
I'm not sure,
she said, relaxing with an effort.
It was as if I was about to remember something, but it never came.
Oh, Crocus said. Well, we could. A knock sounded on the door. Crocus brightened, walking over to it. Oh, he probably lost his keys or something, he said.
It was unlocked,
Apsalar pointed out. Crocus opened the door.
Mies, what you—
Quiet, the big woman hissed, pushing past him and shutting the door. Her gaze fell on Apsalar and her eyes widened. Then she turned back to Crocus.
Good I found you, lad. You've seen no one since getting back?
Why, no. That's just it.
A stabler,
Apsalar said, frowning up at Mies.
Have we met?
She's lost her memory, Crocus explained. But yes, we stabled Cole's horse.
Why?
Mies demanded. Then as Crocus was about to elaborate, she went on,
Never mind. The stabler shouldn't prove a problem. Well, we're in luck.
Damn it, Mies, Crocus said. What's going on? She met his eyes.
That Darl guard you killed the other night. The one in the garden. They've got your name and description, lad. Don't ask me how. But the dolls are talking high gallows when you're caught.
The blood left Crocus's face. Then his head jerked to Apsalar. He opened his mouth, then shut it again. No, she truly didn't remember. But it must have been her. He collapsed into Mammoth's chair.
We've got to hide you, lad, Mies said. Both of you, I guess. But don't you worry, Crocus. Me and a realtor, we'll take care of you till something can be worked out.
I don't believe this, he whispered, staring at the wall opposite him.
She betrayed me. Damn her!
Mies looked questioningly at Apsalar, who said,
It's a guess, but I'd say a girl named Chalice.
Mies closed her eyes briefly.
Chalice Darl. The court's honey these days.
Compassion softened her face, and she looked down on Crocus.
Oh, lad, that's the way of it, then.
He jerked in the seat and glared up at her. It isn't any more. Mies grinned.
Right. For now,
she said, arms folded over her chest,
we just sit tight till night. Then it's the rooftops for us. Don't worry. We'll handle things, lad.
Apsalar rose.
My name's Apsalar, she said. Pleased to meet you, Mies. And thank you for helping Crocus. Apsalar, huh? Well,
her grin broadened.
Guess the rooftops will be no problem for you, then.
None, she replied, knowing somehow that she was right in this.
Good enough, Mies said. Now, how about we find something to drink?
Mies, Crocus asked, do you know where my uncle might have gone?
Can't help you there, lad. No idea.
She wasn't sure about the old woman on the steps, but the one immediately below, tucked into a shadowed niche and steadily watching the tenement building, that one would have to be taken care of. It seemed that this coin-bearer had protection. Serat was not unduly concerned. Next to her lord, Anomander Rake, she ranked the deadliest among the Tiste Andii of Moonspawn. Finding this boy servant of Opon's had not proved difficult. Once her lord had given her the necessary details, Opon's magical signature had been easy to find. It helped that she'd encountered it before, and from this very boy, on the rooftops 2 weeks past. Her agents had chased the coin-bearer that night, abandoning him once he'd entered the Phoenix Inn, but only at her command. If she suspected then what she now knew, Opon's presence would have ended that very night. Ill luck, Serat smiled to herself, taking a more comfortable position on the rooftop. They'd move at night, she suspected. As for the woman hiding below, she would have to be removed. Indeed, with a spell of blurring and enough in the way of shadows, she might as easily take the woman's place. There'd be no suspicion from the other woman then, the one presently inside with the coin-bearer. Serat nodded. Yes, that would be how she'd play it. But for now, she'd wait. Patience ever rewards. "Well," Murillo said as he scanned the crowd, "they're not here, which means they're with Mammoth." Cropper drew a deep breath of the sweaty, smoky air. "Ah, civilization. Cropper believes your assessment is accurate, friend. If so, then we might as well rest here drinking and supping for an hour or two." With that, he strode into the Phoenix Inn. A few old hands, seated at Cropper's table, gathered their tankards and pitcher and left, murmuring apologies and grinning among themselves. Cropper gave them a gracious nod and settled with a loud sigh into his usual chair. Murillo paused at the bar and spoke with Scurv. Then he joined Cropper. Brushing dust from his shirt, Murillo frowned distractedly at his road-weary condition. "I look forward to a bath," he said. "Apparently Scurv saw Ralik in here earlier, talking with some stranger. Since then, nobody's seen him." Cropper waved an uninterested hand. "Kind Salty arrives," he announced. A moment later, a pitcher of ale stood on the table. Cropper wiped his tankard with his silk handkerchief, then filled it with the foaming brew. "Weren't we supposed to report to Baruch?" Murillo asked, his eyes on his friend. "All in due time," Cropper said. "First, we must recover from our ordeals. What if Cropper were to lose his voice in very mid-sentence of said report? What would avail Baruch of that?" He raised his tankard and drank deep. Murillo drummed the fingers of one hand restlessly on the table, his eyes constantly scanning the crowd. Then he straightened in his seat. He filled his tankard. "So, now that you know what Ralik and I are up to," he said, "what do you plan to do about it?" Cropper's eyebrows lifted. "Cropper? Why, nothing but good, of course. Timely assistance and such. No need for blatant fretting, friend Murillo. By all means proceed as planned. Think of wise Cropper as no more than a kindly chaperone." "Hood's breath," Murillo groaned, eyes rolling. "We were doing fine without your help. The best thing you could do for us is stay out of our way. Don't get involved." "And abandon my friends to the fates? Nonsense." Murillo finished his ale and rose. "I'm going home," he said. "You can make the report to Baruch in a week's time for all I care. And when Ralik finds out you know all about our plans, well, Cropper, I'd hate to be in your boots." Cropper waved dismissively. "See Salty yon? Upon her tray is Cropper's supper. Ralik Nom's nasty daggers and nastier temper pale to insignificance before such repast as now approaches. Good night to you, then, Murillo, until the morrow." Murillo stared down at him, then grumbled, "Good night, Cropper." He left the bar through the kitchen door. As soon as he stepped into the back alley, a figure accosted him from across the way. Murillo frowned. "That you, Ralik?" "No," the shadowed figure said. "Fear me not, Murillo. I have a message to you from the eel. Call me Circlebreaker." The man strode closer. "The message concerns Councilman Turban Orr." Ralik moved from rooftop to rooftop in the darkness. The need for absolute silence slowed his hunt considerably. there'd be no conversation with Ocelot. Rallick expected he'd have but one shot at the man. If he missed his chance, his clan leader's sorcery would provide the deciding factor. Unless... Rallick paused and checked his pouch. Years back, the alchemist Baruch had rewarded him for work well done with a small bag of reddish dust. Baruch had explained its magic-deadening properties, but Rallick resisted placing his trust in the powder. Had its potency survived the years? Was it a match for Ocelot's powers? There was no telling. He crossed a high rooftop, skirting the edge of a dome. Off to his right and below was the city's eastern wall. The faint glow of Worrytown rose beyond it. The assassin suspected that Ocelot would await Cole's arrival at Worry Gate, hiding within crossbow range. Better to kill the man before he entered the city. This limited the possibilities considerably. Lines of sight were few, and Krall's Hill was the best of them. Still, Ocelot might well have used sorcery already, and lie hidden from mundane eyes. Rallick might stumble right over him. He reached the north side of the dome's skirt. Before him rose the Krull Temple. From the belfry, there'd be a clean shot just as Cole entered the gate. Rallick removed the pouch from his bag. Whatever the dust covered, Baruch had said, would be impervious to magic. More, it had an area effect. The assassin scowled. How much of an area? And did it wear off? Most importantly, Baruch had said, and Rallick remembered this clearly, do not let it touch your skin. Poison? He had asked. No, the alchemist had replied. The powder changes some people. There is no predicting such changes, however. Best not to take the chance, Rallick. Sweat trickled down his face. Finding Ocelot was already a slim chance. Cole's death would ruin everything, and more, it would strip from Rallick his last claim. To what? To humanity. The price of failure had become very high. Justice, he hissed angrily. It has to mean something. It has to. Rallick untied the pouch. He dipped into it and scraped out a handful of the powder. He rubbed it between his fingers. It felt like rust. That's it? He wondered. Maybe it had deteriorated. Shrugging, he began to massage it into his skin, starting with his face. What changes? He muttered. I don't feel any changes. Reaching under his clothing as much as was possible, Rallick used up the last of the powder. The pouch itself was stained on the inside. He turned it inside out, then stuffed it into his belt. Now, he grimaced, the hunt continues. Somewhere out there, an assassin waited, eyes fixed on Jamet's Worry Road. I'll find you, Ocelot, he whispered, his eyes fixed on Krall's belfry tower. And magic or no magic, you won't hear me. You won't even feel my breath on your neck until it's too late. I swear it. He began his ascent. Chapter 18. This blue city hides under its cloak, a hidden hand that holds like stone, a blade envenomed by the eight-limbed Paralt. The sting brings death in the span of grief that marks a final breath. So this hand defies sorcery's web and trembles the gossamer strand of a spider's deadly threat. This hand beneath the blue city's cloak drives home power's gentle balance. The Conspiracy. Blind Galan, born 1078. Sergeant Whiskeyjack strode to the bedside. "You're sure you're up to it?" he asked Kalam. The assassin, sitting with his back against the wall, glanced up from honing his long knives. "Not much choice, is there?" He returned to his sharpening. Whiskeyjack's expression was drawn and haggard from lack of sleep. He looked across the small room to where Quickben crouched in a corner. A fragment of bedroll was clutched in the wizard's hands, and his eyes were closed. At the table, Fiddler and Hedge had dismantled their massive arbalest.
They now sat cleaning and examining each piece. They were looking at a fight ahead of them. Whiskeyjack shared their conviction. Each hour that passed brought their many hunters that much closer. Of those, it was the Tiste Andii he feared the most. His squad was good, but not that good. By the window was Trots, leaning against the wall with his burly arms crossed, and against one wall slept Mallet, his snores loud in the room. The sergeant returned his attention to Kalam. "It's a long shot, isn't it?" The assassin nodded. "No reason for the man to keep showing himself. They got burned the last time." He shrugged. "I'll try the inn again. If anything, someone will mark me, and the guild will come. If I can get a word in before they kill me, there's a chance. It's not much, but it'll have to do." Whiskeyjack finished. "You've got tomorrow. If we draw a blank—" He looked over to Fiddler and Hedge and found their eyes on him. "We detonate the intersections, do damage, hurt them." The two saboteurs grinned their anticipation. Quickben's loud hiss of frustration brought everyone round. The wizard's eyes had opened. He tossed the torn cloth contemptuously onto the floor. "No, good sergeant," he said. "Can't find sorry anywhere." Kalam rumbled a curse and thrust his weapons into their scabbards. "So, what does that mean?" Whiskeyjack asked the wizard. "Most likely," Quickben said. "She's dead." He gestured at the cloth. "With that, there's no way the rope could hide from me, not while still possessing sorry." "Maybe once you told him you'd figured him out," Fiddler said. "He tossed in his coins and quit the game." Quickben made a face. "The rope isn't scared of us, Fiddler. Come back to Earth. If anything, he'd be coming down on us. Shadowthrone must have told him by now who I am, or, rather, who I once was. It's not the rope's business, but Shadowthrone might insist. Gods don't like being cheated, especially being cheated twice." He climbed to his feet and stretched the kinks from his back. He met Whiskeyjack's gaze. "I don't understand this, Sergeant. I'm stumped." "Do we abandon her?" Whiskeyjack asked. Quickben nodded. "Might as well." He paused, then stepped forward. "We were all wishing we were wrong about her," he said. "But what Sorry did had nothing to do with being human. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm glad of that." "I'd hate to think," Kalam said from the bed, "that evil was real, that it existed with a face as plain as the next man's. I know, Whiskeyjack, you've got your reasons for wanting it that way." Quickben moved closer to the sergeant, his gaze softening. "Keeps you sane every time you order somebody to die," he said. "We all know about that, Sergeant, and we'd be the last to suggest there's some other way that maybe you haven't thought of yet." "Well, I'm glad to hear it," Whiskeyjack growled. He surveyed everyone in the room, seeing that Mallet was awake and watching him. "Anybody else got something to say?" "I have," Fiddler said, then ducked at the sergeant's glower. "Well, you asked, didn't you?" "Out with it, then." Fiddler straightened in his chair and cleared his throat. Hedge poked him in the ribs as he was about to begin. After a menacing scowl, he tried again. "It's like this, Sergeant. We've seen a lot of our friends die, right? And maybe we didn't have to give the orders, so maybe you think it's easier for us. But I don't think so. You see, to us, those people were living, breathing. They were friends. When they die, it hurts. But you go around telling yourself that the only way to keep from going mad is to take all that away from them, so you don't have to think about it, so you don't have to feel anything when they die. But, damn, when you take away everybody else's humanity, you take away your own. And that'll drive you mad as sure as anything. It's that hurt we feel that makes us keep going, Sergeant. And maybe we're not getting anywhere, but at least we're not running away from anything." There was silence in the room. Then Hedge punched Fiddler in the arm. "I'll be damned. You've got a brain in there after all. I guess I've been wrong about you all these years." "Yeah, right," Fiddler said, rolling his eyes at Mallet. And who is it who's burned his hair off so many times he's got to wear some ugly leather cap all the time, eh?" Mallet laughed, but the tension remained, and everyone's gaze swung back to fix on their sergeant. Slowly, Whiskeyjack studied each man in his squad. He saw the caring in their eyes, the open offer to the friendship he had spent years suppressing. All that time pushing them away, pushing everyone away, and the stubborn bastards just kept on coming back. So, Sorry hadn't been human. His conviction that all she had done was within the possibilities of humanity now seemed to rest on uncertain ground. But it did not collapse. He had seen too much in his life. There'd be no sudden faith in his view of human history, no burgeoning optimism to chase away all the demonic memories of the horrors he had lived through. Still, there came a time when some denials lost their function, when the world's relentless battering at him made his foolishness obvious even to himself. He was, finally, and after all these years, among friends. That was a hard admission, and he realized he was already impatient with it. "All right," he growled. "Enough with the flapping lips. We've got work to do. Corporal?" "Sergeant," Kalam replied. "Get yourself ready. You've got the daylight hours to re-establish contact with the Assassin's Guild. Meanwhile, I want everyone else to lay out their weapons and give them a good cleaning. Repairs to armor. There'll be an inspection. And if I find a single damn thing I don't like, there'll be Hood's heel coming down. Understood?" "We hear you," Mallet said, grinning. Despite their slow pace, Cole's wound had opened half a dozen times since they'd begun the journey. He had found a way of sitting in his saddle, leaning to one side and taking most of the weight on his uninjured leg. And since this morning, the wound had yet to reopen. The awkward position brought pains and cramps to the rest of him, however. Baron knew a foul mood when he saw one. Though it was clear to both of them that a bond had formed between them, comfortable and unfettered by pretenses, they'd exchanged but scant words as the ravages of Cole's wound continued to take its toll. Cole's entire left leg, from the hip where the sword had done its damage down to the foot, was a uniform sun-darkened brown colour. Clots of drying blood gathered in the joints of his upper leg plates and knee guard. As the thigh swelled, they were forced to slice the leather padding beneath the plate. Succor had been denied them at the Catlin Bridge garrison, since the lone surgeon stationed there had been sleeping off one of his bad nights. Clean bandages had been donated, though, and it was these, already soaked through, that now covered the wound. There was little traffic on Jamet's Worry, despite the city's walls being within sight. The flood of refugees from the north had since ended, and those who would gather for the Gedaron festival had already done so. As they approached the edge of Worry Town, Cole raised himself from the semi-conscious state he had been in for the last few hours. His face was deathly white. "Is this Worry Gate?" he asked dully. "I believe so," Baron said, since they were on the road sharing that strange name. "Will we be permitted to pass within?" he asked. "Will the guards call for a surgeon?" Cole shook his head. "Take me on through. Phoenix Inn. Take me to the Phoenix Inn." His head sagged again. "Very well, Cole." He'd be surprised if the guards permitted it, and he'd need a story to tell them, though Cole had said nothing of how he had been wounded. "I hope," he muttered, "there's someone in this Phoenix Inn with a healer's touch." The man looked bad. Baron fixed his gaze on the city's gates. He'd already seen enough to understand why the Empress wanted it so avidly. "Darujhistan," he sighed. "My, but you are a wonder, aren't you?" Rallick nudged himself another inch upward. His limbs trembled with exhaustion. If not for the morning shadows on this side of the belfry, he'd have been spotted long ago. As it was, he would not remain hidden much longer. Taking the stairs would have been suicide in the darkness. Ocelot would have set alarms all along the way. The man was no fool at covering the approaches to his position. If he was up there, Rallick reminded himself. If not, Cole was in trouble. There was no telling if his friend had arrived at the gates yet, and the silence from the top of the belfry could mean anything. He paused to rest and glanced up. 10 feet to go, the most critical ones yet. He was so tired it was all he could do simply to retain the handholds. The silent approach was now beyond him. His only advantage lay in that Ocelot's concentration would be eastward, while he now climbed the west side of the tower. He drew some deep breaths, then reached for another handhold. Passers-by stopped to watch Perrin and Cole move slowly through Worrytown toward the gate. Ignoring them, and the questions they asked, the captain focused his attention on the 2 guards at the gate itself. They'd spotted him and Cole, and now stood waiting. Reaching the gate, Perrin motioned that they would pass through. One guard nodded, while the other walked alongside the captain's horse. "Your friend needs a surgeon," he said. "If you wait just inside, we can have one here in 5 minutes." Perrin refused the offer. "We need to find the Phoenix Inn. I'm from the north, never been here before. The man said the Phoenix Inn, so that's where I'm going to take him." The guard was dubious. "Be surprised if you'd make it that far, but if that's what you want, the least we can do is to give you an escort." As they emerged from the gate's shadow, the other guard cried out in surprise. Perrin held his breath as the man stepped close to Cole. "I know him," he said. "He's Cole Jamin, of House Jamin. I served under him. What happened?" "I thought Cole died a few years back," the other guard said. "Screw the writs," his companion snapped. "I know what I know, Vildron. This is Cole, all right." "He wants to go to the Phoenix Inn," Perrin told the man. "That's the last thing he said to me." The man nodded. "Let's do it right, though." He turned to the other guard. "I'll take the grief if there's any, Vildron. Get me the wagon. It's still hitched up from this morning, right?" The guard smiled up at Perrin. "Thanks for getting him here. Some of us in the city still got eyes. And damn what the highbrows whisper. We'll put him in the back of the wagon. Less jarring that way." Perrin relaxed. "Thanks, soldier." He looked past the man, eager to see what he could of the city now that the wall was behind him. Immediately before them rose a humped hill, its sides overgrown with weeds and gnarled trees. On its summit squatted a temple of some kind, abandoned long ago, from which a square-sided tower rose, capped by a bronze-tiled roof. As his eyes reached the belfry's open-sided platform, he saw a flash of movement. He squinted. Rallick raised his head cautiously over the platform's edge. He almost gasped aloud. The belfry was empty. Then he remembered Ocelot's sorcery. Holding his breath, he strained one last time with leaden arms, drawing himself flat onto the platform. As soon as he moved to gather in his feet, the barren stone of the platform shimmered, and he saw Ocelot lying before him, crossbow cocked, taking aim at something below. Rallick unsheathed his knives and moved all at once, but his exhaustion gave him away, his boots scuffing the stone. Ocelot spun onto his back, weapon swinging to fix on Rallick. The clan leader's face twisted into a mask of rage and fear. He wasted no time with words, and immediately released the quarrel set in his crossbow. Rallick tensed for the impact that he was certain would throw him across the platform and possibly over the edge. A flash of red before his chest blinded him momentarily, but no impact came. Blinking, Rallick looked down. The quarrel had vanished. The truth came to him in an instant. The quarrel had been magic, created by sorcery to fly unimpeded, but Baruch's rusty powder had worked. Even as this thought burst into his head, he propelled himself forward. Ocelot swore and dropped the crossbow. As he reached for his knife, Rallick landed on him. A loud grunt sounded from the clan leader, his eyes squeezing shut in pain. Rallick drove the dagger in his right hand against Ocelot's chest. The weapon scraped across mail beneath the cloth shirt. Damn! The man had learned something from that other night, and this was Rallick's own precaution, come to defy him now. The blade in his left hand he angled upward, under Ocelot's right arm.
The weapon's point cut into flesh, then continued on into the man's armpit. Rallick saw, inches from his face, the dagger's tip emerged from the cloth covering Ocelot's right shoulder, followed by a bloom of blood. He heard a knife skitter across the flagstones. Teeth bared, Ocelot snapped his left hand up to the back of Rallick's neck, finding his braid. He gave it a savage yank, twisting Rallick's head around. Then he tried to sink his teeth into Rallick's neck. Ocelot gasped as Rallick jammed a knee into his crotch. He tightened his hold on the braid again, this time near its knotted end. Rallick heard the snick of metal and attempted desperately to roll to his right. Wounded as Ocelot's right arm was, it struck his body with enough force to drive the wedged wristblade through the chain links and into his chest. A dull fire blossomed from the wound. Ocelot jerked the blade free, and still holding Rallick's braid, drew back for another stab. Rallick brought up his right arm, and, in a single sweeping motion, sliced through his braid. Freed, he pushed himself onto that side, withdrawing the knife in his left hand as he did so. Ocelot slashed wildly at his face, missing by inches. With all the remaining strength in his left arm, Rallick slammed his knife into Ocelot's stomach. Links snapped, and the blade sank to its hilt. The clan leader's body doubled up, curling around the embedded weapon. Gasping, Rallick lurched forward and hammered the other dagger into Ocelot's forehead. Rallick lay unmoving for a time, wondering at the absence of pain. The plan would fall to Murillo now. Coll would be avenged. Murillo could handle it. He had no choice. Ocelot's body seemed to grow heavier on him despite the blood leaking from it. "I'd always believed I was this man's match," he muttered. He pushed himself from the still twitching body and rolled onto his back in the center of the platform. He had hoped to see sky, to look one last time on its bright, depthless blue. Instead, he found himself looking at the underside of the belfry's roof, its ancient stone arch crowded with nesting bats. This detail fixed itself in his head as he felt the blood stream from his chest. He thought he could see beady eyes glittering down at him. After seeing no other sign of movement on the belfry, Perrin's gaze swung to the avenue on his left. Vildron approached, seated on a wagon drawn by 2 horses. The guard waiting beside Coll's horse said, "Give me a hand here, will you? Let's get the old man down." Perrin dismounted and hurried to help him. He glanced at Coll's face. Though still hunched on the saddle, he was unconscious. How much longer could he last? If that was me, Perrin realized, I'd be dead by now. "After all this," he growled, as they dragged Coll from the saddle, "you'd damn well better live." Groaning, Surratt rolled onto her back. The sun beat down hot against her eyelids as the scattered fragments of her memory gathered. The Tiste Andii had been about to make her move on the woman in the alley below. With that one dead, the coin-bearer's protectors would number but 1. And when they left the tenement block under cover of darkness, they'd walk right into the trap she'd set. The assassin mage opened her eyes to a mid-morning sun overhead. Her daggers, which she'd held in her hands as she crouched at the rooftop's edge, now lay on the pebbled surface beside her, neatly placed side by side. A thick, dull ache throbbed in the back of her skull. She probed the wound, wincing, then sat up. The world spun, then settled. Surratt was bewildered and angry. She had been blindsided, and whoever had done it was good enough to sneak up on a Tiste Andii assassin mage. And that was worrying, since they'd yet to meet such a match in Darujhistan, with the exception of those 2 claw on the night of the ambush. But if it had been the claw, she'd be dead now. Instead, the arrangements looked to have been designed more with embarrassment in mind than anything else. Leaving her here in broad daylight, weapons beside her, hinted of a subtle and cunning sense of humor. Opon? Possibly, though gods rarely acted so directly, preferring unwitting agents culled from among the mortal masses. One certainty rose from the mystery, however, and that was that she had lost her opportunity to kill the coin-bearer, at least for another day.
Next time, she vowed, as she climbed to her feet and accessed her corralled Ghislaine warren, her secret foes would find her ready for them. The air around her shimmered with sorcery. When it settled, Surratt was gone. Motes of dust drifted through the dead, hot air of the Phoenix Inn's attic. The slanting ceiling rose from 5 feet along the east wall to 7 feet along the west wall. Sunlight streamed in from windows at each end of the long and narrow room. Both Crocus and Absalar slept, though at opposite ends of the room. Sitting on a crate beside the trapdoor, Mies cleaned her nails with a sliver of wood. Leaving Mallet's tenement and making their way across the rooftops to this hiding place had proved an easy task. Too easy, in fact. Arilta reported that no one on the streets had followed them, and the rooftops themselves had been empty of life. It was as if a path free of obstruction had been made for them. More of the eel's brilliance at work? Mies grunted softly. Maybe. More likely Mies was putting too much weight on the instinctive unease that travelled like an elusive itch along her spine. Even now she felt hidden eyes upon them, and that, she told herself, glaring around the musty attic, was impossible. There came a soft knock at the trapdoor. The door swung up and Arilta appeared. "Mies!" she whispered loudly. "Breathing down your neck," Mies rumbled, tossing the wood sliver onto the oily floor. "Tell Scurv this place is afire, waiting to happen." Arilta grunted as she pulled herself into the room. She shut the trapdoor and wiped the dust from her hands. "Getting strange downstairs," she said. "City wagon rolls up, and off comes a guard and some other fellow carrying coal between them. The old fool's near dead from a sword cut. They put him in Cropper's room a floor down. Salty's run off to find a cutter. But it don't look good. Not good at all." Mies squinted in the dusty air, her gaze fixing on Crocus where he still slept. "What's the other one look like?" she asked. Arilta grinned. "Good enough for a roll on the mat, I'd say. Said he found Cole on Jamet's worry, bleeding all over the place. Cole woke up long enough to tell him to ride here. The guy's downstairs in the bar right now, eating enough for 3 men. Mies grunted. "Foreigner?" Arilta strode to the window facing the street. "Speaks Daru like he was born to it, but he'd said he'd come down from the north. Pale. Genabackis before that. He's got the soldier about him, I'd say." "Any word from the eel yet?" "We keep the lad here for now. And the girl? The same." Mies sighed loudly. "Crocus ain't gonna like being cooped up here." Arilta glared over at Crocus's sleeping form. Was the lad truly asleep? "No choice. Got word that there's a couple of guardsmen waiting at Mammoth's place. Too late, of course, but they've got damn clothes." Arilta rubbed dust from the window and leaned forward. "Sometimes I swear I see someone, or maybe something. Then I blink, and it's gone." "Know what you mean." Bones creaking, Mies pushed herself to her feet. "I think even the eel's beginning to sweat." She chuckled. "Life's heating up, friend. Rolling times ahead." Arilta nodded grimly. "Roll on, roll on." Captain Perrin refilled his tankard for the 3rd time. Was this what that Tiste Andii had meant about his luck turning? Since coming to this land, he had found 3 friends. Something wholly unexpected and new to him, precious, in fact. But the Tattersail he knew was dead, and in her place, a child. Tok was dead, and now it looked like Cole would join that list. He ran a finger through a pool of spilled beer on the table, creating a river leading to a crack between 2 planks, then watched as the beer drained down and out of sight. He felt a spreading wetness on his right shin, but ignored it as his eyes focused on the crack. The wood had been bolted down, joining the thick planks to an equally robust frame of legs. What had Rake said? Perrin rose and unclipped his sword belt. He laid it on the table, then withdrew chance. The few regulars in the bar fell silent and turned to watch him. Behind the counter, Scurv reached for his club. The captain noticed none of this. With the sword in his right hand, he set the point into the crack and brought the weapon vertical. Working it back and forth, he managed to drive it close to half its length between the planks. Then he sat down again and reached for his beer. Everyone relaxed and spoke among themselves in shared confusion. Perrin swallowed a mouthful of beer, frowning at chance. What had Rake said? When your luck turns, break the sword, or give it to your worst enemy. He doubted Opon would accept it, however, and that meant breaking it. The sword had been with him for a long time. He had used it in battle only once, and that had been against the Hound. Faintly he heard the words of one of his childhood tutors. The man's lined face rose into his thoughts to accompany the voice. Those whom the gods choose, 'tis said, they first separate from other mortals. By treachery, by stripping from you your spirit's lifeblood. The gods will take all your loved ones, one by one, to their death. And as you harden, as you become what they seek, the gods smile and nod. Each company you shun brings you closer to them. 'Tis the shaping of a tool, son, the prod and pull, and the final succor they offer you is to end your loneliness, the very isolation they helped you create. Never get noticed, boy. Had the shaping begun? Perrin scowled. Was he responsible for taking Cole's life? The mere brush of friendship between them, enough to seal the man's doom? Opon, he whispered, you've a lot to answer for, and answer for it you shall. He set down the tankard and rose. Then he reached for the sword. Climbing the steps of the Phoenix Inn, Kalam paused. Damn. There it was again, this feeling that unseen eyes were fixed on him. The sensation, born of his claw training, had struck him 4 times in quick succession since he'd come within sight of this bar. Heeding such warnings was what kept him alive, and yet he felt no malice in that unwanted attention. Rather, it had the feel of amused curiosity, as if whoever watched him knew full well who and what he was, yet seemed unconcerned. He shook himself, then entered the bar. As soon as he took his first step into the heavy, stagnant atmosphere, Kalam knew that something was wrong. He shut the door behind him, waited for his eyes to adjust to the gloom. He heard breathing, the light scuff of furniture and clank of tankards coming to rest on tabletops. So, there were people here. Then why the silence? As the grey confines of the bar grew defined, he saw that its denizens had turned their backs to him and were watching a man standing behind his table at the far end of the room. The lantern light reflected dully from a sword thrust through the table, and the man had closed one hand around its grip. He seemed oblivious to everyone else in the bar. Kalam took a half-dozen steps, coming to the near end of the counter. His dark eyes remained on the man with the sword, and a frown deepened the lines on his broad, flat forehead. The assassin stopped. Was it a trick of this damn light, he wondered? No, he said, startling the innkeeper behind the counter. It isn't. He pushed himself back from the counter, ran his eyes over the others in the chamber, all locals. He'd have to take the risk. A band of tension tightened around Kalam's neck and shoulders as he strode directly for the man, who looked to be but moments away from snapping his sword's blade. The assassin plucked an empty chair from a table in his path and slammed it down one-handed opposite the man. Startled eyes fixed on Kalam. Your God-given luck's holding, Captain, the assassin rumbled, in low, close tones. Sit down. His expression confused and frightened, Perrin released his grip on the weapon and sank back into his seat. Kalam followed suit and leaned forward over the table. What's all this drama, anyway? He asked in a whisper. The captain frowned. Who are you? Behind him, conversations resumed, loud with rattled nerves. Ain't you guessed? Kalam wagged his head. Corporal Kalam, 9th Squad, Bridgeburners. The last time I saw you, you was recovering from 2 fatal knife wounds."
Perrin's hands shot out and gripped Kalam's shirt. The assassin was too surprised to react, and the captain's words confused him all the more. "Is your squad's healer still alive, Corporal?"
"What? Alive? Yeah, sure, why not? What's—"
"Shut up!" Perrin snapped. "Just listen, soldier. Bring him here, now. No questions. I'm giving you a direct order, Corporal." He released his grip on the assassin's shirt. "Now move!" Kalam almost saluted, but caught himself in time.
"As you command, sir,"
he whispered. Perrin glared at the corporal's back until the man disappeared through the front door. Then he surged to his feet. "Innkeeper!" he called, stepping around the table. "The black man will be showing up in a few minutes with company. Send them up to Cole's room on the double, understood?" Scurv nodded. Perrin strode to the stairs. As he reached them, he glanced back at the sword. "And nobody touch that sword!" he ordered, swinging a glare across everyone in the room. Nobody seemed inclined to challenge him. With a sharp, satisfied nod, the captain ascended the stairs. On the first floor, he strode down the hallway to the last room on the right. He entered without knocking, to find Salty and a local surgeon sitting at the room's lone table. Cole's blanket-covered form lay unmoving on the bed. The surgeon rose.
"It's no good," he said in a thin, reedy voice. "The infection's too far along."
Perrin asked, "Is he still breathing?"
"Aye,"
the surgeon replied.
"But it won't be for much longer. If the wound had been further down on his leg, I might have been able to cut it off. Even then, I'm afraid the poison spread through all of him. I'm sorry, sir."
"Leave," Perrin snapped. The surgeon bowed and prepared to depart. "What do I owe you for the services?" the captain asked, remembering. The surgeon frowned over at Salty.
"Why, nothing, sir. I failed."
He left the room, shutting the door behind him. Salty joined the captain at the bedside. She wiped her face as she looked down on Cole, but said nothing. A few minutes later, she too left the room, unable to remain any longer. Perrin found a stool and pulled it over to the bed. He sat and leaned his forearms on his knees. He was not sure how long he sat there, staring down at the straw-littered floor, but the door slamming open behind him brought him to his feet. A bearded man stood in the doorway, his slate-grey eyes hard and cold. "Are you Mallet?" Perrin demanded. The man shook his head and strode inside. Behind him appeared Kalam and another man. The latter's gaze found Cole, and he walked quickly to the bed. "I'm Sergeant Whiskeyjack," the bearded man said quietly. "Pardon my directness, sir, but what in Hood's name are you doing here?" Ignoring the question, Perrin joined the healer. Mallet laid a hand over the crusted bandages. He glared up at the captain. "Can't you smell the rot? He's gone." Mallet frowned and leaned forward. "No, wait. Damn, I don't believe it." The healer took a spoon-shaped blade from his pouch and removed the bandages. Then he began to dig into the wound with the blade. "Shadunal's mercy! Someone stuffed this with herbs." He drove his fingers into the wound. Cole jerked and moaned. Mallet grinned. "Ah, that got you going, did it? Good." He probed deeper. "This cuts halfway through the bone," he breathed in amazement. "Those damn herbs have poisoned his marrow. Who the hell treated this?" he asked, looking accusingly at Perrin. "I don't know," Perrin said. "All right," Mallet said, removing his hand and wiping it on the blankets. "Move back, everybody. Give me some room. A minute later, Captain, and this man would have been striding through Hood's gate." He pressed his hand down on Cole's chest and closed his eyes. "And be glad I'm as good as I am. Now, Captain?" Perrin walked over to the table and motioned for the sergeant to join him. "First, has Adjunct Lorne contacted you yet?" Whiskeyjack's blank look was sufficient answer. "Good. I'm in time, then." Perrin glanced up at Kalam, who had stationed himself behind the sergeant. "You've been set up. The plan was to take the city, yes, but also to make certain you were all killed in the process." Whiskeyjack held up a hand. "A moment, sir.
You and Tattersail worked this out? Baron closed his eyes briefly. She's dead. Chasing Hairlock out on the Rivi Plain. Tayshran got to her. It was also her intent to find you and tell you all that I'm telling you. I'm afraid I won't be her equal as your ally once the adjunct shows up, but at least I can prepare you somewhat. Kalam spoke. I don't like the idea of Opon's pawn supposedly helping us. Perrin nodded. I have it on good authority that I'm not Opon's. That sword downstairs is, though. Your squad wizard should be able to confirm this. The adjunct's plan? Whiskeyjack reminded him, the fingers of one hand tapping slowly on the tabletop. She'll have no trouble finding you. She has a talent in that area. But I fear she's not the major threat. There's a Talane mass with her. Maybe her mission is simply to lead him to you, then he'll handle the rest. Kalam cursed and began pacing behind the sergeant's chair. Whiskeyjack reached a decision. The satchel, Corporal. The assassin frowned, then picked up the sergeant's standard-issue supply satchel left beside the door. He returned and set it down on the tabletop. Whiskeyjack released the straps and pulled out an object wrapped in burgundy silk. He removed the cloth, revealing twin yellowed bones of a human forearm. The elbow ends ball joints were bound together with verdigrised copper wire. The wrist ends were wrapped as well, but as a misshapen knife grip, beyond which jutted a serrated blade. What is it? The captain asked. I've never seen its like before. Be surprised if you had, Whiskeyjack said. Back in the days of the Emperor, the inner ring of military commanders each possessed one of these, the booty of a looted Kachain Chamala tomb. He grasped the bones with both hands. It was the source of much of our success, Captain. He rose and drove the point into the table. A flash of white light erupted from the bones, then contracted to a swirl spinning thread-like between them. Perrin heard a voice he knew. I was getting worried, Whiskeyjack, High-Fist Dujek growled. Unavoidable, the sergeant replied, frowning at Perrin. We've had little to report, until now. But I need to know the situation in Pale, High-Fist. You want an update before you spill the bad news, huh? Fair enough, Dujek said. Tayshran's stumbling in circles. He was last happy when Beladan was killed along with Tattersail. 2 more of the old guard gone in one fell swoop. Since then, all he's got is questions. What game is Opon playing? Was there truly a clash between the Knight of Darkness and Shadow Throne? Did a soul-shifted puppet kidnap, torture, then murder a Claw officer in Nathilog? And what truths were revealed by the poor man? We were not aware that Hairlock had done that, High-Fist. I believe you, Whiskeyjack. In any case, enough of the Empress's plans have been discovered, and indeed, she seems convinced that the dismantling of my army will pull me back under her wing, in time to saddle me with the command of the 7 cities' garrisons and put a bloody stop to the rebellion that's brewing. She's seriously miscalculated there. If only she'd paid attention to Tok the Younger's reports. Well, Laseen's intentions now seem to be riding on Ajak Lawn and Onos Tulan. They've reached the Jagat Barrow, Whiskeyjack. Mallet joined them and met Kalam's stunned gaze. Clearly, even they had no idea that their sergeant was so well informed. Suspicion dawned in the assassin's eyes, and Perrin nodded to himself. It was happening, after all. Dujek continued. The Maranth Black are ready to march, but it's only for show and to get them out of the city. So, what are we looking at, friend? The balance of the world is with you in Darujhistan. If Lorne and Onos Tulan succeed in unleashing the tyrant on the city, you can be certain that you and your squad are intended to be on the casualty list. Closer to home, here's what you want. We're ready to move. Tayshran himself will trigger events when he announces the disbanding of the Bridgeburners. The blind idiot. Now, I'm waiting. High-Fist, Whiskeyjack began. Captain Perrin's made it. He's sitting across from me right now. His story is that Opon's working through his sword, not him. He met the captain's eyes. I believe him. Dujek spoke. Captain? Yes, High-Fist. Was Tok any help? Perrin winced. He gave his life for this, High Fist. The puppet hairlock ambushed us. Tossed talk into a rent or something. There was silence. Then Dujek said, his voice hoarse, "I'm sorry to hear that, Captain. More than you know. His father... Well, enough of that. Go on, Whiskeyjack." "No success yet in contacting the local Assassins' Guild, High Fist. We've mined the intersections, though. I'll be explaining everything to my men tonight. The question remains what to do about Captain Perrin." "Understood," Dujek replied. "Captain Perrin?" "Sir?" "Have you come to any conclusions?" Perrin glanced at Whiskeyjack. "Yes, sir. I think so." "So? What choice will you make, Captain?" He ran a hand through his hair and leaned back in the chair. "High Fist," he said slowly, "Taishran killed Tattersail." And failed, but that is a secret I will keep to myself, he thought. The adjunct's plan including betraying her word to me, and probably killing me in the process. But, I admit, that's secondary to what Taishran did. Looking up, he met Whiskeyjack's steady gaze. "Tattersail took care of me, and I her after that hound. He hesitated. It meant something, High Fist." He straightened. "So, I gather you intend to defy the Empress. But what then? Do we challenge the Empire's 100 legions with 10,000 men? Do we proclaim an independent kingdom and wait for Laseen to make an example of us? I need more details, High Fist, before I decide whether I join you. Because, sir, I want vengeance." Dujek responded. "The Empress loses Genabackis, Captain. We've got the support for that. By the time the Malazan Marines arrive to reinforce the campaign, it'll already be over. The Crimson Guard won't even let them disembark. Expect Nathilog to rise up and Genabackis to follow. The Moranth Alliance is about to lose its punch, though I'm afraid I can't give you the details on that. My plans, Captain? They might not make sense, because I don't have time to explain. But we're readying ourselves to take on a new player in the game. Someone completely outside all of this. And that someone is damn nasty. He's called the Panian Seer, who even now prepares his armies for a holy war. You want vengeance? Leave Taishran to enemies closer to home. As for Lorne, she's all yours, if you can manage it. I can't offer you anything more, Captain. You can say no. Nobody will kill you for that." Perrin stared at his hands. "I want to know when High Mage Taishran gets what he deserves." "Agreed." "Very well, High Fist. As far as this present situation is concerned, however, I'd rather Sergeant Whiskeyjack remained in command." Dujek asked, a grin in his voice. "Whiskeyjack?" "Accepted," the sergeant answered. He smiled at Perrin. "Welcome aboard, Captain." "Enough?" Dujek asked. "We'll speak again after it's all done," Whiskeyjack said. "Until then, High Fist, success." "Success, Whiskeyjack." The threads of light faded. As soon as they were gone, Kalam rounded on his sergeant. "You old bastard! Fiddler told me Dujek wouldn't hear any talk of revolt. Not only that, the High Fist told you to walk after this mission." Whiskeyjack shrugged, removing the strange contraption from the table. "Things change, Corporal. When Dujek got the adjunct's word on next year's reinforcements, it became obvious that someone was ensuring that the Genabackis campaign would end in disaster. Now, even Dujek won't tolerate that. Obviously, plans would have to be revised." He faced Perrin, his eyes hardening. "I'm sorry, Captain, but Lorne has to live." "But the High Fist..." Whiskeyjack shook his head. "She's on her way into the city, assuming that she and the IMAS succeed in freeing the Jaghut. The tyrant will need a reason to come to Darujhistan, and we can only assume that somehow Lorne will be that reason. She will find us, Captain. Once that happens, we'll decide what's to be done with her, depending on what she tells us. If you challenge her openly, she will kill you. If necessary, she will have to die. but her demise will be subtle. Do you have any problems with any of this?" Perrin released a long breath. "Can you at least explain why you went ahead and mined the city?" "In a moment," Whiskeyjack said, rising. "First," he said, "who's the wounded man?" "Not wounded any more," Mallet said, grinning at Perrin. "Just sleeping." Perrin also rose. "In that case, I'll also explain everything. Just let me go downstairs and retrieve my sword." At the door he paused and turned to Whiskeyjack. "One more thing. Where's your recruit Sorry?" Kalam answered. "Missing. We know what she is, Captain. Do you?" "Yes. But she may not be what she once was," he thought, assuming Shadowthrone didn't lie. He thought to relate that part of his story, then dismissed the notion. He couldn't be sure, after all. Better to wait and see. The burial chamber proved to be a small, nondescript beehive tomb, the low dome constructed of roughly dressed stones. The passageway leading to it was narrow and less than 4 feet high, sloping slightly downward. The chamber's floor was of packed earth, and in its center rose a circular wall of stones, capped by a single massive lintel stone. Frost-crusted objects lay on this flat surface. Tool swung to the adjunct. "The object you seek is called a finest. Within it is stored the Jaggat tyrant's powers. It is perhaps best described as a self-contained Omto's Felak warren. He will discover it is missing once fully awakened, and will unerringly hunt it down." Lorne blew on her numb hands, then slowly approached the lintel stone. "And while it's in my possession?" she asked. "Your Otateral's sword will deaden its aura. Not completely. The finest should not remain in your hands for long, adjunct." She scanned the objects scattered on the stone surface. The Imass joined her. Lorne picked up a scabbarded knife, then discarded it. In this, Tool could not help her. She had to rely upon her own senses, honed by the strange, unpredictable effects of the Otateral. A mirror set in an antler caught her eye. The mica surface was latticed in a web of frost, yet it seemed to glimmer with a light of its own. She reached for it, then hesitated. Beside it, almost lost among the crystalline frost, was a small, round object. It lay upon a flap of hide. Lorne frowned, then picked it up. As its ice coating melted, she saw that it was not perfectly round. She polished the blackened surface and studied it closely. "I believe it is an acorn," Tool said. Lorne nodded. "And it's the finest." Her gaze fell to the capped mound of rocks. "What an odd choice." The Imass shrugged in a clatter of bones. "The Jaghat are odd people." "Tool, they weren't very warlike, were they? I mean, before your kind sought to destroy them." The Imass was slow to reply. "Even then," he said at last, "the key lay in making them angry. For then they destroyed indiscriminately, including their own." Lorne shut her eyes briefly. She pocketed the finest. "Let's get out of here." "Yes, adjunct. Even now, the Jaghat tyrant stirs." Chapter 19. But someone died here, alas. Who drinks of this now and then and stirs the ashes of thine own pyre? Maker of paths, you were never so thirsty in youth. Old Temple, Seven Store, born 1022. "This isn't right, Mies," Crocus said, as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. "We can't just hide in here forever." Apsalar said from the window, "It's almost dark." Mies crouched once again to check the trapdoor's lock.
"We're moving you again, after the 12th bell. Arilta's down below, getting details."
"Who's giving these orders?" Crocus demanded. "Have you found Uncle Mammoth yet?"
"Relax, lad." Mies straightened. "No, we ain't found your uncle, and the orders come from your protectors. I won't answer any questions about who they are, Crocus, so save your breath."
Apsalar shifted position by the window to take in Mies.
"Your friend's been a long time," she said. "Do you think something's happened?"
Mies looked away. This girl was sharp. Of course, Mies had known that the first time they'd met, and old Chert had found out the hard way.
"Not sure," she admitted. She bent to unlock the trapdoor. "You both stay put," she ordered, glaring at Crocus. "I ain't going to be happy if you do something stupid, understand?"
The boy looked glum, his arms crossed. He watched as Mies opened the trapdoor and climbed down the ladder.
"Close this up after me," she said from below, "and lock it. Wait to hear from either me or Arilta. Got it?"
"Yes." Crocus strode to the square hole in the floor and stared down at Mies. "We got it," he said, grasping the door and swinging it shut. Then he locked it.
"Crocus," Apsalar asked, "why did you kill a guard?"
This was their first time alone since entering the city. Crocus glanced away. "It was an accident. I don't want to talk about it." He crossed the room to the back window.
"All these people trying to protect me," he said, "makes me uneasy. There's more going on than just an order for my arrest. Hood's breath, the Thieves' Guild takes care of such things. That's why they get 10% of every job I do. No, none of it makes sense, Apsalar. And," he said as he unlatched the window, "I'm sick of everybody telling me what to do."
She came to his side.
"Are we leaving then?" "Damn right. It's already dusk, so we'll take the rooftops."
He pulled and the window swung inward.
"Where?"
Crocus grinned.
"I've got a great hiding place in mind. Nobody will find us, not even my protectors. Once there, I can do what I want."
Apsalar's brown eyes searched his face.
"What do you want to do?"
she asked softly. He looked away, concentrating on propping up the window. "I want to talk to Shalise Dahl," he said, face to face.
"She betrayed you, didn't she? Never mind that. Are you staying here?" "No," she said, surprised. "I'm coming with you, Crocus."
The power of her warren bristled on her body. Surratt scanned the area one more time, still seeing and sensing nothing. She was certain she was alone. The Tiste Andii tensed as the window in the attic beneath her creaked inward on rusty hinges. Knowing herself to be invisible, she leaned forward. The lad's head popped out. He glanced at the alley below, the opposite rooftops, and those to either side. Then he looked up. His gaze passed right through Surratt, and she smiled. It hadn't taken long to find him again. His only company, she could sense, was a young woman whose aura was harmless, astonishingly innocent. The other two women no longer occupied the attic. Excellent. It would be that much easier. She stepped back as the coin-bearer climbed through the window. A moment later, he scrambled onto the sloping rooftop. Surratt decided that she would waste no time. Even as the coin-bearer pushed himself to his feet, she sprang forward. Her charge met an invisible hand driving into her chest with bone-jarring force. It pushed her back through the air, giving a final shove that sent her cartwheeling beyond the roof's edge. Her spells of invisibility and flight remained with her, even when she rebounded off a brick chimney, dazed and drifting. Apsalar appeared on the roof's edge. Crocus crouched before her, daggers in hand, and glaring all around him.
"What's wrong?"
she whispered, frightened. Slowly, Crocus relaxed and turned a ruthful grin her way. "Just nerves," he said. "Thought I saw something. Felt a wind. Looked like... Well, never mind." He looked around again. "There's nothing here. Come on, then."
"Where's this new hiding place of yours?"
Apsalar asked as she gained the rooftop. He faced east, and pointed to the shadowed hills rising on the other side of the wall. "Up there," he said, "right under their very noses." Murillo clasped on his sword belt. The longer he waited for Rallick to arrive, the more certain he was that Ocelot had killed his friend. The only question that remained was whether Coll still lived. Maybe Rallick had done enough, wounded Ocelot sufficiently to prevent the clan master from completing the contract. "I can hope, anyway," he thought. They'd know at the Phoenix Inn, and each minute that passed made his Spartan room seem smaller, more cramped. If Coll lived, Murillo vowed to attempt Rallick's role in the plan. He checked his rapier. It had been years since his last duel, and Turban Ore was said to be the city's best. His chances looked poor. He collected his cape and fastened the collar around his neck. And who was this circle breaker, with all the devastating news? How did this eel justify involving himself or herself in their schemes? Murillo's eyes narrowed. Was it possible? That little round runt of a man? He pulled on his doeskin gloves, muttering under his breath. A scrape at the door caught his attention. A heavy sigh of relief escaped him. "Rallick, you old bastard!" he said, as he opened the door. For an instant he thought the hallway empty. Then his gaze fell to the floor. The assassin lay there, his clothing soaked through with blood, looking up at him with a weak grin. "Sorry I'm late," he said. "My legs keep giving out." Cursing, Murillo helped Rallick into the room and onto the bed. He returned to the door, checked the hallway, then shut and set the lock. Rallick pushed himself upright against the headboard. "Or offered a contract on Coll." I know," Murillo said as he approached. He knelt beside the bed. "Let's see to your wound." "I need to take off my armor first," Rallick said. "Ocelot stuck me one. Then I killed him. Coll's still alive, as far as I know. What day is this?" "The same day," Murillo said, as he helped his friend remove his mail hauberk. "We're still on schedule, though from all this blood it looks like you won't be dueling Ore at Simtar's fate. I'll handle that." "Stupid idea," Rallick groaned. "You'll just get killed, and Turban Ore will walk away, still Lady Simtal's backer, and still powerful enough to prevent Coll's claim to rights." Murillo made no reply to that. He peeled back the leather padding to expose the wound. "What's with all this blood on you?" he demanded. "There's nothing here but a week-old scar." "Huh?" Rallick probed the place where Ocelot's wristblade had stabbed him. It felt mildly tender, itchy at the edges. "I'll be damned," he muttered. "Anyway, get me a washcloth, so I can clean all this rust off." Murillo sat back on his haunches, clearly confused. "What rust?" "The stuff on my face," Rallick said, scowling at his friend. Murillo leaned close. "Baruch's magic deadening powder," the assassin snapped. "How the hell do you think I managed to kill Ocelot?" "Your face is clean, Rallick," Murillo said. "You're welcome to the washcloth. We'll get all that dried blood off you in any case." "Give me a mirror first," Rallick said. Murillo found one and stood watching Rallick study his own pallid reflection, which bore a deep frown. He observed dryly. "Well, that expression confirms it for me." "Confirms what?" the assassin asked in a dangerous tone. "That you're you, Rallick." Murillo squared his shoulders. "Rest here for a while. You've lost a lot of blood. I'm off to find the eel and tell him a thing or two." "You know who the eel is?" He strode to the door. "I've got a hunch. If you can walk, try locking this door behind me, will you?" Crupper mopped his brow with his limp, sodden handkerchief. "Crupper has uttered every single detail at least 1,000 times, Master Baruch," he complained. "Will this ordeal never end? Look at yon window. A whole day in Crupper's life has passed." The alchemist sat frowning down at his slippers, occasionally wiggling his toes as the minutes passed. It was as if he had forgotten Crupper's presence in the room, and it had been this way for the past hour,
no matter how much Crupper talked.
"Master Baruch," Crupper tried again, "may your loyal servant leave? He's not yet recovered from his horrific journey in the eastern wastelands. Simple fare of roast mutton, potatoes, fried onions and carrots, mussels in garlic butter, dates, cheese, smoked slipper minnows, and a carafe of wine now occupies Crupper's mind to the exclusion of all else. Such as he has been reduced, his world contracting apace with his stomach."
Baruch spoke. "For the past year," he said slowly, "an agent of the Eels, known to me as Circle Breaker, has been providing me with vital information regarding the city council." Crupper's mouth shut with an audible click. "It lies within my powers, of course, to identify this Circle Breaker at my leisure. I have a score of missives written in his own hand. The parchment alone suffices." Baruch's eyes lifted to fix on the mantelpiece. "I am considering doing so," he said. "I must speak with this eel. We've reached a critical juncture in the life of Darujhistan, and I must know the eel's purposes. We could work in close alliance, sharing all we know, and perhaps we can save the life of this city. Perhaps." Crupper cleared his throat and wiped his brow again. He carefully folded the handkerchief on his lap, then stuffed it into a sleeve.
"If you wish to convey such a message," he said quietly, "Crupper can oblige, Master Baruch."
Baruch's gaze dropped calmly to Crupper. "Thank you. How soon the reply?"
"By this evening,"
Crupper said. "Excellent. I admit to resisting my own decision to compromise this Circle Breaker. The means you offer seem the best. You may go now, Crupper." Crupper's head bobbed. He rose.
"Until tonight, then, Master Baruch."
Carl slept while the men in the room continued their discussion. Mallet said that the man might well sleep for days, Hood's gate having been as close as it was. Perrin felt frustrated. Something was missing from Whiskeyjack's explanations. The saboteurs had gone ahead with planting the mines, and even now it was Whiskeyjack's plan to detonate them. More, the efforts to contact the Assassins' Guild remained with the purpose of offering a contract on Darujhistan's true rulers. These facts hardly complemented this idea of a full-scale, continent-wide revolt. If anything, wouldn't Dujek be seeking local alliances? As the sergeant went on, more and more of what the man said gathered in the captain's mind, and he sensed a pattern emerging. He broke his hour-long silence and addressed Whiskeyjack. "You still intend to cripple Darujhistan, and I keep thinking about that, and now I think I've worked out why." He studied Whiskeyjack's blank expression. "What you seek is to crack this city wide open. Chaos in the streets, a headless government. Everybody who matters shows up and they kill each other. What does that leave?" Perrin leaned forward, his eyes hard. "Dujek's got an army 10,000 strong, about to become outlaws of the Empire. Maintaining 10,000 soldiers is an expensive business. Housing them is even tougher. Dujek knows Pale's days are numbered, Caladan broods on the march down the Rivi Plain right now, and the Moranth about to pull out of the Alliance, maybe make a move of their own. Tayshran's in Pale. Maybe old One Arm can handle him, maybe not. How am I so far, Sergeant?" Whiskeyjack glanced over at Kalam, then shrugged. "Go on," he said to Perrin. "Darujistan's filled with panic. No one knows anything. In marches Dujek, rebel army at his heels. He'll set things aright. Wealth beyond measure falls into his lap, and he'll need all of it if he's to oppose what the Empress sends after him. So, the city gets conquered after all. Fancy that." He sat back. "Not bad," Whiskeyjack admitted, grinning at the surprise on the faces of Mallet and Kalam. "With one piece missing. Something," he eyed Perrin, "that might relieve the captain's sense of betrayal, if not his outrage." Perrin's smile was cold. "Surprise me." "All right, Captain. We don't give a damn if the Empress wants to come after us. She won't have much to do with it, since Seven Cities is days away from reclaiming its independence.
It's coming down, Captain, on all sides. So why do we maintain our army? Look to the south. Something's growing there. So ugly it makes the Imass look like kittens. When I say we're in trouble, I don't mean just Genabackis. I mean the world. We're all in for a fight, Captain, and that's why we need Darujhistan. What's to the south? Perrin asked skeptically. Kalam answered, his words a breath of fear. The Panyan Seer. So the rumours are true then. The Seer has proclaimed a holy war. The genocide's begun. Whiskeyjack got to his feet. Explain it to the man, he said to Kalam. That guild still needs contacting, if possible. Who knows? We've made a show of ourselves at this bar. Might be what's needed, though. He looked to Perrin. Captain, I don't think Adjunct Lorne should know you're alive. Do you? No. Can you stay here until I call for you? Perrin glanced at Kalam, then nodded. Good. Mallet, let's move. We've lost at least 2 days, Lorne pronounced, thankful for the day's lingering heat. These are thirsty horses. Toole stood near the shadowed barrow marker, watching the adjunct ready her horses for the journey into Darujhistan. How fares your wound, adjunct? He asked. Mostly healed, she replied. Otaterol has that effect on me. My task is finished, the Imass said. If it becomes your desire to accompany me after you have completed your mission, I will be found here for the next 10 days. I wish to observe this Jaghut tyrant, though it will not see me, nor will I interfere. My thoughts of success are with you, adjunct. Lorne climbed onto her horse and stared down at the Imass. Farewell in your search, O Nostulan. That name is past. I am now Toole. She grinned, then gathered the reins and kicked her mount forward, the pack-horse trailing on its lead. Once the Finnist was out of her hands, she would focus her talents on discovering this coin-bearer. Until now, she had not allowed herself to think about Opon. She had had too many other, more immediate concerns, like Sorry. A strong sense of regret filled her at the loss of Captain Perrin. That man would have made her task much easier, possibly even enjoyable. Though he'd been a dour man, getting grimmer by the minute, she had to admit that she had been attracted to him. There might have been something there. Well, she sighed as she urged her horse up a hillside, dying's never in anybody's plans. Toole's estimation gave her 2 days at the most. Then the Jaghut would be fully awake and free of the barrow. The Finnist would have to be securely in place long before then. She looked forward to her meeting with Sorry, and instinctively brushed a hand against her sword's pommel. To kill a servant of the shadow, perhaps the rope himself. The Empress's pleasure at that would be immense. She realized that the doubts that had plagued her, borne on those dark winds of knowledge, now lay quiescent. An effect of her time in the barrow? More likely this acorn in her pocket. Or perhaps she had moved unconsciously beyond them. When the time for action comes, all doubts must be discarded. An old claw tenet. She knew herself well, and she knew how to control all that was within her. Years of training, discipline, loyalty and duty. The virtues of a soldier. She was ready for the mission, and with this realization, the weight on her shoulders vanished. She urged her mount into a gallop. Crocus craned his head and squinted into the darkness above. Right to the top, he said. We can see the whole city from there. Absalar eyed the stairs dubiously. It's awfully dark, she said. Are you sure this tower is abandoned? I mean, my father told me stories about ghosts, undead monsters, and they always lived in ruined places. She looked around with wide eyes. Places just like this one. Crocus groaned. The god Krul's been dead for thousands of years, he said. Besides, no one ever comes here. So what would all those monsters do with all that spare time? What would they eat? Tell me that. Stupid stories. He walked to the foot of the spiral staircase. Come on, the view's worth it. She watched Crocus climb upward and hurried to follow before he disappeared from sight. What at first seemed to be impenetrable darkness slowly faded to grey, and Apsalar was surprised to find herself able to discern even the minutest details. The first thing she noticed were the soot-stained paintings on the wall to their left. Each stone panel was as wide as a single step, rising 6 feet in a jagged procession that mimicked the stairs. "Crocus," she whispered, "there's a story painted on this wall." Crocus snorted. "Don't be ridiculous. You can't even see your hand in front of your face in here." "I can't," she thought. He continued. "Wait till you get up top. Those clouds we saw should have cleared the moon by now." "There's something wet on these steps," Apsalar said. "Run off from up top," he explained, exasperated. "No, it isn't," she insisted. "It's thick and sticky." Crocus stopped above her. "Look, will you be quiet for a minute? We're almost there." They emerged onto a platform bathed in the moon's silver glow. Near one of the low walls, Crocus saw a heap of cloth. "What's that?" he wondered. "Looks like somebody's been camping up here." Apsalar stifled a gasp. "That's a dead man." "What?" Crocus hissed. "Not another one!" He rushed to the huddled figure and crouched beside it. "Blessed Mary! Somebody stabbed him in the head!" "There's a crossbow over here." He grunted. "An assassin. I saw one just like this killed here last week. There's an assassin war going on, just like I told Cropper and Murillo." "Look at the moon," Apsalar breathed from the far side of the platform. Crocus shivered. She was still a cold one, at times. "Which one?" he asked, rising. "The shining one, of course." Feeling contrary, Crocus studied moonspawn instead. A faint reddish glow suffused it, something he'd not seen before. A worm of fear squirmed in his stomach. Then his eyes widened. 5 massive winged shapes seemed to sweep down the moon's face, angling northeast. He blinked, and they were gone. "Do you see its oceans?" Apsalar asked. "What?" He turned. "Its oceans. Gralin's Sea. That's the big one. The lord of the deep waters living there is named Gralin. He tends vast, beautiful underwater gardens. Gralin will come down to us one day, to our world, and he'll gather his chosen and take them to his world. And we'll live in those gardens, warmed by the deep fires, and our children will swim like dolphins, and we'll be happy, since there won't be any more wars, and no empires, and no swords and shields. Oh, Crocus, it'll be wonderful, won't it?" Her profile was in silhouette. He stared at her. "Of course," he said quietly. "Why not?" And then that question repeated itself in his head for an entirely different reason. Why not? Book 7. The Fate. The flaying of Fanda, she-wolf of winter, marks the dawn of Gedaron. The priestesses race down the streets, strips of wolf fur streaming from their hands. Banners are unfurled. The noises and smells of the market rise into the morning air. Masks are donned. The citizens discard the year's worries and dance across the day into night. The Lady of Spring is born anew. It is as if the gods themselves pause their breath. Faces of Darujhistan. Maskral Jemri, born 1101. Chapter 20. It is said that the matron's blood, like ice, brought forth into this world a birthing of dragons, and this flowing river of fate brought light into dark and dark into light, unveiling at last in cold, cold eyes the children of chaos. To Martha's children, Heboric.
Murillo wondered again at Ralik's healed wound. He had already concluded that whatever magic deadening powder of Baruch's the assassin had used had been responsible for the healing. Nevertheless, much blood had been lost, and Ralik would need time to recover. Time they didn't have. Was the assassin capable of killing all now? In answer to his own question, Murillo laid a hand on the rapier at his side. He strode down the empty street, cleaving the low-lying mists that swirled like incandescent cloaks in the gaslight. Dawn was still 2 hours away. As was the Daru custom, the New Year's celebrations would begin with sunrise, lasting through the day and well into the night. He walked through a silent city, as if he were the last of the living yet to flee the past year's turmoil, and now share the world with ghosts told among the year's dead. The 5 tusks had slipped behind in the ancient cycle, and taking its place was the year of the moon's tears. Murillo mused on such obscure arcane titles. A massive stone disc in Majesty Hall marked the cycle of the age, naming each year in accordance with its mysterious moving mechanisms. As a child, he had thought the wheel magical in how it spun slowly as the year rolled by, coming into the new year aligned precisely with the dawn, whether there was a cloud in the sky or not. Mammoth had since explained to him that the wheel was in fact a machine. It had been a gift to Darujhistan over 1,000 years ago by a man named Ikariam. It was Mammoth's belief that Ikariam had Jaghut blood. By all accounts, he had ridden a Jaghut horse, and a trell strode at his side. Clear evidence, Mammoth asserted, to add to the wonder of the wheel itself, for the Jaghut were known to have been skilled at such creations. Murillo wondered at the significance of the names each year bore. The close association of the 5 tusks with moon's tears held prophecy, according to the seers. The boar Tenorok's tusks were named hate, love, laughter, war, and tears. Which tusk would prove dominant in the year? The New Year's name provided the answer. Murillo shrugged. He viewed such astrology with a skeptical eye. How could a man of 1,000 years ago, Jaghut or otherwise, have predicted such things? Still, he admitted to more than a few qualms. The arrival of Moonspawn threw the New Year's title into a different light, and he knew that the local scholars, particularly those who moved in the noble circles, had become an agitated and short-tempered lot, quite unlike their usual patronizing selves. Murillo turned a corner on his approach to the Phoenix Inn, and collided with a short, fat man in a red coat. Both grunted, and 3 large boxes that the man had been carrying fell between them, spilling out their contents.
"Aye, why, Murillo! Such fortune as Cropper is known for! Thus does your search end, here in this dank, dark street, where even the rats shun the shadow. What? Is something the matter, friend Murillo?"
He stared down at the objects on the cobbles at his feet. Slowly, Murillo asked, "What are these for, Cropper?" Cropper stepped forward and frowned down at the 3 expertly carved masks.
"Gifts, friend Murillo, of course, for you and Ralik Nom. After all," he looked up with a beatific smile, "the Lady Simtal's fate demands the finest in workmanship, the subtlest of design, perfectly mated with ironic intent. Don't you think Cropper's taste is sufficiently expensive? Do you fear embarrassment?"
"You'll not distract me this time," Murillo growled. "First of all, there are 3 masks here, not 2.
"Indeed,"
Cropper replied, bending down to pick one up. He brushed spatters of mud from the painted face.
"This is Cropper's own. Well chosen, Cropper pronounces with certain aplomb."
Murillo's eyes hardened. "You're not coming, Cropper?"
"Well, of course Cropper will attend. Do you think Lady Simtal would ever show herself if her long-time acquaintance, Cropper the First, was not in attendance? Why, she'd wither with shame."
"Damn it, you've never even met Simtal."
"Not relevant to Cropper's argument, friend Murillo. Cropper has been acquainted with Simtal's existence for many years. Such association is made better, nay, pristine, for the fact that she has not met Cropper, nor Cropper her. And, in final argument designed to end all discussion, Here!" He pulled from his sleeve a parchment scroll tied in blue silk ribbon. "Cropper's invitation, signed by the lady herself."
Murillo made a grab for it, but Cropper replaced it deftly in his sleeve.
"Rallick will kill you," Murillo said levelly. "Nonsense!"
Cropper placed the mask over his face.
"How will the lad ever recognize Cropper?"
Murillo studied the man's round body, the faded red waistcoat, gathered cuffs, and the short, oily curls atop his head.
"Never mind," he sighed. "Excellent," Cropper said. "Now, please accept these 2 masks, gifts from your friend Cropper. A trip is saved, and Baruch need not wait any longer for a secret message that must not be mentioned."
He replaced his mask in its box, then spun round to study the eastern skyline.
"Off to yon alchemist's abode, then. Good evening, friend." "Wait a minute," Murillo said, grasping Cropper's arm and turning him round. "Have you seen Carl?" "Why, of course. The man sleeps a deep, recovering sleep from his ordeals. 'Twas healed magically, Salty said, by some stranger, yet. Cole himself was brought in by yet a second stranger, who found a third stranger, who in turn brought a 5th stranger in the company of the stranger who healed Cole. And so it goes, friend Murillo. Strange doings indeed. Now, Cropper must be off. Goodbye, friend." "Not yet," Murillo snarled.
He glanced around. The street was still empty. He leaned close.
"I've worked some things out, Cropper. Circle Breaker contacted me, put everything into order in my mind. I know who you are." "Aye!" Cropper cried, withdrawing. "I'll not deny it, then. It's true, Murillo. Cropper is Lady Simptal, connivingly disguised." "Not this time. No distractions. You're the eel, Cropper. All this blubbering, sweaty, meek-mouthed stuff is just an act, isn't it? You've got half this city in your pocket, eel."
Eyes wide, Cropper snatched the handkerchief from his sleeve and mopped his brow. He wrung sweat from it, droplets spattering on the cobbles. Then a veritable torrent splashed onto the stones. Murillo barked a laugh.
"No more magical cantrips, Cropper. I've known you a long time, remember? I've seen you cast spells. You've got everybody fooled, but not me. I'm not telling, though. You don't have to worry about that."
He smiled.
"Then again, if you don't come out with it here and now, I might get annoyed."
Sighing, Cropper returned the handkerchief to his sleeve.
"Annoyance is uncalled for," he said,
waving a hand and fluttering his fingers. Murillo blinked, suddenly dizzy. He rubbed his forehead and frowned. What had they just been talking about? It couldn't have been important.
"Thanks for the masks, friend. They'll come in handy, I'm sure."
His frown deepened. What a confusing thing to say. He wasn't even angry that Cropper had figured things out, nor that the fat little man would attend the fete. How odd.
"Good that Cole's all right, isn't it? Well," he mumbled, "I'd better head back to check on Rallick."
Smiling, Cropper nodded.
"Until the fete, then. Fare you well, Murillo, Cropper's finest and dearest friend."
"Good night," Murillo replied, turning to retrace his steps. He lacked sleep. All these late nights were taking their toll. That was the problem. "Of course," he muttered, then began to walk. His features darkening, Baruch studied the Tiste Andii lounging in the chair across from him. "I don't think it's a very good idea, Rake." The Lord raised an eyebrow. "As I understand such things, the event includes the wearing of disguises," he said with a slight smile. "Do you fear I lack taste?" "I've no doubt your attire will be suitable," Baruch snapped, "particularly if you choose the costume of a Tiste Andii warlord. It's the council that worries me. They're not all fools." "I would be surprised if they were," Rake said. "Indeed, I would have you point out the cunning ones. I don't imagine you will refute my suspicion that there are those within the council seeking to pave the way for the Empress. For a price, of course. power comes to mind. Nobles delving in merchants' trades no doubt drool at the prospect of empire trade. Am I far off the mark, Baruch?
No, the alchemist admitted sourly. But we have that under control.
Ah, yes, Rake said. This brings to mind my other reason for wishing to attend this Lady Simtal's fete. As you said, the city's power will be there. I assume this includes such mages as are in your Torod cabal?
Some will attend, Baruch conceded. But I must tell you, Anomander Rake, your debacle with the Assassins' Guild has made a good number of them rue our alliance. They'll not appreciate your presence in the least.
Rake's smile returned. To the extent that they will reveal their community to cunning council members? I think not. He rose in a fluid motion. No, I would like to attend this fete. My own people hold little to such social affairs. There are times when I grow weary of their dour preoccupations.
Baruch's gaze focused on Tiste Andii. You suspect a convergence, don't you? A fell gathering of powers, like iron filings to a lodestone.
With so much power gathered in one place, Rake admitted, it's likely. I'd rather be on hand in such circumstances. His eyes held Baruch's, their color flowing from dun green to amber. Also, if this event is as publicly known as you suggest, then the Empire's agents within the city will know of it. Should they wish to cut out Darujhistan's heart, they'll have no better opportunity.
Baruch barely repressed a shiver. Extra guards have been hired, of course. If an Empire claw should strike, they will find their hands full with the Torud mages besides.
He thought for a time, then nodded wearily.
Very well, Rake. Simtal will accept you as my guest. You will wear an effective disguise?
Naturally.
Baruch climbed to his feet and strode to the window. Beyond, the sky had begun to pale. And so it begins, he whispered. Rake joined him.
What begins?
The new year, the alchemist replied. Past is the 5 tusks. The dawn you see marks the birth of the year of the moon's tears.
Lord Anomander Rake stiffened. Baruch noticed.
Indeed, an unusual coincidence, though I would put little weight upon it. The titles were devised over a millennium ago, by a visitor to these lands.
When Rake spoke, his voice was a ravaged whisper. Icarium's gifts. I recognize the style. 5 tusks, moon's tears. The wheel is his, correct?
Eyes wide, Baruch hissed his surprise between his teeth. A dozen questions struggled to be uttered first, but the Lord continued.
In the future, I'd suggest you heed Icarium's gifts. All of them. 1,000 years is not so long a time, alchemist. Not so long a time. Icarium last visited me 800 years ago, in the company of the Trell Mappo and Osric, or Osurk, as the local worshippers call him.
Rake smiled bitterly.
Osric and I argued, as I recall, and it was all Brood could do to keep us apart. It was an old argument.
His almond eyes shaded into grey. He fell silent, lost in memories. There came a knock at the door, and both turned to see Roald enter and bow.
Master Baruch, Mammoth has awakened and appears refreshed. More, your agent Crupham has delivered a verbal message. He extends his regret that he cannot deliver it to you in person. Do you wish to receive it now?
Yes, Baruch said. Roald bowed again. The eel will contact you the eve of this day, at Lady Simtal's fate. The eel further finds the prospect of shared information and cooperation intriguing. That is all. Baruch brightened. Excellent. Shall I bring Mammoth to you, master? If he's able. He is. A moment, then. Roald left. The alchemist smiled. As I said, he laughed, everyone will be there, and in this case, everyone is an appropriate term. His smile broadened at Rake's blank look. The eel, Lord, Darujhistan's master spy, a figure without a face. A masked face, the Tiste Andii reminded him. If my suspicions are correct, Baruch said, the mask won't help the eel one bit. The door opened again, and there stood Mammoth, looking fit and full of energy. He nodded to Baruch. Withdrawal proved easier than I'd imagined, he said without preamble. His bright gaze fixed on Anomander Rake, and he smiled, then bowed. Greetings, Lord. I've looked forward to this meeting ever since Baruch brought to us the offer of alliance. Rake glanced at Baruch and raised an eyebrow. The alchemist said, Mammoth's numbers among the Torud Cabal. He faced the old man again. We were deeply worried, friend, given the elder mageries at play around the barrow. I was snared for a time, Mammoth admitted, but at the extreme edges of the Omtos Felak influence. Quiescent regard proved the correct course, as the one stirring within did not sense me. How much time do we have? Baruch asked tightly. 2, perhaps 3 days. Even for a Jaghut tyrant, it is an effort to make the return journey to life. Mammoth's eyes fell upon the mantelpiece. Ah, your carafe of wine awaits, as is usual. Excellent. He strode over to the fireplace. Have you word of my nephew, by any chance? Baruch frowned. No. Should I have? The last time I met the child was, 5 years ago? Mammoth said, raising his freshly filled goblet and taking a mouthful. Well, Crocus has grown somewhat since then, I assure you. I hope the lad's all right. He was... Baruch threw up a hand and staggered a step forward. What? He demanded in sudden fear. What's his name? Crocus? Crocus! The alchemist rapped his forehead. Oh, what a fool I've been! Mammoth's face crinkled into a wise smile. Oh, you mean the matter of the coin-bearer, do you? Shock registered in Baruch's face. You knew? Standing to one side, his charcoal grey eyes fixed intently on Mammoth, Rake said in a strangely flat tone, Mammoth, forgive me for interrupting. Will you be attending Lady Simtal's fete? The old man nodded easily. Of course. Very good, Rake said, with something like anticipation. He pulled his leather gloves from his belt. We'll speak then. Baruch had no time to think about Rake's sudden departure. It was his first mistake of the day. A woman with a shaved head and long flowing robes ran shrieking from the gates, a shred of brown fur streaming from one hand. Adjunct Lorne stepped back to let the priestess pass. She watched as the woman plunged into the crowd behind her. The festival had spilled out beyond Darujhistan's walls, and Worrytown's main street was a streaming mob she'd spent the last half-hour pushing through on her way to the gates. Absently, she rubbed the rapier wound in her shoulder. Her journey into the barrow seemed to have slowed the healing, and an ache had settled inside the puncture, cold as the ice in the barrow's tunnel. Eyeing the 2 guards stationed at the gate, she approached warily. Only one seemed to pay her any attention, and this man spared her but the briefest glance before returning his attention to the Worrytown mob. Lorne entered the city unremarked, simply one more traveller come to attend the spring festival.
Immediately within the gates, the avenue split around the base of a squat hill, on which crouched a half-ruined temple and tower. Off to her right rose another hill, evidently a garden, given the wide steps ascending to the summit, covered in trees, and the many fetishes and banners tied to branches and the gas lamps. Lorne's sense of those she sought was strong, unerring. Once past the hills, she could see an inner wall. Sergeant Whiskeyjack and his squad were somewhere beyond it, in the lower city. Lorne strode through the surging crowds, one hand hitched in her sword belt, the other massaging the puffed red flesh around her wound. The guard at Warrygate pushed himself from the wall he had been leaning against and paced a slow circle on the cobblestones. He paused to adjust his peaked helmet, loosening the strap a notch. The other guard, an older man, bandy-legged and short, approached.
"Those fools out there making you uneasy?"
he asked, with a grin more gaps than teeth. The first man glanced through the gateway. "Had a near riot here a couple of years back," he said.
"I was there,"
the old man said, hawking onto the stones.
"We had to pull the hoods off our polearms, draw some blood. That sent them packing, and I don't think the lesson's gone on them. I wouldn't worry much. This ain't your regular duty, is it?"
"No, just filling in time for a friend."
"That's the way of it, isn't it? What's your usual round?"
"Midnight till the third bell. Despot's Barbican," Circlebreaker replied. He adjusted his helmet again, hoping the unseen friendly eyes had marked his signal. That woman who had passed through a few minutes ago had matched the eel's description perfectly. Circlebreaker knew he wasn't mistaken. She'd looked the warrior, dressed as a mercenary, and trying to hide the bloodstains of a wound on her shoulder. His searching glance had been but momentary. Years of practice, however, made it sufficient. He'd caught everything the eel's messenger had told him to look for.
"That's a grisly watch,"
the old man said beside him, turning to squint up at Despot's Park.
"And you were there to meet the dawn."
He wagged his head.
"The bastard's got us working too hard these days. What with the city infiltrated with Empire spies and the like."
"It doesn't get any better," Circlebreaker agreed.
"I'm here for another 3 hours, and you think they'd give me some time to join my wife and kids in the festival?"
The old man spat again.
"No way. Old Beirut's off to stand around watching other people having fun in some bloody estate."
Circlebreaker held his breath, then sighed. "Lady Simtal's fate, I suppose."
"Damn right. Bloody councilmen chuffing around with all their stinking airs, and me with sore feet and all, standing like a statue."
This was a bit of luck, Circlebreaker smiled to himself. His companion's next station was precisely what the eel had wanted for Circlebreaker. Better yet, the old man was complaining about it. "They need those statues," he said. "Keeps them secure." He stepped close to Beirut. "Didn't you tell the sergeant about your bad feet?"
"What's the point?" Beirut complained. "He just delivered them orders. He didn't come up with them."
Circlebreaker looked up the street, as if considering something. Then he laid a hand on the other's shoulder and met his gaze. "Look, I don't have any family. For me, today's just another day. I'll stand in for you, Beirut. Next time I want some time off, though, I'll come calling." Genuine relief lit the old man's eyes.
"Nerus bless you," he said, grinning again. "It's a deal, friend. Hey, I don't even know your name."
Circlebreaker smiled, then told him. With most of the revelry out in the streets, the interior of Quip's bar was all but deserted. Adjunct Lorne paused inside the doorway and waited for her eyes to adjust to the gloom. A few desultory voices drifted out to her, mingling with the clatter of wooden cards. She entered the low-ceilinged chamber. A dishevelled old woman watched her dully from behind the counter. Against the far wall was a table at which sat 3 men. Copper coins glinted in the lamplight amid pools of spilled beer on the tabletop. The men held cards in their hands. The man with his back against the wall, wearing a scorched leather cap, looked up to meet Lorne's eyes. He gestured to an empty chair. "Have a seat, Adjunct," he said. "Join in the game." Lorne blinked, then hid her shock with a shrug. "I don't gamble," she said, lowering herself into the rickety chair. The man examined his cards. "Not what I meant," he said. The one seated on her left muttered, "Meant a different game, did Hedge." She turned to regard him, skinny, short, with massive wrists. "And what's your name, soldier?" she asked quietly. "Fiddler. The guy losing his coins is Mallet. We've been expecting you." "So I gather," Lorne said dryly, leaning back. "Your intelligence impresses me, gentlemen. Is the sergeant nearby?" "Making the rounds," Fiddler said. "Should be by in 10 minutes or so. We've got the back room in this rat trap, right up against the tier wall." Hedge added, "Me and Fid dug through that damn wall, 7 bloody feet thick at its base. An abandoned house on the Daru side." He grinned. "It's our back door." "So you're the saboteurs? And Mallet? A healer, correct?" Mallet nodded, still contemplating his cards. "Come on, Fiddler," he said. "It's your game. Let's hear the next rule." Fiddler sat forward. "Knight of House Dark is the wild card," he said. "That's the opening suit, too. Unless you're holding the Virgin of Death. If you get her, you can open with half ante and double up if you win the round." Mallet slapped down the Virgin of Death. He tossed a single copper coin into the centre of the table. "Let's run it through, then." Fiddler dealt the man another card. "We ante up now, Hedge. 2 coppers apiece, and high hood come the Herald of Death." Lorne watched the bizarre game proceed. These men were using a deck of dragons. Astonishing. The man Fiddler was inventing the rules as they went along, and yet she watched the cards merge into a pattern on the tabletop. Her brows knitted thoughtfully. "You got the hound on the run," Fiddler said, pointing at the latest card placed on the table by Mallet. "Knight of Dark's close. I can feel it." "But what about this damned Virgin of Death?" groused the healer. "She's had her teeth pulled. Take a look. The rope's right out of the picture, ain't he?" Fiddler laid another card. "And there's the dragon bastard himself, sword all smoking and black as a moonless night. That's what got the hound scampering." "Wait a minute," Hedge cried, ramming down a card atop the Knight of Dark. "You said the Captain of Light's rising, right?" Fiddler concentrated on the pattern. "He's right, Mallet. We pay over 2 coppers each automatically. That captain's already dancing on the night's shadow." "Excuse me," Lorne said loudly. The 3 men looked at her. "Are you a talent, Fiddler? Should you be using this deck?" Fiddler scowled. "It ain't your business, Adjunct. We've been playing for years. Nobody's tossed a dagger our way. You want in? Just say so. Here, I'll give you your first card." Before she could protest, he placed a card before her, face up. She stared down at it. "Now, ain't that odd?" Fiddler remarked. "Throne inverted. You owe us all 10 gold each. A year's pay for all of us. Quite a coincidence." Hedge snorted loudly. "Yeah. Also happens to be the Empire gilt coin paid to our kin once we're confirmed dead. Thanks a lot, Fid." "Take the coin and shut up," Fiddler snapped. "We ain't dead yet." "I'm still holding a card," Mallet said. Fiddler rolled his eyes. "So let's see the damn thing, then." The healer set the card down. "Orb." Fiddler laughed. "True sight and judgment closes this game. Wouldn't you know it?" Lorne sensed a presence at her back. She turned slowly to find a bearded man behind her. His flat grey eyes held hers. "I'm Whiskeyjack," he said softly. "Good morning, Adjunct, and welcome to Darujhistan." He found a nearby chair and pulled it to the table, sitting down beside Hedge. "You'll want a report, right? Well, we're still trying to contact the Assassin's Guild. All the mining's done, ready for the order. 1 squad member lost thus far. In other words, we've been damn lucky. There are Tiste Andii in the city, hunting us." "Who have you lost, Sergeant?" Lorne asked. "The recruit. Sorry was her name." "Dead?" "Been missing for a few days now." Lorne clenched her teeth to bite back a curse. "So you don't know if she's dead?" "No. Is there a problem, Adjunct? She was just a recruit. Even if she'd been nabbed by the guard, there's scant little she could tell them. Besides, we've heard no such news. Most likely some thugs scrubbed her in some back alley. We've been scurrying down a lot of rat holes trying to find these local assassins."
He shrugged. "It's a risk you live with, that's all." "Sorry was a spy," Lorne explained. "A very good one, Sergeant. You can be certain that no thugger killed her. No, she's not dead. She's hiding because she knew I'd come looking for her. I've been on her trail for 3 years. I want her."
"If we'd had a hint of all this," Whiskeyjack said tightly, "it could have been arranged, Adjunct. But you kept it to yourself, and that makes you on your own now." His eyes hardened on her. "Whether we contact the guild or not, we detonate the mines before tomorrow's dawn, and then we're out of here." Lorne drew herself up. "I am adjunct to the Empress, Sergeant. As of now, this mission is under my direction. You will take orders from me. All this independent crap is over. Understand?" For a moment she almost thought she saw a flash of triumph in the man's eyes. A second look revealed it to be no more than the expected anger. "Understood, Adjunct," Whiskeyjack replied curtly. "What are your orders?" "I am serious in this, Sergeant," she warned, "and I don't care how angry this makes you. Now, I suggest we retire to more private surroundings." She rose. "Your men can remain here." Whiskeyjack stood. "Of course, Adjunct. We have the back room. If you will follow me." Lorne reached down to the bed's top blanket. "There is blood here, Sergeant." She turned to regard the man as he closed the door. He faced her. "One of my men had a brush with the Tiste Andii assassin mage. He'll recover." "Highly unlikely, Sergeant. The Tiste Andii are all with Caladan brood in the north." Her eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't mean to suggest that the Lord of Moonspawn himself has left his fortress? To do what? Hunt down Malazan spies? Don't be absurd." Whiskeyjack scowled. "Corporal Kalam and my squad mage had a rooftop engagement with at least half a dozen Tiste Andii. That my men survived makes it highly unlikely that the Moon's Lord was anywhere in the vicinity, doesn't it, Adjunct? Put it together. The Moon stations itself just south of the city. Its lord strikes an alliance with Darujhistan's rulers, and their first task is to wipe out the local assassins' guild. Why? To prevent people like us from contacting them and offering a contract. And so far, it's worked." Lorne thought for a time. Then she said, "So, if the guild cannot be contacted, why not do the assassinations yourselves? Your Corporal Kalam ranked among the best in the Claw before his falling out. Why not take out the city's rulers?" The man folded his arms across his chest and leaned against the wall beside the door. "We've been considering that, Adjunct, and we're a step ahead of you. Right now, one of my men is negotiating for us to work as private strong-arms for a highbrow fete this evening. Everybody who's anybody is supposed to attend. Council members, high mages, the works. My saboteurs have enough leftover munitions to make it a party this city will have a hard time forgetting." Lorne struggled against a growing sense of frustration. As much as she had intended to take command of things, it seemed that this Whiskeyjack had been doing just fine up until now, given the circumstances. She suspected she could not have done things any better, though she still doubted the story about the Tiste Andii. "Why on earth," she asked finally, "would an estate hire a bunch of strangers as guards?" "Oh, there'll be city soldiers there as well, but none of them is a barghast." Whiskeyjack smiled cynically. "Titillation factor, Adjunct. It's what makes the nobility drool. Look there, a big tattooed barbarian glowering down at them. Exciting, yes?" He shrugged. "It's a risk, but one worth taking. Unless, of course, you have a better idea, Adjunct." She heard the challenge in his tone. Had she thought about it, she would have realized long before now that her title and power would not intimidate this man. He had stood at Dassam Ultor's side, arguing tactics with the sword of the Empire in the midst of battle, and it seemed that demotion to sergeant had failed to break this man. That much she had gathered from the Bridgeburners' reputation at Pale. He would not hesitate to challenge her every command if he found reason to do so. "Your plan is sound," she said. "Tell me the name of this estate." "Some woman named Lady Simtal. I don't know the family name, but everybody seems to know her. Said to be a real looker,
with influence in the council. Very well, Lorne said, adjusting her cloak. I'll return in 2 hours, Sergeant. There are other matters I must attend to. Be certain that all is ready, detonating procedures included. If you don't get hired, we'll have to find another way of being at that fete. She strode to the door. Adjunct? She turned. Whiskeyjack walked to the back wall and pulled aside a tattered hanging. This tunnel emerges into another house. From it, you can enter the Daru district. Unnecessary. Lorne was irritated by his condescending tone. As soon as she was gone, Quickben scrambled from the tunnel. Damn it, Sergeant, he muttered. You almost had a walking in on me. No chance, Whiskeyjack observed. In fact, I made certain she wouldn't use it. Anything from Kalam? Quickben paced the small room. Not yet, but he's about to run out of patience. He turned to the sergeant. So, do you think she was fooled? Fooled? Whiskeyjack laughed. She was reeling. Perrin said she was going to drop something off, Quickben said. Did she? Not yet. It's getting tight, Sergeant. Damn tight. The other door opened and Trots entered, his filed teeth exposed in something between a smile and a grimace. Success? Whiskeyjack asked. Trots nodded. As the afternoon waned, Crocus and Absalar waited atop the tower's platform. Every now and then they peered over the edge to watch the festivities. There was a taste of mania among the crowds below, as if they danced on the rim of desperation. In spite of the season's rejoicing, the shadow of the Malazan Empire hung over all. Indeed, with Moonspawn immediately to the south, Darujhistan's place between the two forces was obvious to everyone. Somehow, Crocus muttered, as he watched the crowds moving down the streets like churning rivers, Darujhistan seems smaller, almost insignificant. It looks huge to me, Absalar said. It's one of the biggest cities I've ever seen, she said. As big as Unta, I think. He stared at her. She had been saying strange things lately, which did not seem right, coming from a fisher girl from a small coastal village. Unta? That's the Empire capital, isn't it? She frowned, which made her look older. Yes, only I've never been there. Well, how could you know how big it is, then? I'm not sure, Crocus. Possession, Cole had said. 2 sets of memory warred in the woman, and the war was getting worse. He wondered if Mammoth had shown up yet. For a moment, he came near to regretting their escape from Mies and Irilta. But then his thoughts turned to what was to come. He sat down on the platform and propped himself against the low wall. He stared at the assassin's body across from him. The blood that had been spilled had blackened under the hot sun. A trail of droplets crossed the floor to the stairs. Clearly, this assassin's killer had himself been wounded. Yet Crocus did not feel in danger up here, although he wasn't sure why. For an abandoned belfry tower, this place had witnessed a lot of drama lately. Are we waiting for night? Absalar asked. Crocus nodded. Then we'll find this chalice? That's right. The Dals will be at Lady Simtal's fete, I'm sure of it. The estate has an enormous garden, almost a forest. It goes right up to the back wall. Getting in should be easy. Won't you be noticed once you join the guests, though? I'll be dressed as a thief. Everybody will be wearing costumes. Besides, there'll be hundreds of people there. It might take an hour or 2, but I'll find her. And then? I'll think of something, Crocus said. Absalar stretched out her legs on the paving stones and crossed her arms. And I'm supposed to hide in the bushes, huh? He shrugged. Maybe Uncle Mammoth will be there, he said. Then everything will be all right. Why? Because that's what Cole said, Crocus shot back, exasperated. Was he supposed to tell her she'd been possessed for who knew how long? We'll work out a way to get you home, he explained. That's what you want, right? She nodded slowly, as if no longer certain of that. I miss my father, she said. To Crocus, Absalar sounded as though she was trying to convince herself. He looked at her when they'd arrived, thinking, why not? And he had to admit to himself now that her company wasn't bad. Except for all the questions, of course. Mind, what if he'd been in her situation, waking up thousands of leagues from home? It'd be terrifying. Would he have held up as well as she seemed to be doing? I'm feeling all right, she said, watching him. It's as if something inside is keeping things together. I can't explain it any better, but it's like a smooth black stone, solid and warm. And whenever I start getting scared, it takes me inside, and then everything's fine again. She added, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push you away. Never mind, he said. Within the shadows of the stairwell, Surratt studied the two figures out on the platform. Enough was enough. She had opened her curaled Ghislaine warren into a defensive layering of wards around her. No more of these invisible enemies. If they wanted her, they'd have to show themselves, and then she'd kill them. And as for the coin-bearer and the girl, where could they hope to escape to? Up here on this tower? She unsheathed her daggers and prepared for her attack. A dozen wards protected her back all along the staircase. An approach from there was impossible. Two sharp points touched her flesh, one under her chin and the other beneath her left shoulder blade. The Tiste Andii froze. And then she heard a voice close to her ear, a voice she recognized. Give Rake this warning, Surratt. He'll only get one, and the same for you. The coin-bearer shall not be harmed. The games are done. Try this again, and you'll die. You bastard! She exploded. My lord's anger will be in vain. We both know who sends this message, don't we? And as Rake well knows, he's not as far away as he once was. The point beneath her chin moved away to allow her to nod, then returned. Good. Deliver the message then, and hope we don't meet again. This will not be forgotten, Surratt promised, shaking with rage. A low chuckle answered her. Compliments of the prince, Surratt. Take it up with our mutual friend. The daggers left her flesh. Surratt exhaled a long breath, then sheathed her weapons. She snapped a curaled Ghislaine spell and vanished. Crocus jumped at a faint plopping sound from the stairwell. He laid his hands on his knives, tensing. What's wrong? Absalar said. Shh. Wait. He felt his heart pound hard against his chest. I'm ducking at shadows, he said, sitting back. Well, we're off soon anyway. It was an age of wind, sweeping across the grass plains beneath a pewter sky, a wind whose thirst assailed all life, mindless, unrelenting like a beast that did not know itself. Struggling in his mother's wake, it was Rast's first lesson in power. In the hunt for domination that would shape his life, he saw the many ways of the wind, its subtle sculpting of stone over hundreds and then thousands of years, and its raging gales that flatten forests, and found closest to his heart the violent power of the wind's banshee fury. Rast's mother had been the first to flee his deliberate shaping of power. She had denied him to his face, proclaiming the sundering of blood, and thus cutting him free. That the ritual had broken her, he disregarded. It was unimportant. He who would dominate must learn early that those resisting his command should be destroyed. Failure was her price, not his. While the Jaghut feared community, pronouncing society to be the birthplace of tyranny, of the flesh and the spirit, and citing their own bloody history as proof, Raste discovered a hunger for it. The power he commanded insisted upon subjects. Strength was ever relative, and he could not dominate without the company of the dominated. At first he sought to subjugate other Jaghut, but more often than not they either escaped him or he was forced to kill them. Such contests held only momentary satisfaction.
Race gathered beasts around him, bending nature to his will. But nature withered and died in bondage, and so found an escape he could not control. In his anger he laid waste to the land, driving into extinction countless species. The earth resisted him, and its power was immense. Yet it was directionless, and could not overwhelm Race in its ageless tide. His was a focused power, precise in its destruction, and pervasive in its effect. Then into his path came the first of the Imas, creatures who struggled against his will, defying slavery and yet living on. Creatures of boundless, pitiful hope. For Race, he had found in them the glory of domination, for with each Imas that broke, he took another. Their link with nature was minimal, for the Imas themselves played the game of tyranny over their lands. They could not defeat him. He fashioned an empire of sorts, bereft of cities, yet plagued with the endless dramas of society, its pathetic victories and inevitable failures. The community of enslaved Imas thrived in this quagmire of pettiness. They even managed to convince themselves that they possessed freedom, a will of their own that could shape destiny. They elected champions. They tore down their champions once failure draped its shroud over them. They ran in endless circles and called it growth, emergence, knowledge. While over them all, a presence invisible to their eyes, Race flexed his will. His greatest joy came when his slaves proclaimed him God, though they knew him not, and constructed temples to serve him, and organized priesthoods whose activities mimicked Race's tyranny with such cosmic irony that the Jaghut could only shake his head. It should have been an empire to last for millennia, and its day of dying should have been by his own hand, when he at last tired of it. Race had never imagined that other Jaghut would find his activities abhorrent, that they would risk themselves and their own power on behalf of these short-lived, small-minded Imas. Yet what astonished Race more than anything else was that when the Jaghut came, they came in numbers, in community. A community whose sole purpose of existence was to destroy his empire, to imprison him. He had been unprepared. The lesson was learned, and no matter what the world had become since that time, Race was ready for it. His limbs creaked at first, throbbing with dull aches bridged by sharp pangs. The effort of digging himself from the frozen earth had incapacitated him for a time, but finally he felt ready to walk the tunnel that opened out into a new land. Preparation. Already he had initiated his first moves. He sensed that others had come to him, had freed the path of Omto's Felak wards and seals. Perhaps his worshippers remained, fanatics who had sought his release for generations, and even now awaited him beyond the barrow. The missing Finnist would be his first priority. Much of his power had been stored within the seed, stripped from him and stored there by the Jaghut betrayers. It had not been carried far, and there was nothing that could prevent his recovering it. Omto's Felak no longer existed in the land above. He could feel its absence like an airless void. Nothing could oppose him now. Preparation. Race's withered, cracked face twisted into a savage grin, his lower tusks splitting desiccated skin. The powerful must gather other power, subjugate it to their own will, then direct it unerringly. His moves had already begun. He sloshed through the slush now covering the barrow's muddy floor. Before him rose the slanted wall that marked the tomb's barrier. Beyond the lime-streaked earth waited a world to be enslaved. Race gestured, and the barrier exploded outward. Bright sunlight flared in the clouds of steam rolling around him, and he felt waves of cold, ancient air sweeping past him. The Jaghut tyrant walked into the light. The great raven crone rode the hot streams of wind high above the Gadrobi hills. The burst of power that launched tons of earth and rocks 100 feet into the sky elicited a cackle from her. She dipped a wing, eyes on the white pillar of steam, and banked toward it. This, she laughed to herself, should prove interesting. A wash of air pounded down onto her. Shrieking her outrage, Crone twisted and slid along the shunting wind. Massive shadows flowed over her. Her anger was swept away on a surge of excitement. Head craning, she beat the air with her wings and climbed again. In matters such as these, a proper point of view was essential. Crone climbed higher still, then cocked her head and looked down. By the light of the sun, scales flashed iridescent from 5 ridged backs, but of the 5, 1 shone like fire. Sorcerer's power bled in ripples from the web of their spread wings. The dragons sailed silent over the landscape, closing on the billowing dust cloud above the Jaghut tomb. Crone's black eyes fixed on the dragon that blazed red.
Silana!
She screamed, laughing.
Dragnipurake tna draconiones! Ilainta! Ilainta!
The day of the Tiste Andii had come. Raced emerged into rich afternoon sunlight. Yellow-grassed hills rose in weathered humps in every direction but the one he faced. To the east, behind a thinning curtain of drifting dust, stretched an empty plain. The Jaghut tyrant grunted. Not so different, after all. He raised his arms, feeling wind slide along his cabled muscles. He drew a breath, tasting the life-rich air. He quested lightly with his power and exulted in the waves of fear that answered it. Answers that came from the mindless life beneath his feet or hiding in the grasses around him. But of higher life, higher concentrations of power, he sensed nothing. Raced drove his senses down into the ground, seeking what dwelt there. Earth and bedrock, the sluggish molten darkness beneath, down, down to find the sleeping goddess. Young as far as the Jaghut tyrant was concerned.
"Shall I wake you?" he whispered. "Not yet, but I shall make you bleed."
His right hand closed into a fist. He speared the goddess with pain, driving a fissure through the bedrock, feeling the gush of her blood, enough to make her stir but not awaken. The line of hills to the north lifted skyward. Magma sprayed into the air amid a rising pillar of smoke, rock, and ash. The earth shuddered even as the sound of the eruption swept over Raced in a fierce, hot wind. The Jaghut tyrant smiled. He studied the shattered ridge and breathed the heavy, sulphurous air, then turned about and strode west toward the highest hill in that direction. His finis lay beyond it, perhaps 3 days' walk. He considered opening his warren, then decided to wait until he reached the hill's summit. From that vantage point, he could better judge the finist's location. Halfway up the slope, he heard distant laughter. Raced stiffened just as the day darkened suddenly around him. On the sward before him, he saw 5 enormous shadows sweeping up the slope, then beyond the hill's summit. The sunlight returned. The Jaghut tyrant looked into the sky above him. 5 dragons banked in perfect formation, their heads dipping to watch him as they glided back in his direction.
"Stidiain ilainta,"
he whispered in his Jaghut tongue. 4 were black, barbed in silver along the wings and flying 2 to either side of the 5th dragon, this one red and twice as large as the others.
"Silana Redwings,"
Raced muttered, eyes narrowing.
"Elderborn and true-blooded Tyam. You lead, Soul Taken, whose blood is alien to this world. I feel you all."
He raised fists to the sky.
"Colder than the ice-born of Jaghut hands, as dark as blindness. I feel you."
He lowered his arms.
"Harass me not, Elainta. I cannot enslave you, but I will destroy you. Know that. I will drive you to the ground, each and all, and with my own hands I shall tear your hearts from your chests."
His eyes narrowed on the 4 black dragons.
"Soul Taken, You would challenge me at the command of another. You would battle with me for no reason of your own. But if I were to command you, I would not throw your lives away so carelessly. I would cherish you, soul taken. I would give you causes worth believing in, show you the true rewards of power.
Raist scowled as the derision swept through his mind.
So be it.
The dragons passed low overhead in silence, banking once again and disappearing behind the hills to the south. Race spread his arms wide and unleashed his warren. His flesh split as power flowed into him. His arms shed skin like ash. He both felt and heard hills crack all around him, the snapping of stone, the sundering of crags. To all sides the horizon blurred as dust curtained skyward. He faced south.
This is my power! Come to me!
A long minute passed. He frowned at the hills before him, then cried out and whirled to his right, just as Silana and the 4 black dragons, all less than 10 feet above the ground, plunged over the summit of the hill he had been climbing. Raced screamed at the whirlwind of power battering him, his shrunken eyes locked on Silana's blank, empty, deadly gaze, eyes as large as the Jaggad's head, as it bore down upon him with the speed of a springing viper. The red dragon's jaws opened wide, and Raced found himself staring down the beast's throat. He screamed a second time and released his power all at once. The air detonated as the warrens collided. Jagged shards of rock ripped in all directions. Starvald Demelain and Kurald Ghilain warred with Omtos Felak in a savage maelstrom of will. Grasses, earth, and rock withered to fine ash on all sides, and within the vortex stood Raced, his power roaring from him. Lashes of sorcery from the dragons lanced into his body, boring through his withered flesh. The Jaggad tyrant flayed his power like a scythe. Blood splattered the ground, sprayed in gouts. The dragons shrieked. A wave of incandescent fire struck Raced from the right, solid as a battering fist. Howling, he was thrown through the air, landing in a bank of powdery ash. Silana's fire raced over him, blackening what was left of his flesh. The tyrant clambered upright, his body jerking uncontrollably, as sorcery gouted from his right hand. The ground shook as Raced power hammered Silana down, driving the dragon skidding and tumbling across the slope. The tyrant's exultant roar was cut short as talons the length of a forearm crunched into him from behind. A second clawed foot joined the first, snapping through the bones of Raced's chest as if they were twigs. More talons flexed around him as a second dragon sought grip. The tyrant twisted helplessly as the claws lifted him into the air and started ripping his body apart. He dislocated his own shoulder in reaching round to dig his fingers into a sleek, scaled shin. At the contact, Omtos Felak surged into the dragon's leg, shattering bone, boiling blood. Raced laughed as the claws spasmed loose and he was flung away. More bones snapped as he struck the ground. But it did not matter. His power was absolute. The vessel that carried it had little relevance. If need be, the tyrant would find other bodies in the thousands. He climbed once more to his feet.
Now,
he whispered,
I deliver death.
Chapter 21. The flowering of light from darkness brought into my sight there on the field a host of dragons caught like a crest of wind before the eternal flame. I saw the ages in their eyes, a worldly map inscribed in each world scale on their hides. Their sorcery bled from them like the breathing of stars, and I knew then that dragons had come among us. Anomandaris, Fisher, birthdate unknown. Shadows crowded the garden's undergrowth. Adjunct Lorne rose from her crouch and brushed the dirt from her hands. "Find an acorn," she smiled to herself. "Plant it." Somewhere beyond the heavily wooded garden, servants shouted at each other as they scrambled about making last-minute arrangements. She hitched her cloak's tail into her belt and quietly slipped among the boles of vine-wrapped trees. A moment later, the back wall came into view. An alley lay beyond, narrow and choked with the leaves and fallen branches from the gardens rising above the walls on its either side. Her route in, and now out, was a thing of ease. She scaled the rough stoned wall, grasping vines when necessary, then slid over the top. She landed with a soft crunch of twigs and dry leaves, within shadows as deep as those in the garden. She adjusted her cloak, then walked to one end of the alley, where she leaned against a corner, crossed her arms, and smiled at the crowds passing to and fro on the street before her. 2 tasks left to perform, then she would leave this city. One of those tasks, however, might prove impossible. She sensed nothing of Sorry's presence. Perhaps the woman was indeed dead. Under the circumstances, it was the only explanation. She watched the sea of people, its tide of faces swirling past. The latent madness there made her uneasy, especially with the city's guards maintaining an aloof distance. She wondered at the taint of terror in that multitude of faces, and how almost every face seemed familiar. Darujhistan blurred in her mind, becoming 100 other cities, each rising out of her past as if on parade. Joy and fear, agony and laughter, the expressions merged into one, the sounds coming to her no different from each other. She could distinguish nothing, the faces becoming expressionless, the sounds a roar of history, without meaning. Lorne passed a hand over her eyes, then staggered back a step and reeled into the alley's shadows behind her. She slid down one wall into a sagging crouch. A celebration of insignificance. Is that all we are in the end? Listen to them. In a few hours, the city's intersections would explode. Hundreds would die instantly, thousands to follow. Amid the rubble of shattered cobbles and toppled buildings would be these faces, locked-in expressions somewhere between joy and terror. And from the dying would come sounds, hopeless cries that dwindled in the passing of pain. She had seen them all before, those faces. She knew them all, knew the sound of their voices, sounds mired in human emotions, sounds clear and pure with thought, and sounds wavering in that chasm between the two. Is this, she wondered, my legacy? And one day, I'll be just one more of those faces, frozen in death and wonder. Lorne shook her head, but it was a wan effort. She realized with sudden comprehension that she was breaking down. The adjunct was cracking, its armor crumbling, and the luster gone from its marbled grandeur. A title as meaningless as the woman bearing it. The Empress. Just another face she had seen somewhere before, a mask behind which someone hid from mortality. "No use hiding," she whispered, frowning down at the dead leaves and branches around her. "No use." A few minutes later, she pushed herself upright once again. She brushed the dirt meticulously from her cloak. One task remained within her abilities. Find the coin-bearer, kill him, and take Opon's coin. Make the god pay for its intrusion in Empire affairs. The Empress and Taishran would see to that. The task demanded concentration, fixing her senses upon one particular signature. It would be her last act, she knew, but she would succeed. Death at the hands of failure was unthinkable. Lorne turned to the street. Dusk crept from the ground and engulfed the crowds. Far off to the east, thunder sounded, yet the air was dry with no hint of rain. She checked her weapons. "The adjunct's mission," she said quietly, "is almost done." She entered the street and disappeared into the mob. Cropper rose from his table at the Phoenix Inn and attempted to fasten the last button on his waistcoat. Failing,
He let his stomach relax once again and let loose a weary sigh. Well, at least the coat had been cleaned. He adjusted the cuffs of his new shirt, then walked out of the mostly empty bar. He'd spent the last hour seated at his table, to all outward appearances, musing on nothing of great importance, though in his head a pattern formed, born of his talent, and it disturbed him greatly. Mies and Arilta, losing Crocus and the girl, brought everything into focus. As with most unwitting servants of the gods, once the game was done, so was the servant's life. The coin might be gambled in a single contest, but to have it floating around indefinitely was far too dangerous. No, Crocus would find his luck abandoning him when he needed it most, and it would cost the lad his life.
No, no,
Cropper had murmured over his tankard.
Cropper can't permit that.
Yet the pattern of success remained elusive. He felt certain he had covered all the potential threats regarding the lad, or rather, someone was doing a good job of protecting Crocus. That much the pattern showed him. He experienced a nagging suspicion that the someone wasn't himself, or any of his agents, and he'd just have to trust in its integrity. Circlebreaker had come through yet again, and Cropper was still confident that Turbanor's hunt for the man would prove fruitless. The eel knew how to protect his own. In fact, Circlebreaker was due for retirement, for the man's own safety, and Cropper intended to deliver the good news this very night, at Lady Simtal's fete. Circlebreaker deserved no less after all these years. The pattern also told him something he already knew. His cover was blown. The spell he had cast on Marilia wouldn't last much longer, nor was it required to. Cropper had wanted his freedom unimpeded this day. After that, well, things would fall as they would fall, and the same applied for his meeting with Baruch. If anything gave Cropper pause, it was the pattern's abrupt ending. Beyond tonight, the future was blank. Clearly, a crux had been reached, and it would turn, he knew, at Lady Simtal's fate. Cropper now entered the higher estates district, with a generous nod at the lone guard stationed near the ramp. The man scowled, but otherwise made no comment. The fete was set to begin in 30 minutes, and Cropper planned on being one of the first to arrive. His mouth watered at the thought of all those pastries, fresh and dripping with warm, sweet liquids. He removed his mask from inside his coat and smiled at it. Perhaps, among all those attending, High Alchemist Baruch alone would appreciate the irony of this moulded visage.
Ah, well, he sighed. One is more than enough, given who that one is. After all, is Cropper greedy?
His stomach rumbled in answer. Crocus strained his eyes toward the darkening east. Something like lightning flashed every now and then beyond the hills, each one closer than the last. But the thunder's rumble, which had begun early that afternoon and still continued, sounded somehow wrong, its timbre unlike the normal bass that rolled through the earth. It seemed almost brittle. The clouds that had appeared over the hill earlier had been an eerie ochre color, sickly, and those clouds now approached the city. "When are we leaving?" Absalar asked, leaning on the wall beside him. Crocus shook himself. "Now. It's dark enough." "Crocus, what will you do if Chalice Dahl betrays you a second time?" He could barely see her face in the gloom. Had she meant that to cut? It was hard to tell from her voice. "She won't," he said, telling himself that he believed it. "Trust me," and he turned toward the stairwell. "I do," she said simply. Crocus winced. Why did she make things seem so easy for her? Hood's breath, he wouldn't trust him. Of course, he didn't know Chalice very well. They'd only had that one confusing conversation. What if she called the guards? Well, he'd make sure Absalar got away safely. He paused and grasped her arm. "Listen." His own voice sounded unduly harsh, but he pushed on. "If something goes wrong, go to the Phoenix Inn, right? Find Mies, Arilta, or my friends Cropper and Murillo. Tell them what happened." "All right, Crocus." "Good." He released her arm. "Wish we had a lantern," he said, as he stepped into the darkness, one hand reaching before him. "Why?" Apsala asked, slipping past him. She took his hand and led him down. "I can see. Don't let go of my hand." That might be a hard thing to do, even if he desired it, he realized. Still, there were a lot of rough calluses on that small hand. He let them remind him of what this woman was capable of doing, though the effort embarrassed him in some vague way. Eyes wide yet seeing nothing, Crocus allowed himself to be guided down the stairs. The captain of Simtal's house guard viewed Whiskeyjack and his men with obvious distaste. "I thought you were all barghast." He stepped up to Trots and jabbed a finger into the warrior's massive chest. "You led me to believe you were all like you, Niganga." A low, menacing growl emerged from Trots, and the captain stepped back, one hand reaching for his short sword. "Captain," Whiskeyjack said, "if we were all barghast—" The man's narrow face swung to him with a scowl. "You'd never be able to afford us." The sergeant finished with a tight smile. He glanced at Trots. "Niganga? Hood's breath," he thought. "Niganga is my second in command, Captain. Now, how would you like us positioned?" "Just beyond the fountain," he said. "Your backs will be to the garden, which has run wild of late. We don't want any guests getting lost in there, so you gently steer them back. Understood? And when I say gently, I mean it. You're to salute anyone who talks to you, and if there's an argument, direct them to me, Captain Stillis. I'll be making the rounds, but anyone of the house guard can find me." Whiskeyjack nodded. "Understood, sir." He turned to survey his squad. Fiddler and Hedge stood behind Trots, both looking eager. Past them, Mallet and Quickben stood on the edge of the street, heads bent together in conversation. The sergeant frowned at them, noticing how his wizard winced with every boom of thunder to the east. Captain Stillis marched off after giving them directions through the estate's rooms, out to the terrace and garden beyond. Whiskeyjack waited for the man to leave his line of sight. Then he strode to Quickben and Mallet. "What's wrong?" he asked. Quickben looked frightened. Mallet said, "That thunder and lightning, Sergeant. Well, it ain't no storm. Parron's story is looking real." "Meaning we have little time," Whiskeyjack said. "Wonder why the adjunct didn't show up. You think she's melting her boots, getting away from here?" Mallet shrugged. "Don't you get it?" Quickben said shakily. He took a couple of deep breaths, then continued. "That creature out there is in a fight. We're talking major sorceries, only it's getting closer, which means that it's winning. And that means—" "We're in trouble," Whiskeyjack finished. "All right. We go as planned for now. Come on. We've been assigned right where we want to be. Quickben, you sure Kalam and Parron can find us?" The wizard moaned. "Directions delivered, Sergeant." "Good. Let's move then. Through the house and eyes forward." "He looks like he's going to sleep for days," Kalam said, straightening beside Cole's bed and facing the captain. Parron rubbed his red-shot eyes. "She must have given them something," he insisted wearily, "even if they didn't see it." Kalam wagged his head. "I've told you, sir, she didn't. Everyone was on the lookout for something like that. The squad's still clean. Now, we'd better get moving." Parron climbed to his feet with an effort. He was exhausted, and he knew he was just an added burden. "She'll turn up at this estate, then," he insisted, strapping on his sword. "Well," Kalam said as he walked to the door, "that's where you and me come in, right? She shows up and we take her out, just like you wanted to do all along." "Right now," Parron said, joining the assassin, "the shape I'm in will make my role in the fight a short one. Consider me the surprise factor, the one thing she won't be expecting, the one thing that'll stop her for a second." He looked into the man's dark eyes. "Make that second count, Corporal." Kalam grinned. "I hear you, sir." They left Cole still snoring contentedly and went down to the bar's main floor. As they passed along the counter, Skirv looked at them warily. Kalam released an exasperated curse, and in a surge of motion reached out and grasped him by the shirt. He pulled the squealing innkeeper halfway across the counter until their faces were inches apart. I'm sick of waiting, the assassin growled. You get this message to this city's master of the assassins. I don't care how. Just do it, and do it fast. Here's the message. The biggest contract offer of the master's life will be waiting at the back wall of Lady Simtal's estate. Tonight. If the guildmaster's worthy of that name, then maybe, just maybe, it's not too big for the guild to handle. Deliver that message, even if you have to shout it from the rooftops, or I'm coming back here with killing in mind.
Perrin stared at his corporal, too tired to be amazed. We're wasting time, he drawled. Kalam tightened his grip and glared into Scurv's eyes. We'd better not be, he growled. He released the man by gently lowering him onto the countertop. Then he tossed a handful of silver coins beside Scurv. For your troubles, he said. Perrin gestured and the assassin nodded. They left the Phoenix Inn. Still following orders, Corporal? Kalam grunted. We were instructed to make the offer in the name of the Empress, Captain. If the contract's accepted and the assassinations are done, then Laseen will have to pay up, whether we've been outlawed or not. A gutted city for Dujek and his army to occupy, with the Empress paying for it. She'll choke on that, Kalam. He grinned. That's her problem. Not mine. In the street, the grey faces moved through the noisy crowd like silent spectres, lighting the gas lamps with long-poled sparkers. Some people, brazen with drink, hugged the figures and blessed them. The grey faces, hooded and anonymous, simply bowed in reply and continued on their way once freed. Kalam stared at them, his brows knitting. Something the matter, Corporal? Perrin asked. Just something nagging me. Can't pin it down. Only it's got to do with those grey faces. The captain shrugged. They keep the lanterns lit. Shall we make our way, then? Kalam sighed. Might as well, sir. The black lacquered carriage, drawn by 2 dun stallions, moved slowly through the press. A dozen feet ahead marched a brace of Baruch's own houseguards, driving a wedge down the street's centre, using their wrapped weapons when shouts and curses failed. In the plush confines of the carriage, the outside roar surged and ebbed like a distant tide, muted by the alchemist's sound-deadening spells. He sat with his chin lowered on his chest, his eyes, hidden in the shadow of his brow and half shut, studying the Tiste Andii seated across from him. Rake had said nothing since his return to the estate, just minutes before their planned departure. Baruch's head throbbed. Sorcery shook the hills to the east, sending waves of concussion that struck every mage within range like mailed fists. He well knew its source. The barrow dweller approached, its every step contested by Anomander Rake's Tiste Andii. It seemed that Mammoth's prediction had been too generous. They didn't have days. They had hours. Yet despite the warring warrens, despite the fact that the Jaghat tyrant's power was superior to Rake's mages, that the barrow dweller came on, relentless, unstoppable, a growing storm of Omtos Felak sorcery, the Lord of Moonspawn sat at ease on the padded couch, legs stretched out before him and gloved hands folded in his lap. The mask lying on the velvet at his side was exquisite, if ghastly. In better times, Baruch might have been amused, appreciative of its workmanship, but right now when he regarded it, his lone response was suspicion. A secret was locked in that mask, something that bespoke the man who would wear it. But the secret eluded Baruch. Turban Orr adjusted his hawk mask and paused just before the wide steps leading to the estate's main doors. He heard another carriage arrive at the gates and turned. From the doorway at his back came the shuffle of footsteps. Lady Simtal spoke behind him. I would rather you'd permitted one of my servants to inform me of your arrival, Councilman. Allow me the privilege of escorting you into the main chamber. She slipped her arm through his. A moment, he muttered, eyes on the figure now emerging from the carriage. It's the alchemist carriage,
he said. "But that's hardly Baruch now, is it?" Lady Simtal looked. "Drake unleashed," she gasped. "Who would that be?" "Baruch's guess," Orr said dryly. Her grip bit into his arm. "I'm aware of his privilege, Councilman. Tell me, have you seen this one before?" The man shrugged. "He's masked. How could I tell?" "How many men do you know, Turban, who are 7 feet tall and wear two-handed swords strapped to their backs?" She squinted. "That white hair, do you think it's part of the mask?" The councilman did not reply. He watched as Baruch emerged behind the stranger. The alchemist's mask was a conservative silver-inlaid half-shield that no more than covered his eyes, an obvious statement denying duplicity. Turbanor grunted, knowing well that his suspicions about the alchemist's influence and power were accurate. His eyes returned to the stranger. His mask was that of a black dragon, lacquered with fine silver-traced highlights. Somehow the dragon's expression seemed sly. "Well," Lady Simtal demanded, "are we going to linger out here all night? And where's your dear wife, anyway?" "Ill," he said distractedly. He smiled at her. "Shall we introduce ourselves to the alchemist's guest? And have I complimented you yet on your attire?" "You haven't," she said. "A black panther suits you, lady." "But of course it does," she replied testily, as Baruch and his guest strode down the paved walk toward them. She disengaged her arm and stepped forward. "Good evening, Alchemist Baruch. Welcome," she added to the black dragon masked man. "An astonishing presentation. Have we met?"
"Good evening, Lady Simtal," Baruch said, bowing. "Councilman Turbanor. Permit me to introduce—" He hesitated, but the Tiste Andii had been firm on this. "Lord Anomander Rake, a visitor to Darujhistan." The alchemist waited to see if the councilman would recognize the name. Turbanor bowed formally.
"On behalf of the City Council, welcome, Lord Anomander Rake."
Baruch sighed. Anomander Rake, a name known by poets and scholars, but not, it appeared, by councilmen. Orr continued.
"As a lord, I assume you hold title to land?"
He almost stepped back as the dragon's visage swung to regard him, deep blue eyes fixed on his.
"Land? Yes, Councilman, I hold title. However, my title is honorary, presented to me by my people."
Rake looked past Orr's shoulder to the room beyond the wide doorway.
"It seems, lady, that the evening is well under way."
"Indeed," she laughed. "Come, join in the festivities."
Baruch breathed another relieved sigh. Murillo had to admit that Crupper's choice of mask suited him perfectly. He found himself grinning behind his feather-decked peacock mask, in spite of his trepidation. He stood near the opened doorway, leading out to the patio and garden, a goblet of light wine in one hand, the other hitched in his belt. Raleigh leaned against the wall beside him, arms crossed. His mask was that of a Catlin tiger, idealized to mimic the god Trake's image. Murillo knew the assassin let the wall bear his weight out of exhaustion, rather than from a lazy slouch. He wondered yet again if matters would fall to him. The assassin stiffened suddenly, eyes on the entrance across from them. Murillo craned to see past the crowd. There, the hawk. He murmured,
"That's Turbanor, all right. Who's he with?"
"Simtal," Raleigh growled, "and Baruch, and some monster of a man wearing a dragon's mask, and armed."
"Baruch?" Murillo laughed nervously. "Let's hope he doesn't recognize us. It wouldn't take him a second to put everything together."
"It doesn't matter," Raleigh said. "He won't stop us."
"Maybe you're right."
Then Murillo almost dropped his glass.
"Hood's weary feet!"
Raleigh hissed between his teeth. "Damn it, look at him. He's heading straight for them." Lady Simtal and Turban Orr excused themselves, leaving Baruch and Rake momentarily alone in the middle of the chamber. People moved around them, some nodding deferentially at Baruch, but all keeping their distance. A crowd gathered around Simtal, where she stood at the foot of the winding staircase, eager with questions regarding Anomander Rake. A figure approached Baruch and his companion. Short, round, wearing a faded red waistcoat, both hands clutching pastries, the man wore a cherub's mask, its open red-lipped mouth smeared with cake icing and crumbs. His route to them met with one obstacle after another as he negotiated his way across the room, excusing himself at every turn and twist. Rake noticed the newcomer, for he said, "Seems eager, doesn't he?" Baruch chuckled. "He's worked for me," he said, "and I've worked for him as well. Anomander Rake, behold the one they call the Eel, Darujhistan's master spy." "Do you jest?" "No." Crupper arrived, his chest heaving.
"Master Baruch," he said breathlessly, "what a surprise to find you here."
The cherub face swung over and up to Rake.
"The hair is an exquisite touch, sir. Exquisite. I am named Crupper, sir. Crupper the First."
He raised a pastry to his mouth and jammed it in. "This is Lord Anomander Rake, Crupper." Crupper nodded vigorously, then swallowed audibly.
"Of course. Why then, you must be quite used to such a lofty stance, sir. Crupper envies those who can look down upon everyone else."
"It is easy to fool oneself," Rake answered, "interviewing those beneath one as small and insignificant. The risks of oversight, you might say."
Crupper might well say, assuming the pun was intended. But who would disagree that the dragon's lot is ever beyond the ken of mere humankind? Crupper can only guess at the thrill of flight, the wail of high winds, the rabbits scurrying below as one's shadows brushes their limited awareness.
"My dear Crupper," Baruch sighed, "it is but a mask."
"Such is the irony of life,"
Crupper proclaimed, raising one pastry-filled hand over his head,
"that one learns to distrust the obvious, surrendering instead to insidious suspicion and confused conclusion. But lo, is Crupper deceived? Can an eel swim? Hurrah! These seeming muddy waters are home to Crupper, and his eyes are wide with wonder."
He bowed with a flourish, spattering bits of cake over Rake and Baruch, then marched off, still talking.
"A survey of the kitchen is in order, Crupper suspects."
"An eel indeed," Rake said in an amused tone. "He is a lesson to us all, is he not?"
"Agreed,"
Baruch muttered, shoulders slumping. "I need a drink. Let me get you one. Excuse me." Turban Orr stood with his back to the wall and surveyed the crowded room. He was finding it difficult to relax. The last week had been exhausting. He still awaited confirmation from the Assassins' Guild that Cole was dead. It wasn't like them to take so long to complete a contract, and sticking a knife into a drunk shouldn't have been too difficult. His hunt for the spy in his organizations had reached a dead end, but he remained convinced that such a man, or woman, existed. Again, and especially since Lim's assassination, he had found his moves in the council blocked by countermoves, too unfocused for him to point a finger at any one person. But the proclamation was dead in the water. He had come to that conclusion this morning, and he had acted. Even now, his most trusted and capable messenger rode the trader's track, probably passing through the Gadrobi Hills and the thunderstorm at this very moment, on his way to Pale. To the Empire. Turban Orr knew the Malazans were on the way. No one in Darujhistan could stop them, and the Moon's Lord had been defeated once, at Pale. Why would it be any different this time around? No, the time had come to ensure that his own position would survive the Empire's occupation. Or, better yet, an even higher rank to reward his vital support. His eyes fell casually on a guard stationed to one side of the spiral staircase. The man looked familiar somehow. Not his face, but the way he stood, the set of his shoulders. Was the man's usual station at Majesty Hall? No. The uniform was that of a regular, while Majesty Hall was the domain of the elites. Turban Orr's frown deepened behind the hawk mask. Then the guard adjusted his helmet strap, and Turban Orr gasped. He leaned back against the wall, overcome by trembling. Despot's Barbican! All those nights, night after night for years, that guard had witnessed his midnight meetings with his allies and agents. There stood his spy. He straightened, closing one hand over the pommel of his dueling sword. He'd leave no room for questions, and damn Simtal's sensibilities, and damn this party. He wanted his vengeance to be swift and immediate. He'd let no one stop him. His eyes fixing on the unsuspecting guard, Turban Orr stepped forward. He collided with a hard shoulder and staggered back. A large man in a tiger mask turned to him. Orr waited for an apology, but received only silence. He moved to step past the man. The stranger's arm intercepted him. Turban Orr cursed as a gloved hand poured wine down his chest. "Idiot!" he snapped. "I am Councilman Turban Orr. Out of my way!" "I know who you are," the man said quietly. Orr jabbed a finger into the man's chest. "Keep that mask on so I'll know who to look for later." "I didn't even notice your mask," the man said, his voice cold and flat. "Fooled by the nose, I suppose." The councilman's eyes narrowed. "Eager to die, are you?" he grated. "I will oblige you." His hand twitched on his sword's pommel. "In a few minutes. Right now I have—" "I wait on no man," Rallick said, "and certainly not for some thin-lipped prancer pretending to manhood. If you've the belly for a duel, make it now, or stop wasting time with all this talk." Shaking, Turban Orr took a step back and faced the man directly. "What's your name?" he demanded hoarsely. "You are not fit to hear it, Councilman." Turban Orr raised his hands and whirled to the crowd. "Hear me, guests! Unexpected entertainment for you all." Conversation died and everyone faced the councilman. He continued. "A fool has challenged my honor, friends, and since when has Turban Orr permitted such an insult?" "A duel!" someone cried excitedly. Voices rose. Orr pointed at Rallick. "This man, so bold as to wear Trake's face, will be dead shortly. Look upon him now, friends, as he looks upon you, and know that he is all but dead already." "Stop babbling," Rallick drawled. The councilman pulled the mask from his face, revealing a tight grin. "If I could kill you 1,000 times," he said, "it would not be enough to satisfy me. I must settle with you but once." Rallick removed his mask and tossed it onto the carpeted stairs. He looked upon Turban Orr with flat, dark eyes. "Done breaking wind, Councilman?" "Unmasked, and still a stranger," Orr said, scowling. "So be it. Find yourself a second." A thought struck him, and he turned back to the crowd, searching it. Toward the back, he saw the mask he sought, that of a wolf. His choosing of a second could well have political benefits, assuming the man accepted. And in this crowd, he'd be a fool to deny Orr. "For myself," he said loudly, "I would be honored if Councilman Istrasian Dahl act as my second." The wolf started. Beside him stood 2 women, one no more than a girl. Dahl's wife was dressed as a veiled woman of Callows, while the girl had selected, outrageously, the minimal garb of a Barghast war maiden. Both wife and daughter spoke to Istrasian. He stepped forward. "The honor is mine," he rumbled, completing the ritual acceptance. Turban Orr felt a surge of triumph. To have his most powerful enemy in the council at his side for this duel would send a message mixed enough to panic half the council members present. Pleased at his coup, he faced his nameless opponent again.
"And your second?"
Silence fell over the room.
"I haven't much time," Lady Simtal said in a low voice. "After all, as the hostess for this fete—" "It's your duty," murmured the man before her, "to satisfy your guests." He reached forth and brushed the hair from her forehead. "Which is something I'm certain you can do, and do well." She smiled and walked to the door. She locked its latch, then spun to face the man again. "Perhaps half an hour," she said. The man strode to the bed and tossed down his leather gloves. "I'm confident," he said, "that those 30 minutes will be satisfying indeed, each more than the last."
Lady Simtal joined him beside the bed.
"I suppose,"
she whispered, as she slipped her arms around the man's neck and drew his face down to her lips,
"that you've no choice now but to tell the Widow Lim the sad news."
She touched her lips to his, then ran her tongue along the line of his jaw.
What sad news is that?" "Oh, that you found yourself a more worthy lover, of course."
Her tongue reached into his ear. Abruptly she pulled back and met his eyes searchingly.
"Do you hear that?"
she asked. He brought his arms around her and drew her closer.
"Hear what?"
"That's just it," she said.
"It's suddenly quiet downstairs. I'd better—" "They're in the garden, no doubt," the man said reassuringly. "The minutes are passing, lady."
She hesitated, then made the mistake of letting him press his body against hers. Lady Simtal's eyes widened in near alarm. Her breathing changed.
"So," she gasped, "what are we doing, still dressed?"
"Good question," Murillo growled, pulling both of them onto the bed. In the silence following Turbanor's question, Baruch found himself preparing to step forward. Knowing well what that would reveal, he felt compelled, nevertheless. Ralik Nom was here to right a dreadful wrong. More, the man was a friend, closer to the alchemist than Crupper or Murillo, and in spite of his profession, a man of integrity. And Turbanor was Lady Simtal's last link to real power. If Ralik killed the man, she'd fall. Kol's return to the council was something Baruch and his fellow Tarud mages greatly desired, and Turbanor's death would be a relief. More was riding on this duel than Ralik imagined. The alchemist adjusted his robe and drew a deep breath. A large hand closed on his upper arm, and before Baruch could react, Lord Anomander Rake stepped forward.
"I offer my services as second,"
he said loudly. He met Ralik's eyes. The assassin betrayed nothing, not once looking at Baruch. He answered Rake's offer with a nod.
"Perhaps," Turbanor sneered, "the two strangers know each other."
"We've never met," Rake said. "However, I find myself instinctively sharing his distaste for your endless talk, Councilman. Thus I seek to avoid a council debate on who will be this man's second. Shall we proceed?" Turbanor led the way out to the terrace, Astrasian Dal behind him. As Baruch turned to follow, he felt a familiar contact of energies at his side. He swung his head and recoiled. "Good gods, Mammoth! Where did you get that hideous mask?" The old man's eyes held his briefly, then shied away.
"An accurate rendition of Jaghut features, I believe," he said softly, "though I think the tusks are a little short."
Baruch shook himself. "Have you managed to find your nephew yet?"
"No," Mammoth replied. "I am deeply worried by that."
"Well," the alchemist grunted as they walked outside, "let's hope that Opon's luck holds for the lad."
"Of course," Mammoth murmured.
Whiskeyjack's eyes widened as a crowd of excited guests poured out from the main chamber and gathered on the terrace. Fiddler scurried to his side.
"It's a duel, Sergeant. The guy with the wine stain on his shirt is one of them, a councilman named Orr. Nobody knows who the other man is. He's over there with that big man in the dragon mask."
The sergeant had been leaning, arms crossed, against one of the marble pillars encircling the fountain, but at seeing the tall dragon-masked figure, he came near to toppling into the fountain behind him. "Hood's balls!" he cursed. "Recognize that long silver hair, Fid?" The saboteur frowned. "Moonspawn," Whiskeyjack breathed. "That's the mage, the lord who stood on that portal and battled Tatrin." He reeled off an impressive list of curses, then added, "And he's not human." Fiddler groaned.
"Tiste Andii! The bastards found us! We've had it!"
"Shut up." Whiskeyjack was recovering from his shock. "Line everybody up the way that Captain Stillis wanted us. Backs to the woods, and hands on weapons. Move!" Fiddler scrambled. The sergeant watched the saboteur round up his men. Where in Hood's name was Kalam and Paran anyway? He caught Quickben's eye and gestured the mage over.
"Fid explained it," Quickben said, leaning close. "I may not be much use, Sergeant. That barrow dweller's unleashing waves of nasty stuff. My head feels ready to explode."
He grinned wanly.
"And look around. You can pick out all the mages by the sick looks on their faces. If we all accessed our warrens, we'd be fine."
"Then why don't you?" The wizard grimaced.
"That jaghut would fix on us as if we were a beacon of fire, and he'd take the weaker ones. Even from this distance he'd take them. And then there'd be Hood to pay."
Whiskeyjack watched the guests create a space on the terrace, lining up on either side. "Check with Hedge and Fiddler," he ordered, eyes lingering on the Tiste Andii. "Make sure they've got something handy, in case it all comes apart. This estate's got to burn then, hot and long. We'll need the diversion to set off the intersection mines. Give me the nod telling me they're up to it."
"Right."
Quickben moved off. Whiskeyjack grunted in surprise as a young man stepped round him, dressed as a thief, complete with face mask.
"Excuse me,"
the man muttered as he walked into the crowd. The sergeant stared after him, then glanced back at the garden. How had that lad got past them in the first place? He could have sworn they'd sealed off the woods. He loosened his sword surreptitiously in its sheath. Crocus had no idea what kind of costume Tiste Andii would be wearing, and he was resigned to a long hunt. He had left Apsala at the garden's back wall, and now felt guilty. Still, she had seemed to take it well, though in a way that made him feel even worse. Why did she have to be so nice about things? He spared barely a thought about the crowd's strange formation, looking, as he was, for a head somewhere at chest level to everyone else. As it turned out, that proved unnecessary, for Tiste Andii's costume was no disguise. Crocus found himself between two burly houseguards. Across from him, 20 feet away, with no one to block his view, stood Tiste and an older woman Crocus took to be her mother. Their attention was held unerringly on a tall, severe-looking man standing at one end of the cleared space and speaking with another man, who was strapping on a dueling glove. It slowly dawned on the thief that a duel was but moments away. Squeezing between the two guards, Crocus craned his neck to find the other duelist. At first, he thought him the giant with the dragon mask and two-handed sword. Then his gaze found the man. Ralik Nom. His eyes snapped back to the first duelist. Familiar. He nudged the guard on his left.
"Is that Councilman Turbanor?" "It is, sir,"
the guard replied, an odd tightness in his tone. Crocus glanced up to see the man's face wet with sweat, trickling down from under his peaked helmet. Strange.
"So, where's Lady Simtal?"
he asked casually.
"Nowhere in sight," the guard answered, with obvious relief. "Otherwise, she'd stop this."
Crocus nodded at that.
"Well," he said, "Ralik will win."
The guard's gaze was on him, his eyes hard and piercing.
"You know the man?"
"Well." Someone tapped his back, and he turned to find a cherub's face smiling mindlessly at him.
Why, Crocus, lad, what an inventive costume you're wearing!
Crupper?
Well guessed,
Crupper replied. The painted wooden face swung to the guard.
Oh, kind sir, I have a written message for you.
Crupper placed a scroll into the man's hand.
Compliments of a long-time secret admirer.
Crocus grinned. These guards had all the luck when it came to noble ladies. Circlebreaker accepted the scroll and slid it from the silk tie. More than once he had sensed Turban Orr's eyes on him. First in the central chamber, when it looked as if the councilman might accost him directly, and now, while others argued over who should referee the duel. Circlebreaker prayed Ralik would kill Turban Orr. He felt his own fear racing through his body, and it was with trembling hands that he read the eel's message.
The time has come for Circlebreaker to retire from active duty. The circle is mended, loyal friend. Though you have never seen the eel, you have been his most trusted hand, and you have earned your rest. Think not that the eel simply discards you now. Such is not the eel's way. The sigil at the bottom of this parchment will provide you passage to the city of Davran, where loyal servants of the eel have prepared your arrival by purchasing an estate and a legitimate title on your behalf. You enter a different world soon, with its own games. Trust your new servants, friend, in this and all other concerns. Proceed this very night to the Davran Traders' Pier in Lakefront. You seek the river longboat named Enscalada. Show the sigil to any crewman aboard. All are servants of the eel. The time has come, Circlebreaker. The circle is mended. Fare you well.
Baruch threw up his hands in exasperation.
Enough of this, he bellowed. I will referee this duel and accept all responsibility. Judgment of victory is mine. Accepted by both parties?
Turban Orr nodded. Even better than Astrasian being his second. Baruch's proclaiming him victor in the duel would be a coup in its own right.
I accept.
As do I, Ralik said, his short cloak drawn about his body. A sudden wind thrashed the treetops in the garden, sweeping down from the east. Thunder boomed from this side of the hills. A number of onlookers seemed to flinch. Turban Orr grinned, stepping into the cleared area. Leaves skirled past, clattering like tiny bones.
Before it rains, he said.
His allies in the crowd laughed at this.
Of course, Orr continued. It might prove more entertaining to draw things out. A wound here, a wound there. Shall I cut him to pieces slowly?
He feigned dismay at the chorus of eager assent.
Too eager for blood, friends. Must the ladies dance on slick flagstones once darkness falls? We must consider our host.
And where was Simtal? His imagination conjured an image in answer, and he frowned.
No, indeed, he said coldly. It shall be quick.
The councilman unsheathed his sword and fastened his gloves' leather straps to the ornate grip behind the bell guard. He scanned the faces of his audience, even now seeking some betrayal of expression. He had friends who were enemies, enemies who would be friends. The game would continue beyond this moment, but it could prove a telling moment. He would recall every face later and study it at his leisure. Turban Orr assumed his stance. His opponent stood 10 feet away, both hands hidden beneath his cloak. He looked at ease, almost bored.
What's this? Orr demanded. Where is your weapon?
I'm ready, Ralik replied. Baruch placed himself equidistant between the two duelists, slightly off to one side. His face was pale, as if he had fallen ill.
Comments from the seconds? He asked faintly.
Rake made no reply. Astrasian Dahl cleared his throat.
I hereby make it known that I oppose this duel as facile and trite.
He stared at Turban Orr.
I find the councilman's life
irrelevant in the best of times. Should he die?" The tall man looked over to Rallick. "There will be no vengeance pact from the House of Dahl. You, sir, are freed of that." Rallick bowed. Turbanor's smile tightened. The bastard would pay for that, he vowed. He lowered himself into a crouch, ready to launch an attack as soon as the duel began. Baruch said, "You have been heard, Estrasian Dahl." The alchemist raised a handkerchief before him, then released it. Turbanor jumped forward and lunged in a single fluid motion. So fast he had fully extended his weapon before the handkerchief struck the paving stones. He saw his opponent's left hand dart under his blade, then twist up and outward, a short, curved knife flashing in its grip. The parry was a blur, yet all caught it and deftly disengaged, driving his point low and toward the man's midsection. He had no time even to notice the second knife. As Rallick turned his body sideways, the blade in his right hand guiding Turbanor's sword past him. The assassin stepped in then, his left hand moving in a high swing that buried its blade in the councilman's neck. Rallick followed this by driving his other knife into Orr's chest. The councilman staggered to one side, his sword clanging on the stones as he clutched at the gushing wound in his neck. The motion was reflex, for he was already dead from the wound in his heart. He toppled. Rallick stepped back, weapons once again hidden beneath his cloak. 1,000 other deaths, he whispered, so low that only Baruch and Rake heard him, would not have satisfied me. But I'll settle for this one. Baruch stepped close and made to speak, but then, at a gesture from Rake, he turned to see Estrasian Dahl approaching. The councilman's heavy eyes held Rallick. "I might suspect," he said, "given your style, that we have witnessed an assassination. Of course, not even the Guild of Assassins is brash enough to commit public murder. Therefore I've no choice but to keep such suspicions to myself, and leave it at that. Good evening, gentlemen." He whirled and strode away. "I think," Rake said, his masked face swinging to the assassin, that was a rather uneven match." A rush of people closed in around Turbanor's body. Voices shouted in dismay. Baruch studied the cool satisfaction on Rallick's face. "It's done, Rallick. Go home." A large, rounded woman in a bright green, gold-trimmed robe joined them. Unmasked, she smiled broadly at Baruch. "Greetings," she said. "Interesting times, yes?" A personal servant stood at her side, bearing a padded tray on which squatted a water pipe. Rallick stepped back with a slight bow, then left. Baruch sighed. "Greetings, Darujhistan. Permit me to introduce Lord Anomander Rake. Lord, the witch Darujhistan." "Forgive the mask," Rake said to her. "It is best that it remain on, however." Smoke streamed down from Darujhistan's nose. "My compatriots share my growing unease, yes? We feel the approaching storm, and while Baruch continues to reassure us, still the misgivings, yes?" "Should it prove necessary," Rake said, "I will attend to the matter personally. I do not believe, however, that our greatest threat is the one beyond the city's walls. A suspicion which, no more." "I think," Baruch said tentatively, "that we would like to hear these suspicions of yours, Rake." The Tiste Andii hesitated, then shook his head. "Unwise. The matter is presently too sensitive to be broached. I shall remain here for now, however." Darujhistan waved dismissively at Baruch's angry growl. "True, the Torud cabal is unused to feeling helpless, yes? True also, dangers abound, and any might prove a feint, a diversion, yes? Cunning is the Empress. For myself, I affirm the trust between us, Lord." She smiled at Baruch.
"We must speak, you and I, alchemist," she said, linking arms with him.
Rake bowed to the woman.
"A pleasure meeting you, witch."
He watched the witch and the alchemist walk away, the servant scurrying at Darujhistan's heel. Cropper intercepted a servant burdened with delicious-looking savouries. Taking 2 handfuls at random, he turned back to resume his conversation with Crocus. He stopped. The lad was nowhere in sight. The crowd milled about on the terrace, some upset, although the majority appeared simply confused. Where was Lady Simtal? They asked. Some, grinning, changed the question to, who's she with? Already a new wave of anticipation rose among the nobles. They circled like vultures, waiting for their faltering hostess. Smiling beatifically behind the cherub mask, Cropper raised his eyes slowly to the balcony overlooking the patio, in time to see a figure appear as a dark, feminine silhouette behind the shutters. He licked sticky sugar from his fingers, smacking his lips.
There are times, Cropper murmurs, when celibacy born of sad deprivation becomes a boon, nay, a source of great relief. Dear Murillo, prepare for a storm.
Simtal pushed apart 2 slats of the shutters and looked down.
"You were right," she said. "They have indeed retired to the terrace. Odd, with that storm coming. I should get dressed."
She returned to the bed and began to collect her clothing, which lay scattered all around it.
"And what about you, Murillo?" she asked. "Don't you think your companion below is wondering where you are, dear lover?"
Murillo swung his legs over the bedside and pulled on his tights.
"I think not," he said.
Simtal shot him a curious look.
"Who did you come with?"
"Just a friend," he answered, buttoning his shirt. "I doubt you'd recognize the name." At that moment the doors locked snapped, and the door itself slammed inward. Dressed only in her underclothes, Simtal loosed a startled cry. Her eyes flashed at the tall, cloaked man standing in the doorway.
How dare you enter my bedroom? Leave at once, or I'll call the—
"Both guards patrolling this hallway have departed, lady," Rallick Nom said, stepping into the room and closing the door behind him. The assassin glanced at Murillo. "Get dressed," he snapped.
"Departed?"
Simtal moved to place the bed between herself and Rallick. "Their loyalty has been purchased," the assassin said. "The lesson shouldn't be lost on you."
"I need only scream, and others will come."
"But you haven't," Rallick grinned, "because you're curious."
"You don't dare harm me," Simtal said, straightening. "Turban will hunt you down."
The assassin took another step forward. "I'm here only to talk, Lady Simtal," he said. "You won't be harmed, no matter what you deserve."
"Deserve? I've done nothing. I don't even know you."
"Neither did Councilman Lim," Rallick said quietly. "And tonight the same could be said for Turban Orr. Both men paid for their ignorance, alas. Fortunate that you missed the duel, lady. It was unpleasant, but necessary." His eyes hardened on the pale woman. "Allow me to explain. Turban Orr's offer of contract to the Assassin's Guild is now officially cancelled. Cole lives, and now his return to this house is assured. You're done with, Lady Simtal. Turban Orr is dead." He turned and walked from the room, closing the door behind him. Murillo rose slowly. He looked into Simtal's eyes, seeing there a growing terror. Undermined by the stripping away of her links to power, her once secure defences collapsed. He watched as she seemed physically to contract, her shoulders drawing inward, her hands clasped at her stomach, knees bending. Then he could look no longer. The Lady Simtal was gone, and he dared not study too closely the creature in her place. He unsheathed his ornamental dagger and tossed it on the bed. Without another word or gesture, he left the room, knowing with certainty that he would have been the last man to see her alive. Out in the hallway he paused.
"Maori," he said softly, "I'm not cut out for this."
Planning to reach this point was one thing. Having now reached it was another. He hadn't considered how he'd feel. Justice got in the way of that. A white fire he had had no reason to look behind or push aside. Justice had seduced him, and he wanted what he had just lost. He wondered at the death he felt spreading within him. The regret following in that death's wake, so unanswerable it was, threatened to overwhelm him.
"Maori,"
he whispered, a second time, as close to praying as he had ever been.
"I think I'm now lost. Am I lost?"
Crocus edged round a marble pillar, his eyes on the rather short Barghast war maiden sitting on the fountain's rim. Damn those guards at the wood's edge anyway. He was a thief, wasn't he? Besides, they all looked pretty distracted. He waited for his opportunity, and when it came he darted for the shadows between the first line of trees. No shout of alarm or call to halt sounded behind him. Slipping into the darkness, Crocus turned and crouched. Yes, she still sat there, facing in his direction. He drew a deep breath, then stood straight, a pebble in one hand. Eyeing the guards, he waited. Half a minute later he found his chance. He stepped forward and flung the pebble into the fountain. Laseen jumped, then looked round as she wiped droplets of water from her painted face. His heart sank as her gaze passed over him, then her head whipped back. Crocus gestured desperately. This was it. This was when he'd find out where she stood as far as he was concerned. He held his breath and gestured again. With a backward glance toward the patio, Laseen rose and ran to him. As she came close, she squinted at him.
"Go, lass, is that you? I've been waiting all night."
Crocus froze. Then, without thinking, he lunged forward and clasped a hand over her mouth, his other arm encircling her waist. Laseen squealed, trying to bite his palm, and struggled against him, but he dragged her into the darkness of the garden. Now what? He wondered. Circlebreaker leaned against the marble pillar just inside the estate's main chamber. Behind him, guests milled around Turbanor's body, arguing loudly and voicing empty threats. The air hung heavy over the garden, smelling of blood. He wiped at his eyes, trying to calm his heart. It's over. Queen of Dreams, I'm done. I can rest now. Finally rest. He straightened slowly, taking a deep breath, adjusted his sword belt and glanced around. Captain Stillis was nowhere in sight, and the chamber was almost empty except for a knot of servants outside the kitchen entrance. Lady Simtal was still missing, and confusion now seeped into the void of her absence. Circlebreaker looked one last time at the guests in the garden, then he made his way to the doors. As he passed the long table on which sat the remnants of pastries and puddings, he heard faint snoring. Another step forward brought him to the table's end, and into view of the small, round man seated in a plush antique chair. The smeared cherub mask hid the man's face, but Circlebreaker could see the closed eyes, and the nasal drone that matched the rise and fall of his chest was loud and steady. The guardsman hesitated. Then, shaking his head, he moved on. Beyond the gates now within sight waited the streets of Darujhistan and freedom. Now that he'd begun his first steps on that path, he would let nothing deter him. I've done my part. Just another nameless stranger who couldn't run from the face of tyranny. Dear Hood, take the man's shriveled soul. His dreams are over, ended by an assassin's whim. As for my own soul, well, you shall have to wait a while longer. He passed through the gates, welcoming at last the smile that came unbidden to his mouth. Chapter 22. Ravens, great ravens! Your damning calls deride history sweeping beneath your blackened wings.
Shatter the day, O flags of night, rend with shadows this innocent light. Ravens, great ravens, your drumming clouds arrive, swoop sudden sheer, hissing travails from no place to the other. Shatter the day, O flags of night, rend with shadows this innocent light. Ravens, great ravens, your beaks clatter open, disgorging the sweat of straining dismay, the clack of bones promised this day. I've seen the sheen of your eyes, the laughter that rhymes the living, your passing but an illusion. We stop, we stare, we curse your cold winds, in knowing your flight's path, wheeling you round us again. Oh, forever again. Ravens. Collet. Born 978. Raist had driven 2 of the black dragons from the battle. The remaining 2 now circled high overhead, while Silana Redwings sped down and out of sight beyond the hill. She was hurting, the Jaghut tyrant knew, the power of her immense life force bleeding away. "And now," he said through tattered lips, "she will die." Raist's flesh had been torn away, ravaged by the virulent power of the dragons, power that burst from their jaws like breath of fire. His brittle, yellowed bones were splintered, crushed and shattered. All that kept him upright and moving was his Omto's Felak Warren. Once the finished was in his hands, he would make his body anew, filling it with the vigor of health. And he was near his goal. One last ridge of hills, and the city's walls would be visible, its fortifications all that stood between Raist and his greater powers. The battle had laid waste to the hills, incinerating everything in the deadly clash of warrens. And Raist had driven back the dragons. He had listened to their cries of pain. Laughing, he had flung dense clouds of earth and stones skyward to blind them. He ignited the air in the path of their flight. He filled clouds with fire. It was, he felt, good to be alive again. As he walked, he continued to devastate the land around him. A single jerk of his head had shattered a stone bridge spanning a wide, shallow river. There had been a guardhouse there, and soldiers with iron weapons. Odd creatures, taller than Imas, yet he sensed that they could be easily enslaved. These particular men, however, he destroyed lest they distract him in his battle with the dragons. He had met another man, similarly clad and riding a horse. He killed both man and beast, irritated at their intrusion. Breathed in the crackling fire of his sorcery, Raist ascended the side of the hill behind which Silana had disappeared minutes earlier. Anticipating another ambush, the Jaghut tyrant gathered his power, fists clenching. Yet he reached the crest unmolested. Had she fled? He craned skyward. No, the 2 black dragons remained, and between them a great raven. Raist crossed the hill's summit and stopped when the valley beyond came into view. Silana waited there, her red-pebbled skin streaked with black, wet burns across her heaving chest. Wings folded, she watched him from her position at the base of the valley, where a stream wound a tortured cut through the earth, its jagged path choked with bramble. The Jaghut tyrant laughed harshly. Here she would die. The far side of the valley was a low ridge, and beyond, glowing in the darkness, was the city that held his finished. Raist paused at seeing it. Even the great Jaghut cities of the early times were dwarfed by comparison. And what of its strange blue and green light, fighting the darkness with such steady, unfaltering determination? There were mysteries here. He was eager to discover them. "Silana!" he cried. "Elainta! I give you your life. Flee now, Silana. I show mercy but once. Hear me, Elainta!" The red dragon regarded him steadily, her multifaceted eyes glowing like beacons. She did not move, nor did she reply. Race strode toward her, surprised to find her warren gone.
Was this surrender, then? He laughed a second time. As he neared, the sky above him changed, filling with a sourceless mercurial glow. The city beyond vanished, replaced by wind-whipped mudflats. The distant jagged line of mountains loomed massive, uncarved by rivers of ice, bright and savage with youth. Raced steps slowed. "This is an elder vision, a vision before even the Jagat. Who has lured me here?" he thought.
"Oh my, oh my!"
The tyrant's gaze snapped down to find a mortal standing before him. Race cocked a withered brow at the man's peculiar clothing, the coat tattered and faded red with large food-stained cuffs, the baggy, shimmering pantaloons dyed an astonishing pink, and the broad black leather boots covering his small feet. The man withdrew a cloth and patted the sweat from his brow.
"Dear sir," he wheezed, "you've not aged well at all."
"There is eye-mass within you," Raced rasped. "Even the language you speak echoes their guttural throats. Have you come forth to grovel at my feet? Are you my first acolyte, then, eager for my rewards?"
"Alas," the man replied, "you are mistaken, sir. Cropper, this humble, weak mortal who stands before you, bows to no man, be he Jughat or God. Such are the nuances of this new age that you are felled by indifference, made insignificant in your mighty struggles by lowly Cropper, into whose dream you have ignobly stumbled. Cropper stands before you so that you may gaze upon his benign countenance in the last moments before your demise. Magnanimous of Cropper, all things considered."
Raced laughed.
"I have walked in the dreams of mortals before. You believe you are the master here, but you are mistaken."
The tyrant's hand shot out, virulent power erupting from it. The sorcery engulfed Cropper, blazing darkly, then faded, leaving not even a remnant of the man. A voice spoke to Raced's left.
"Rude," Cropper proclaims. "Disappointing, this precipitateness."
The Jughat swung around, eyes narrowing.
"What game is this?"
The man smiled. "Why, Cropper's game, of course."
A sound behind Raced alerted him, but too late. He spun, even as a massive flint sword crunched through his left shoulder, tearing a path that snapped ribs, sliced through sternum and spine. The blow dragged the tyrant down and to one side. Raced sprawled, pieces of his body striking the ground around him. He stared up at the Talan mass. Cropper's shadow moved over Raced's face, and the tyrant met the mortal man's watery eyes.
"He is clanless, of course, unbound and beyond binding, yet the ancient call commands him still, to his dismay. Imagine his surprise at being found out. Onos Tulan, sword of the First Empire, is once more called upon by the blood that once warmed his limbs, his heart, his life of so very long ago."
The Talan Imash spoke. "You have strange dreams, mortal."
"Cropper possesses many surprises, even unto himself."
"I sense," Onos Tulan continued, "a bonecaster's hand in this summoning."
"Indeed. Prankol of King Arven's clan of the Krontalan Imas, I believe he called himself."
Raced raised himself from the ground, drawing his sorcery around his body to hold its shattered parts in place.
"No Talan Imas can withstand me," he hissed.
"A dubious claim," Cropper said. "Even so, he is joined in this endeavor."
The Jughat tyrant straightened to see a tall, black-shrouded figure emerge from the stream bed. He cocked his head as the apparition approached.
"You remind me of Hood. Is the Death Wanderer still alive?"
He scowled.
But no, I sense nothing from you. You do not exist.
Perhaps, the figure replied, in a deep, soft tone that hinted of regret. If so, he continued, then neither do you. We are both of the past, Jaghat. The figure halted 15 feet away from Raist and swung his hooded head in the dragon's direction. Her master awaits your arrival, Jaghat, but he waits in vain, and for this you should thank us. He would deliver a kind of death from which there is no escape, even by such a creature as you. The head turned, and the darkness within the hood once again regarded the tyrant. Here, within a mortal's dream, we bring an end to your existence. Raist grunted. In this age, there are none who can defeat me. The figure laughed a low rumble. You are a fool, Raist. In this age, even a mortal can kill you. The tide of enslavement has reversed itself. It is now we gods who are the slaves, and the mortals our masters, though they know it not. You are a god, then? Ray's scowl deepened. You are a child to me, if so. I was once a god, the figure replied, worshipped as Kral, and my aspect was the obelisk. I am the maker of paths. Do you find significance in that ancient title? Raist took a step back, raising his desiccated hands. Impossible, he breathed. You passed into the realms of chaos, returned to the place of your birth. You are among us no more. As I said, things have changed, Kral said quietly. You have a choice, Raist. Onos Tulan can destroy you. You have no understanding of what his title of sword signifies. He is without equal in this world. You can fall ignobly beneath the blade of an Imas, or you can accompany me. For in one thing we are the same, you and I. Our time has passed, and the gates of chaos await us. What choice do you make? I make neither, Eldering One. With a soft, hollow laugh, Raist's battered, withered body collapsed. Kral cocked his head. He's found another body. Cropper pulled out his handkerchief. Oh my, he said. Kalam gestured sharply, and Perrin ducked down. The captain's mouth was dry. There was something very wrong with this garden. He wondered if it was simply the exhaustion he felt. The garden's air itself rubbed his senses raw. He thought he could see the darkness pulse, and the smell of decay had thickened to a stench. Kalam reached for his knives. Perrin tensed, unable to see anything beyond the assassin. Too many trees, not enough light. Somewhere ahead flickered gas lamps, and people were gathered on the terrace. But civilization seemed 1,000 leagues away. Here, the captain felt as if he was within a primordial presence, breathing slowly and heavily on all sides. Kalam gestured that Perrin remain where he was, then slipped into the shadows to their right. Crouching low, the captain edged forward to where the assassin had been standing moments earlier. There looked to be a glade, or clearing, just ahead. He couldn't be certain, however, nor could he see anything amiss. Yet his feeling of wrongness now ached in his skull. He took another step. Something occupied the glade's center, blockish, like a dressed stone or an altar, and before it stood a small woman, almost wraith-like in the darkness. Her back was to Perrin. One moment she stood alone. The next Kalam rose behind her, knives glimmering in his hands. He drew back his arms. The woman moved in a blur, one elbow driving backward into the assassin's stomach. She twisted round and drove her knee into the man's crotch. A shout burst from Kalam as he reeled back a step, then fell to the ground with a heavy thump. Perrin's sword was in his hand. He dashed into the clearing. The woman saw him and voiced a surprised, frightened yelp. "No!" she cried. "Please!" The captain stopped at that girlish voice. Kalam sat up. He groaned, then said, "Damn it, sorry. Wasn't expecting you. We figured you were dead, girl." The woman eyed Perrin warily as he approached cautiously. "I should know you, shouldn't I?" she asked Kalam. Then, as Perrin came closer, she raised a frightened hand between them and stepped back. I killed you." With a soft moan, she fell to her knees. "Your blood was on my hands. I remember it." A fire of rage flared in Perrin. He raised his sword and moved to stand over her. "Wait," Kalam hissed. "Wait, Captain. Something's not right here." With great difficulty, the assassin climbed to his feet, then prepared to sit down on the stone block. "Don't!" the girl gasped. "Can't you feel it?" "I can," Perrin growled. He lowered his weapon. "Don't touch that thing, Corporal." Kalam stepped away. "Thought it was just me," he muttered. "It's not stone at all," the woman said, her face free of the anguish that had twisted it a moment before. "It's wood." She rose and faced Kalam. "And it's growing." A suspicion came to Perrin. "Girl, do you remember me? Do you know who I am?" She frowned at him, then shook her head. "I know Kalam," she said. "He's an old friend, I think." The assassin choked on something, then coughed loudly, wagging his head. The woman pointed at the wooden block. "See, it's growing again." Both men looked. A haze blurred the block's edges, swelling and shifting, then vanished, yet it was clear to Perrin that the thing was now bigger. "It has roots," the woman added. Perrin shook himself. "Corporal, remain here with the girl. I won't be long." He sheathed his sword and left the glade. After winding through the undergrowth for a minute, he came to its edge and looked out on a terrace crowded with guests. A low-walled fountain rose from the paving stones to his left, encircled by marble pillars spaced about a yard apart. The captain saw that Whiskeyjack and the squad had arrayed themselves in a rough line a dozen feet from the garden's edge, facing the terrace. They looked tense. Perrin found a dead branch and snapped it in half. At the sound, all 6 men turned. The captain pointed at Whiskeyjack and Mallet, then stepped back between the trees. The sergeant whispered something to Quickben. Then he collected the healer, and they came over. Perrin pulled Whiskeyjack close. "Kalam's found sorry, and something else besides," he said. "The girl's not all there, Sergeant, and I don't think it's an act. One minute she remembers killing me, the next she doesn't. And she's got it into her head right now that Kalam's an old friend." Mallet grunted. After a brief glance back at the party, Whiskeyjack asked, "So, what's this something else?" "I'm not sure, but it's ugly." "All right," the sergeant sighed. "Go with the captain, Mallet. Take a look at Sorry. Any contact from the Assassin's Guild yet?" he asked Perrin. "No." "Then we move soon," Whiskeyjack said. "We let Fiddler and Hedge loose. Bring Kalam when you come back, Mallet. We need to talk." Rallick found his path unobstructed as he moved across the central chamber toward the front doors. Faces turned to him, and conversations fell away, rising again as he passed. A bone-deep weariness gripped the assassin, more than could be accounted for by the blood lost to a wound already healed. The malaise gripping him was emotional. He paused at seeing Cropper rising from a chair, mask dangling from one plump hand.
The man's face was sheathed in sweat, and there was fear in his eyes. "You've a right to be terrified," Rallick said, approaching him. "If I'd known you'd be here—" "Silence," Cropper snapped. "Cropper must think." The assassin scowled but said nothing. He'd never before seen Cropper without his usual affable facade, and the sight of him so perturbed made Rallick profoundly uneasy. "Be on your way, friend," Cropper said then, his voice sounding strange. "Your destiny awaits you. More, it seems this new world is well prepared for one such as Raced, no matter what flesh he wears." Rallick's scowl deepened. "The man sounds drunk." He sighed, then turned away, his mind returning once again to what had been achieved this night. He continued on his way, leaving Cropper behind. What now? He wondered. So much had gone into reaching this moment. The sharp focus of his thoughts seemed dulled now by success. Never the crusader, Rallick's obsession to right the wrong had been, in a sense, no more than the assassin assuming the role Cole himself should have taken. He had played the instrument of Cole's will, relying on a faith that the man's own will would return. And if it didn't? His scowl deepening, Rallick crushed that question before it could lead his thought in search of an answer. As Baruch had said, the time had come to go home. As he passed, a silver-masked woman touched his arm. Startled by the contact, he turned to look at her. Long brown hair surrounded the featureless mask, its eye-hole slits revealing nothing of what lay behind it. The woman stepped close. "I've been curious," she said quietly, "for some time. However, I see now I should have observed you personally, Rallick Nom. Ocelot's death could have been avoided." The assassin's gaze darkened. "Vorkan." Her head tilted in a fraction of a nod. "Ocelot was a fool," Rallick snapped. "If Orr's contract was sanctioned by the Guild, I await punishment." She did not reply. Rallick waited calmly. "You're a man of few words, Rallick Nom." His answer was silence. Vorkan laughed softly. "You say you await punishment, as if already resigned to your own death." Her gaze shifted from him toward the crowded terrace. "Councilman Turban Orr possessed protective magic, yet it availed him naught. Curious." She seemed to be considering something, then she nodded. "Your skills are required, Rallick Nom. Accompany me." He blinked. Then, as she strode toward the garden at the rear of the house, he followed. Crocus held one hand over Chalice's mouth as he lay atop her. With his other, he removed his thief's mask. His eyes widened in recognition. "If you scream," Crocus warned in a harsh voice, "you'll regret it." He had managed to drag her perhaps 10 yards into the undergrowth before she tripped him. They'd thrashed about, but he'd won the battle. "I just want to talk to you," Crocus said. "I won't hurt you, Chalice, I swear it. Unless you try something, of course. Now, I'm going to remove my hand. Please, don't scream." He tried to read the expression in her eyes, but all he saw was fear. Ashamed, he raised his hand. She didn't scream, and a moment later Crocus found himself wishing she had. "Damn you, thief! When my father catches you, he'll have you skinned alive. That's if Gorlas doesn't find you first. You try anything with me, and he'll have you boiled, slowly." Crocus jammed his hand over her mouth again. "Skinned? Boiled?" "Who's Gorlas?" he demanded, glaring. "Some amateur chef? So you did betray me." She stared up at him. He lifted his hand again. "I didn't betray you," she said. "What are you talking about?" "That murdered houseguard. I never did it, but—" "Of course you didn't. Father hired a seer. A woman killed that guard, a servant of the robes. The seer was terrified and didn't even say to be paid. Now get off me, thief!" He let her go and sat back on the ground. He stared into the trees. You didn't betray me. What about Mies, the guards at Uncle Mammoth's, the big hunt? Shalise climbed to her feet and brushed dead leaves from her hide cloak. What are you babbling about? I have to get back. Gorlas will be looking for me. He's the first son of House Tholius, in training to be a master duelist. If he sees you with me, there'll be real trouble. He looked up at her blankly. Wait! He sprang to his feet. Listen, Shalise. Forget this Gorlas idiot. Within the year, my uncle will introduce us formally. Mammoth is a famous writer. Shalise rolled her eyes. Get your feet back on the ground. A writer? Some old man with ink-stained hands who walks into walls? Has his house power, influence? House Tholius has power, influence, everything required. Besides, Gorlas loves me. But He stopped, looking away. Did he? No. Did that matter, though? What did he want from her, anyway? What do you want from me, anyway? Shalise demanded. He studied his feet. Then he met her eyes. Company? He asked, diffidently. Friendship? What am I saying? I'm a thief. I rob women like you. That's right, she snapped. So why pretend otherwise? Her expression softened. Crocus, I won't betray you. It will be our secret. For the briefest of moments he felt like a child being stroked and consoled by a kindly matron, and he found himself enjoying it. Before you, she added, smiling, I'd never met a real thief from the streets. His enjoyment ended in a surge of anger. Hood's breath, no, he sneered. Real? You don't know what's real, Shalise. You've never had blood on your hands. You've never seen a man die. But that's the way it should be, isn't it? Leave the dirt to us. We're used to it. I saw a man die tonight, Shalise said quietly. I never want to again. If that's what real means, then I don't want it. It's all yours, Crocus. Goodbye. She turned and walked away. Crocus stared at her back, her braided hair, as her words rang in his head. Suddenly exhausted, he turned to the garden. He hoped Apsalar had remained where he'd left her. The last thing he wanted now was to have to track her down. He slipped into the shadows. Malaz recoiled with his first step into the glade. Perrin gripped his arm. Their eyes met. The healer shook his head. I'll not approach any closer, sir. Whatever lives there is anathema to my Denul Warren, and it senses me with hunger. He wiped sweat from his brow, drew a shaky breath. Best bring the girl to me here. Perrin released his arm and darted into the clearing. The block of wood was now the size of a table, veined in thick, twisting roots and pocked on its sides with rough, squared holes. The earth around it looked soaked in blood. Corporal, he whispered, chilled. Send the girl over to Mallet. Kalam laid a hand on her shoulder. It's all right, lass, he said in the tone of a kindly uncle. You can go on now. We'll join you shortly. Yes, she smiled, and moved to where the healer stood at the glade's edge. Kalam rubbed his bristly jaw, eyes following her. Never seen sorry smile before, he said, as Perrin arrived. And that's a shame. They stood and watched as Mallet spoke quietly to the girl, then stepped forward and laid a hand on her forehead. Perrin cocked his head. The storm stopped, he said. Yeah, hope it means what we'd like it to mean. Someone stopped it. I share your hope, Corporal. For the captain, however, it was a small hope. Something was building. He sighed. It's not even the 12th bell yet. Hard to believe. Long night ahead of us, the assassin said, making it clear that he too found himself sorely lacking in optimism. He grunted. Mallet had voiced an amazed cry that reached them. The healer drew back his hand and waved at Perrin and Kalam. You go, the assassin said. The captain frowned at the black man, confused. Then he went over to where the healer and Sorry waited. The girl's eyes were closed, and she seemed in a trance. Mallet was direct. The possession's gone, he said. Guessed as much, Perrin replied, eyeing the girl.
There's more to it, though, the healer continued. She's got someone else inside her, sir.
Perrin's brows rose.
Someone who was there all along. How it survived the rope's presence is beyond me. And now I've got a choice.
Explain. Mallet crouched, found a twig, and began to scratch aimless patterns in the dirt.
That someone's been protecting the girl's mind, acting like an alchemist's filter. In the last 2 years, Sorry's done things that would drive her insane if she'd remembered any of it. That presence is fighting those memories right now, but it needs help, because it isn't as strong as it once was. It's dying.
Perrin squatted beside the man. You're thinking of offering that help, then?
Not sure. You see, sir, I don't know its plans. Don't know what it's up to. Can't read the pattern it's trying to make. So let's say I help it, only what it wants is absolute control. Then the girl's possessed all over again.
So you think the presence was protecting Sorry from the rope, only so it could now jump in and take over?
Put it that way, Mallet said, and it doesn't make sense. What gets me, though, is why else would that presence commit itself so thoroughly? Its body, its flesh, is gone. If it lets go of the girl, it's got nowhere to go, sir. Now, maybe it's a loved one, a relative or something like that. A person who was willing to sacrifice herself, absolutely. That's a possibility.
Herself? It's a woman?
It was. Damned if I know what it is now. All I get from it is sadness.
The healer met Perrin's eyes.
It's the saddest thing I've ever known, sir.
Perrin studied the man's face briefly, then he rose. I'm not going to give you an order on what to do, healer. But for what it's worth, I say do it. Give it what it needs, so it can do what it wants to do. Mallet puffed out his cheeks, then tossed down the twig and straightened.
My instinct too, sir. Thanks.
Kalam spoke loudly from the glade. Far enough! Show yourselves! The 2 men spun around to see Kalam looking into the woods to their left. Perrin grasped Mallet's arm and pulled him into the shadows. The healer dragged Sorry with them. 2 figures entered the glade, a woman and a man. Crocus snaked closer through the vines and mulch of the forest floor. For an off-limits garden, this was a busy tangle of wood. The voices he had heard in his search for Apsala now revealed themselves as 2 men and 1 silver-masked woman. All 3 were looking at an odd, blurry tree stump in the center of the glade. Slowly, Crocus let out a breath. One of the men was Ralik Nom.
There is ill in this,
the woman said, stepping back.
A hunger.
The large, black-skinned man at her side grunted. Wouldn't argue with you on that, Guildmaster. Whatever it is, it ain't Malazan.
The thief's eyes widened. Malazan spies! Guildmaster! Vorkan!
Seemingly impervious to the strangeness around her, the woman now turned to Ralik.
How does it affect you, Ralik?
It doesn't, he said.
Approach it, then.
The assassin shrugged and walked up to the writhing, knotted block. Its blurred movement stopped. Vorkan relaxed.
You seem to damage its efforts, Ralik. Curious.
The man grunted. Ototeral dust.
What?
I rubbed it into my skin. Vorkan stared. The other man's eyes narrowed on Ralik. I remember you, assassin. Our quarry when we first sought to make contact, the night of the ambush from above. Ralik nodded. Well, the Malazan continued, I'm surprised you survived.
He is a man of many surprises, Vorkan said. Very well, Corporal Kalam of the Bridgeburners. Your request for an audience reached me, and I have granted it. Before we begin, however, I would appreciate it if the rest of your party were to join us.
She turned to the trees on her right. Crocus's head was already reeling.
Bridgeburners!
But it felt moments away from bursting when he saw 2 men emerge from the shadows, with Apsala between them. She looked drugged, and her eyes were closed. One of the men said, Guildmaster, I am Captain Perrin of the 9th Squad. He drew a deep breath, then continued. In this matter, however, Kalam speaks for the Empire. Vorkan turned back to the black man. Then the audience is begun. We both know, Guildmaster, that the City Council is not Darujhistan's true power base. And since you're not either, we've concluded that the city's mages operate covertly, keeping the status quo intact being their overriding interest. Whoever they are, they're good at hiding themselves. Now, we might just decide to kill every mage in Darujhistan, but that would take too long, and it might prove messy. Instead, Guildmaster, the Malazan Empire has issued a contract on Darujhistan's true rulers. 100,000 gold ducatas, each. More, the Empress offers the mantle of the city's control, accompanied with the title High Fist and all the privileges that come with it. He crossed his arms. Vorkan was silent. Then she said, Empress Laseen is willing to pay 900,000 ducatas to me? If that's the number, yes. Kalam agreed. The Torud Cabal is a powerful force, Corporal. But before I answer, I would know of the creature who approaches from the east. Her face tightened fractionally. 5 dragons opposed it for a time, presumably hailing from Moonspawn. I assume that Master Baruch and his cabal have sealed an agreement with the Son of Darkness. Kalam looked stunned, then recovered quickly. Guildmaster, the approaching force was not of our making. We'd welcome its destruction at the hands of the Son of Darkness. As for your hidden question, I would assume that the alliance between the Tiste Andii and the Cabal will become void with the death of the Cabal's members. We're not asking you to try to kill the Lord of Moonspawn. Perrin cleared his throat. Guildmaster, Moonspawn and the Malazan Empire have clashed before. The pattern indicates that the Son of Darkness is likely to retreat rather than stand against us alone. Accurate, Vorkan agreed. Corporal Kalam, I have no wish to waste the lives of my assassins on such an effort. Only an assassin who is a high mage could hope to succeed. Therefore, I accept the contract. I will conduct the assassinations. Now, as to the matter of payment. Delivered by Warren upon completion of the contract, Kalam said. You may know this already, Guildmaster, but the Empress was once an assassin. She abides by the rules of conduct. The gold shall be paid. The title and rule of Darujhistan given without hesitation. Accepted, Corporal Kalam. Vorkan turned to Ralik. I begin immediately. Ralik Nom, the task I now give you is vital. I have considered your strange ability to negate the growth of this ill thing. My instincts are such. It must not be permitted to continue growing. You will remain here, thus holding it in stasis. For how long? He growled. Until my return. At that time, I will test its defensive. Oh, and one more thing. Ocelot's actions were not sanctioned by the Guild. Executing him fulfilled the Guild's judgment as to fit punishment. Thank you, Ralik Nom. The Guild is pleased. Ralik walked over to the strange stump and sat down on it. Until later, Vorkan said, and strode from the glade. Crocus watched as the 3 Malazan spies gathered for a whispered discussion. Then one of the men grasped Absalar's arm and gently guided her into the woods, making for the rear wall. The remaining 2, Captain Perrin and Corporal Kalam, glanced over at Ralik. The assassin's head was in his hands, his elbows on his thighs, staring gloomily at the ground. Kalam hissed a sigh through his teeth and shook his head. A moment later, both men left in the direction of the terrace. Crocus hesitated, a part of him wanting to rush into the glade and confront Ralik. Assassinate the mages! Hand Darujhistan to the Malazans! How could the man allow such a thing to happen? He did not move, however, a fear growing inside him that he, in truth, knew nothing of this man. Would the assassin listen to him? Or would he answer Crocus with a knife in the throat? Crocus didn't feel like taking the chance. In the last minute, Rallick had not moved. Then he rose, turned directly to where Crocus lay hidden. The thief groaned. Rallick beckoned. Slowly, Crocus approached. "You hide well," Rallick said. "And you were lucky Vulcan kept her mask on. She couldn't see much out of it. You heard, then?" Crocus nodded, his eyes drawn to what he'd called a tree stump in spite of himself. It looked more like a small wooden house. The pox on its sides could well have been windows. Unlike Vulcan, he sensed not hunger, but a kind of urgency, almost frustration. "Before you condemn me, listen carefully, Crocus." The thief dragged his attention from the wooden block. "I'm listening." "Baruch may yet be at the party. You must find him. Tell him exactly what's happened. Tell him Vulcan is a high mage, and she'll kill them all unless they gather to defend each other." The assassin reached out a hand to Crocus's shoulder. The boy flinched, his eyes wary. "And if Baruch has gone home, find Mammoth. I saw him here not long ago. He wears the mask of a tusked beast." "Uncle Mammoth? But he's a high priest of Driss, Crocus, and a member of the Tarud Cabal. Now hurry, there's no time to waste." "You mean you're going to stay here, Rallick? Just sit there on that stump?" The assassin's grip tightened. "Vulcan spoke true, lad. Whatever this thing is, it seems I can hold it in check. Baruch needs to know of this conjuring. I trust his senses more than I do Vulcan's. But for now, I will obey her in this." For a moment, Crocus resisted, his thoughts on Absalar. They'd done something to her, he was certain. And if they'd harmed her, he'd make them pay. But Uncle Mammoth? Vulcan was planning to kill his uncle? The thief's eyes hardened as he looked up at Rallick. "Consider it done," he said. At that instant, a roar of rage and agony, coming from the terrace, shook the trees. The block of wood behind them responded with a burst of bright yellow fire, its roots writhing and swelling like groping fingers. Rallick pushed Crocus hard, then whirled and dived onto the block. The yellow fire winked out, and cracks opened in the earth, spreading in all directions. "Go!" yelled Rallick. The thief, his heart hammering, turned and sprinted for Lady Simtal's estate. Baruch's hand snapped out and yanked savagely on the bell cord. Above him, he heard the wagoner cry out. The carriage skidded to a halt. "Something's happened," he hissed to Rake. "We left too early, damn it." He moved on the seat to the window and opened its shutters. "A moment, alchemist," Rake said levelly, his brows knitted and his head cocked as if listening for something. "The tyrant," he pronounced, "but he is weakened, and enough mages remain to deal with him." He opened his mouth to add something, then shut it again. His eyes deepened to azure as he studied the alchemist. "Baruch," he said quietly, "return to your estate. Prepare for the Empire's next move. We'll not have long to wait." Baruch stared at the Tiste Andii. "Tell me what's happening," he said angrily. "Will you challenge the tyrant or not?" Rake tossed his mask onto the floor between them and clasped the collar of his cloak. "If it proves necessary, I shall." Fists pounded on the carriage, and voices shouted good-naturedly. The crowds around them pushed in on all sides, rocking the carriage. The festival approached the 12th bell, the hour of ascension as the Lady of Spring took to the sky in the coming of the moon. Rake continued. "In the meantime, the city streets must be cleared," he said. "I imagine it's your desire to minimize the loss of life." "And this is all you give me, Rake?" Baruch gestured sharply. "Clear the streets? How in Hood's name do we manage that? There are 300,000 people in Darujhistan, and they're all in the streets." The Tiste Andii opened the door beside him. "Then leave that to me. I need to find a high vantage point, alchemist. Suggestions?" Baruch's frustration was so great that he had to fight the desire to defy Anomander Rake. "Kral's Belfry," he said. "A square tower near Worry Gate." Rake stepped out of the carriage. "We'll speak again at your estate, alchemist," he said, leaning back inside. "You and your fellow mages must prepare yourselves." He faced the crowds, pausing for a moment, as if smelling the air. "How far to this belfry?"
300 paces. Surely you don't mean to go on foot?"
"I do. I am not yet ready to unveil my warren."
"But how?"
Baruch fell silent, as Anomander Rake provided the answer to his question. Standing head and shoulders above the jostling crowds, he unsheathed his sword. "If you value your souls," the Son of Darkness bellowed, "make way!" Raised high, the sword groaned awake, chains of smoke writhing from the blade. A terrible sound as of wheels creaking filled the air, and behind it arose a chorus of moaning, filled with hopelessness. Before Lord Anomander Rake, the crowd in the street shrank back. All thoughts of festivity swept away.
"Gods forfend," Baruch whispered.
It had begun innocently enough. Quickben and Whiskeyjack stood together near the fountain. Servants scurried, as despite the night's bloodshed and the hostess's absence, the party's energy burgeoned anew as the 12th bell approached. They were joined by Captain Perrin. "We have met with the guildmaster," he said. "She has accepted the contract." Whiskeyjack grunted.
"Where would we all be without greed?"
"I just noticed something," Quickben said. "My headache's gone. I'm tempted to access my warren, Sergeant. See what I can see." Whiskeyjack thought briefly.
"Go ahead."
Quickben stepped back into the shadow of a marble pillar. Before them, an old man wearing a ghastly mask drifted toward Whiskeyjack's line of men. Then a large, buxom woman with a water pipe approached the old man. Her servant followed half a step behind. Trailing smoke as she walked, she called to the old man. The next moment, the night was shattered as a wave of energy flowed like a stream of water between Whiskeyjack and Perrin, striking the old man in the chest. The sergeant's sword was in his hand as he turned to find his wizard, magic swirling from him, pushing him to one side and racing for the woman. "No!" Quickben screamed. "Stay away from him!" Perrin, too, had unsheathed his sword in his hand, the blade keening as if filled with terror. He sprinted forward. A bestial roar of rage shook the air as the old man, his mask torn away, whirled. His burning eyes found the woman, and he flung a hand toward her. The surge of power that streamed from him was as grey as slate, crackling in the air. Whiskeyjack, frozen, watched in disbelief as Quickben's body hurled into the woman's. Both collided with the servant, and all three went down in a heap. The writhing stream of energy cut a swath through the stunned crowd, incinerating everyone it touched. Where men and women had stood a moment earlier, there was nothing but white ash. The attack branched out, ripping through everything in sight. Trees disintegrated, stone and marble exploded in clouds of dust. People died, some with parts of their bodies simply gone, blood spraying in black flecks as they crumpled. A lance of energy shot wildly skyward, flashing in the night sky within a heavy cloud. Another struck the estate with a rattling boom. A third snaked toward Perrin as he closed the gap between him and the old man. The power struck the sword, and it and Perrin vanished. The sergeant took a half-step forward, then something hard and massive struck a glancing blow to his shoulder. He was spun round, his right knee buckling inward as he fell. He felt the snap of bone, then the meaty tearing of flesh and skin as his weight bore him down. His sword clanged. Agony lancing through him, he rolled to free his pinned leg and came up against a toppled pillar. An instant later, hands grasped his cloak. "I got you!" Fiddler grunted. Whiskeyjack bellowed in pain as the saboteur dragged him across the paving stones. Then darkness swept in around him, and he knew no more. Quickben found himself buried beneath flesh, and for a second he could not breathe. Then the woman's hands pressed down on his shoulders, and she pushed herself off him. She shouted at the old man. "Mehmet! Anikaleth Areista!" Quickben's eyes widened as he sensed the wave of power rise through her body. The air suddenly smelled of deep forest loam. "Areista!" she yelled, and the power burst from her in a virulent pulse. Quickben heard Mammoth's scream of pain. "Attend, wizard!" the woman said. "He is Jagged possessed!" "I know," he growled, rolling onto his stomach, then climbing to his hands and knees. A quick glance showed Mammoth on the ground, waving a feeble hand. The wizard's gaze flicked to where Whiskeyjack had been. The pillars around the fountain had toppled, and the sergeant was nowhere in sight. In fact, he realized, none of the squad was visible. On the terrace, crumpled bodies lay in grotesque piles, none moving. Everyone else had fled. "Mammoth recovers," the woman said desperately. "I have nothing left, wizard. You must do something now, yes?" He stared at her. Perrin stumbled, slid across greasy clay, and rolled up against a bank of tufted reeds. A storm racked the sky above him. He scrambled to his feet, the sword chance hot and moaning in his hand. A calm, shallow lake stretched out on his left, ending in a distant ridge of faintly luminescent green. To his right, the marshes continued out to the horizon. The air was cool, sweet with decay. Perrin sighed shakily. He studied the storm overhead. Jagged arcs of lightning warred with each other, the clouds dark and twisting as if in agony. A concussion sounded to his right, and he spun. 1,000 paces away, something had appeared. The captain squinted. It rose above the marsh grasses like an animated tree, gnarled and black, pulling at the roots that gripped it and flinging them aside. Another figure appeared, danced lithely around it, a brown-bladed jagged sword in its hands. This figure was clearly in retreat, as the gnarled man-shape lashed at it with miasmic waves of power. They were approaching Perrin's position. He heard bubbling, sucking sounds behind him, and turned. Hood's breath! A house was rising out of the lake. Swamp grass and mud slid from its battered stone walls. A huge stone doorway gaped black, hissing with steam. The second level of the structure looked misshapen, scarred. The cut stones melted away here and there, revealing a skeletal wooden frame. Another explosion drew his attention back to the fighters. They were much closer now, and Perrin could see the figure with the two-handed sword clearly. A Talan-i-Mas. Despite its awesome skill with the Chalcedony weapon in its hands, it was being driven back. Its attacker was a tall, lean creature with flesh like oak. 2 gleaming tusks rose from its lower jaw, and it was shrieking with rage. It struck the Talan-i-Mas again, flinging the warrior 15 paces, to roll through the muck and come to rest almost at Perrin's feet. The captain found himself staring down into depthless eyes. "The Azath is not yet ready, mortal," the Talan-i-Mas said. "Too young, not yet of strength to imprison that which called it into being, the finest. When the tyrant fled, I sought out its power." It tried to rise, failed. "Defend the Azath. The finest seeks to destroy it." Perrin looked up to see the apparition stalking toward him. Defend? Against that? The choice was taken from him. The finest roared, and a sizzling wave of power rolled toward him. He swung chance into its path. The blade slid through the energy. Unaffected, the power swept over, then into Perrin. Blinded, he screamed as bitter cold lanced through him, shattering his thoughts, his sense of self. An invisible hand closed around his soul. "Mine." The word rang in his head, triumphant and filled with savage glee. "You are mine!" Perrin dropped chance, fell to his knees. The grip on his soul was absolute. He could only obey. Fragments of awareness reached through. A tool, nothing more. All I have done, all I have survived, to reach but this. Deep within him he heard a sound, repeating again and again, growing louder. A howl. The chill of his blood that had seamlessly filled every part of his body began to break apart. Flashes of heat, bestial and defiant, ripped through the cold. He threw back his head, the howling reaching his throat. As it broke loose, the Finist staggered back. Blood of a hound! Blood no one can enslave! Perrin launched himself at the Finist. His muscles filled with pain as overwhelming strength flowed into them. You dare!" He struck the creature, driving it to the ground, battering its oak flesh with his fists, sinking his teeth into the bark of its face. The Finist tried to push him away and failed. It screamed, flailing its limbs. Perrin began ripping it methodically to pieces. A hand closed on the collar of his cloak, pulled him from the tattered body. Frenzied, Perrin tried to twist round, to rend the creature holding him. The Tilane mass shook him. "Cease." The captain blinked. "Cease. You cannot destroy the Finist, but you have held it long enough. The Azath will take it now. Do you understand?" Perrin sagged, the fires within him ebbing. Glancing down at the Finist, he saw roots and fibrous tendrils rising from the wet earth to wrap themselves around the battered apparition and begin to pull their captive down into the cloying mud. In a moment, the Finist was gone. The Tilane mass released Perrin and stepped back. It regarded him steadily for a long moment. Perrin spat blood and splinters from his mouth, wiped his lips with the back of a hand. He bent down and retrieved Chance. "Damned luck turned," he mumbled, sheathing the weapon. "Do you have something to say, Imas?" "You are a long way from home, mortal." Perrin reappeared a moment later, staggering half-blind across the terrace, then collapsing in a heap. Quickben scowled. "What in hood's breath happened to him?" A jagged curse escaped Mammoth, fierce as if ripped from the soul. The old man regained his feet, trembling with rage. Then his hooded eyes were on the wizard. "Awake the seven within me!" Quickben roared, then shrieked as 7 warrens opened within him. His agonized scream rode the cascading waves of power as they swept across the terrace. The jagged possessed threw up his arms before his face as the waves struck. Mammoth's body withered beneath the clambering, frenzied attack. Flesh was ripped away, fires lancing, boring holes through him. He was driven to his knees, a vortex swirling like madness around him. Mammoth howled, raising a fist that was nothing but charred bone. The fist spasmed, and one of Quickben's warrens slammed shut. The fist jerked again. Quickben sagged. "I'm done." Darujhistan grabbed a handful of the wizard's cloak. "Wizard, listen to me." Another warren was driven away. Quickben shook his head. "I'm done. Listen, that man, the one over there, what's he doing?" Quickben looked up. "Hood's breath!" he yelled, in sudden terror. A dozen paces away crouched Hedge, only his head and shoulders showing behind a bench. The saboteur's eyes shone with a manic glaze that the wizard recognized, and a large, bulky arbalest was in his hands, pointed directly at Mammoth. A wordless, wailing scream came from Hedge. The wizard shouted and dived for the woman a second time. As he flew through the air, he heard the thock of the saboteur's crossbow. Quickben closed his eyes before colliding once again with the woman. Crone flew tight circles over the plain where the jagged tyrant had been. He had reached to within 50 paces of Solana, then vanished. Not a flight through a warren, but a vanishing more complete, more absolute, and all the more fascinating for that. It had been a glorious night, a battle worthy of remembrance, and its end proved no end at all. "Delicious mystery," she cackled. Crone knew her presence was demanded elsewhere, but she was reluctant to leave. "Such terrible energies I have witnessed." She laughed. "I mock the waste, the sheer foolishness. Ah, and now all that remains is questions, questions." She craned her head upward. Her lord's 2 Tiste Andii soul-taken remained overhead. No one wanted to leave before the truth of the jagged tyrant's fate was revealed. They'd earned the right to witness it, though Crone was beginning to suspect such answers would never come. Solana loosed a keening cry, then rose from the ground, the warren that birthed her flight a strong, pungent exhalation. The red dragon's head swung westward, and she voiced a second cry. With a mad flap of wings, Crone brought her descent under control, then skirted the tattered ground.
She climbed skyward again and saw what Solana had seen. Crone shrieked in joy and anticipation, and surprise. "And now it comes! It comes!" As he shut his eyes, Quickben relinquished the last of his warrants. The woman's arms closed around him as he struck her. She grunted loudly and collapsed beneath his momentum. The detonation snatched the air from his lungs. The stones under them jumped, and a flash of fire and flying masonry filled their world to the exclusion of all else. Then everything was still. Quickben sat up. He looked to where Mammoth had been standing. The paving stones were gone, and a wide, deep, steaming hole now yawned near the shattered fountain. The old man was nowhere in sight. "Dear wizard," the woman murmured beneath him. "We live?" Quickben glanced down at her. "You had closed your warren. Very clever." "Closed? Yes, but not by choice. Why clever?" "Moranth munitions are mundane weapons which opened warrens draw their explosive force. That tyrant is dead. Obliterated." And then Hedge was beside them, his leather cap half blown away and flash burns covering one side of his face. "You all right?" he gasped. The wizard reached out and cuffed the man. "You idiot! How many times have I—" "He's dead, ain't he?" Hedge retorted, hurt. "Just a smouldering hole in the ground. Best way to deal with mages, right?" They saw Captain Parran rise shakily from the rubble-strewn terrace. He scanned the scene, his gaze finding the wizard. "Where is Whiskeyjack?" he demanded. "In the woods," Hedge answered. Parran stumbled in that direction. "Big help he was," Hedge muttered. "Quick!" The wizard turned to see Kalam approach. The assassin paused as he skirted the edge of the crater. Then he said, "Something's moving down there." Paling, Quickben rose, then helped the witch to her feet. They approached the crater. "Impossible," the wizard breathed. A man-shaped form had coalesced at the base of the pit. "We're dead. Or worse." Thrashing from the garden drew their attention. The three froze as strangely blurred roots broke free of the undergrowth and snaked hungrily toward the crater. The jagged possessed straightened, spreading grey, swirling arms. The roots closed around the creature. It shrieked in sudden terror. "Azath Diaman! No! You've taken my finished, but leave me, please!" Tendrils clambered in a frenzy, entwining its limbs. The Omto's Felak power writhed in a panicked effort to escape, to no avail. The roots pulled the apparition down, then dragged it screaming into the garden. "Azath," Quickben whispered. "Here?" "None, I would swear," Darujhistan said, her face white. "It said they arise where unchained power threatens life," the wizard finished. "I know where it is," Kalam said. "Quickben, will that Jaghut escape?" "No." "So, we're done with it. What of the Azath?" Quickben hugged himself. "Leave it, Kalam." "I must leave," Darujhistan said hastily. "Again, my gratitude for twice saving my life." They watched her rush away. Fiddler joined them, looking distracted. "Mallet's tending to the sergeant," he said, closing the straps on a bulky bag he carried. "We're off then." He nudged Hedge. "Got a city to blow." "Whiskeyjack's hurt?" Quickben asked. "Broken leg," Fiddler answered. "Pretty bad." At a surprised cry from Darujhistan, who had gone to the opposite side of the fountain, they all turned. She had walked onto a black-clad youth, who must have been crouching behind the fountain's stone wall. Darting like a rabbit, the boy leaped the fountain and raced toward the estate. "What do you think he heard?" Fiddler wondered. "Nothing that would mean much to him," said Quickben, recalling their conversation. "You and Hedge going to do the deed?" "Sky high," Fiddler grinned. The two saboteurs checked their equipment one last time, then turned to the patio. Meanwhile, Kalam stood glowering into the pit. Ancient copper water pipes streamed water down its ragged sides. For some reason, a memory of the grey faces flashed into his head. The assassin crouched, seeing one pipe that leaked no water. He sniffed the air, then lay flat on the ground and reached down to lay his hand over the pipe's broken end. "Oh, Cirque," he breathed. He rolled and gained his feet, then asked Quickben, "Where are they?" The wizard's expression was blank. "Who?" Kalam roared, "The saboteurs, damn it!" "Just left," Quickben replied, bemused. "Through the estate." "To the back wall, soldier!" the assassin snapped. "Find the others. Perrin's taking command. Tell him to pull out. Find a place I know. I'll meet you there." "Where are you going?" "After the saboteurs." Kalam wiped sweat from his face. "Pull out the city map when you can, Quickben." The assassin's eyes were tight with fear. "Check the legend on it. We've planted mines at every major intersection. It's the main valves, don't you see?" He waved an arm. "The grey faces! The gas, Quickben!" Kalam whirled and crossed the patio. A moment later he disappeared into the estate house. Quickben stared after him. The gas? His eyes widened. "We'll all go sky high," he whispered. "The whole damn city." Chapter 23. It was said she turned the blade on herself then, to steal the magic of life. Call to Shadow. Book 9, Chapter 2. Laseen, born 1146. Exhausted, Perrin made his way through the undergrowth. He ducked beneath a tree into shadow, and the world shifted. Jaws closed on his left shoulder, teeth grinding through chain, and lifted him from the ground. A surge of unseen muscle flung him through the air. He landed heavily, rolled to his knees, and looked up in time to see the hound close once again. Perrin's left arm was numb. He reached vainly for his sword as the hound opened its maw and closed it around his chest. Mail popped, flesh tore, and blood sprayed as the hound lifted Perrin once again. The captain hung in the giant beast's mouth. He felt Chance slide free of its scabbard, its weight pulling it away from his twitching hand. The hound shook him. Blood spattered the ground. Then it dropped him and stepped back, looking almost baffled. It whined, began to pace back and forth, eyes darting again and again to the captain. Pain surged through Perrin in growing waves. His limbs shook uncontrollably. He could barely draw breath. "It seems Rude must find someone to blame," a voice said. Perrin blinked, opened his eyes to see a black-cowled man standing above him. "But he was premature, and for that I apologize. Evidently, some old scores need settling between you and the hounds." The man frowned at Rude. "More. Something has confused him about you. Kinship? Now, how could that be?" "You were the one," Perrin said, as numbness spread through him. "The one who possessed the girl." The man faced the captain. "Yes, I am Cotillion. Shadowthrone regrets leaving you outside Hood's gates, at the cost of 2 hounds. Do you realize that those precious creatures had lived for thousands of years? Do you realize that no man, mortal or ascendant, has ever before killed a hound?" Did I save their souls? He thought. Wouldn't telling that story matter? No, too much like begging. Perrin glanced at Rude. Kinship. "What do you want from me?" he asked Cotillion. "My death? Leave me here then. It's almost done." "You should have left us to our work, Captain, since you now hate the Empress so." "What you did to the girl—" "What I did was merciful. I used her, yes, but she knew it not. Can the same be said for you? Tell me, is knowing you're being used better than not knowing?" Perrin said nothing. "I can release to the girl all those memories, if you like. The memories of what I did, what she did, when I possessed her." "No." Cotillion nodded. Perrin could feel the pain returning, and it surprised him. He had lost so much blood that he'd expected to be fading from consciousness by now. Instead, the pain was back, incessant, throbbing amid unbearable itching. He coughed. "Now what?" "Now?" Cotillion seemed surprised. "Now I start again." "Another girl like her?" "No. The plan was flawed." "You stole her life!" Cotillion's dark eyes hardened. "Now she has it back. I see you still carry chance, so the same cannot be said for you." Perrin turned his head, found the weapon an arm's length away. "When my luck turns," he muttered. And turn it did. He found he could move his left arm, and the pain in his chest seemed less insistent than it had. Cotillion laughed dryly at Perrin's words. "It will be too late then, Captain. You gamble that the lady continues to look kindly on you. You've surrendered whatever wisdom you may have once possessed. Such is the power of the twins." "I am healing," Perrin said. "So you are. As I said, Rude was premature." The captain slowly, cautiously sat up. His chain armor was in shreds, but beneath it he could see the red flame of newly healed flesh. I don't understand you, Cotillion, or Shadowthrone." "You are not alone in that. Now, as to chance." Perrin looked down at the weapon. "It's yours, if you want it." "Ah." Cotillion smiled, stepping over to pick it up. "I'd suspected a change of heart, Captain. The world is so complex, isn't it? Tell me, do you pity the ones who used you?" Perrin closed his eyes. A terrible burden seemed to drain from him. He recalled the finished grip on his soul. He glanced up at the hound. In Rude's eyes he saw something almost soft. "No." "Wisdom returns quickly," Cotillion said, "once the bond is severed. I will return you now, Captain, with this one last warning. Try not to be noticed. And when next you see a hound, run." The air swirled into darkness around Perrin. He blinked, saw the trees of the estate garden rising before him. "I wonder, will I run from it? Or with it?" Perrin thought. "Captain!" It was Mallet's voice. "Where in Hood's name are you?" Perrin sat up. "Not in Hood's name, Mallet. I'm here, in the shadows." The healer scrambled to his side. "We've got trouble everywhere. You look—" "Deal with it," the captain barked, climbing to his feet. Mallet stared at Perrin. "Hood's breath! You look chewed to pieces, sir." "I'm going after Lorne. If we all live through this, we will meet at the Phoenix Inn. Understood?" Mallet blinked. "Yes, sir." Perrin turned to leave. "Captain?" "What?" "Don't treat her kindly, sir." Perrin moved off. The images remained with Crocus, brutally sharp. They returned again and again, even as he tried to move away from them, his thoughts driven by panic and desperation. Uncle Mammoth was dead. In the youth's head, a distant, steady voice told him that the man who had borne Mammoth's face was not the man he had known all his life, and that what had been claimed by the roots was something else, something horrific. The voice repeated this, and he heard its clear statement rising and falling beneath the storm of what he had seen with his own eyes. The images that would not leave him. The central chamber of Lady Simtal's estate was abandoned, the Fates' trappings scattered about on the floor amid puddles and smears of blood. The dead and those whom Mammoth had hurt had been carried away by the guards. The servants had all fled. Crocus raced across the room to the open front doors. Beyond, torchlight cast a hissing blue glow down onto the walkway's paved stones and the gates, which had been left ajar. The thief leaped down the steps and hurried for the gate. He slowed as he approached it, for something was wrong in the street. Like Simtal's main floor, the street was empty, littered with pennants, banners, and fetishes. Eddies of dry wind whipped tatters of cloth and reed paper about in dancing circles. The air felt heavy and close. Crocus emerged onto the street. In either direction, as far as he could see, Not a single reveller was visible, and a thick silence hung over all. The wind curled round him, first from one direction, then from another, as if seeking escape. A charnel smell filled the air. Mamat's death returned to him. He felt utterly alone. Yet Ralik's words urged him on. Days ago, the assassin had closed angry hands on the thief's shirt, pulling him close, and he had called Crocus a drinker of the city's blood. He wanted to refute that, especially now. Darujhistan mattered. It was his home, and it mattered. He turned in the direction of Baruch's estate. At least with the streets empty, this wouldn't take long. He began to run. The gusting wind beat against him, whipping his hair into his face. Darkness hung low above the street's gas lamps. Crocus skidded to a halt on a corner. He had heard something. Cocking his head, he held his breath and listened. There. Again. Birds. Hundreds of them from the sound, murmuring, talking, clucking. And amid the charnel smell, he now detected the reek of birds' nests. Crocus frowned, thinking. Then he looked directly overhead. A shout broke from his lips, and he ducked instinctively. Above him, blotting out the night sky as stars, was a ceiling of jagged black stone, hanging so low as to seem inches from the highest buildings. He stared up at it, then pulled away his gaze as a wave of dizziness spun through him. The ceiling was revolving slowly. In its pocks, shelves, and crags, he had seen the restless motion of nesting ravens, oily blots against the grainy background. Moonspawn had arrived, to clear the streets, to silence the festival of rebirth. What could it mean? Crocus didn't know. But Baruch would, of course. The thief resumed his run, his moccasins a whisper on the cobbles. Cropper took an expansive breath, his eyes bright as he surveyed the hastily abandoned leavings in the kitchen.
Always the way of things, he sighed, patting his stomach. Ever and anon, Cropper's dreams come true. Granted, the pattern still finds shape, but Cropper senses that all is well with the world, symbolized by the vision of bounty, now arrayed before his renewed appetites. Rigours of the flesh demand replenishment, after all.
He drew another satisfied breath of the steamy air.
We must needs await, at the end, the spin of a coin. In the meantime, of course, a wondrous food beckons.
In an alley facing the gates of Lady Simtar's estate, Adjunct Lorne had watched the coin-bearer appear, and a slow, satisfied smile spread over her lips. Finding the boy had been one thing, but she'd had no desire to enter the garden where she'd buried the Finnist. Minutes earlier, she had sensed the death of the Jaghut tyrant. Had the Lord of Moonspawn been drawn into the battle? She hoped so. It had been her hope that the Jaghut would reach the city, perhaps even retrieve the Finnist, thus challenging the Son of Darkness as an equal. In retrospect, however, she realized that the Lord would never have permitted that. Which meant that Whiskeyjack still lived. Well, there'd be another time for that, once the city was in the hands of the Empress and Tayshran. Perhaps then they'd find no need to disguise their efforts. They could make the arrest a public spectacle. With this coup, even Dujek could not challenge them. She'd watched the coin-bearer race down the street, seeming not even to have noticed Moonspawn hanging so close overhead. A moment later, she followed. With the coin in her hands, the Empress would bring Opon to its knees. Like a drowning voice deep within her mind, came a question heavy with dismay and despair. What of your doubts? What of the woman who'd once challenged Tayshran in Pale? Has so much changed? Has so much been destroyed? The adjunct shook her head, dispelling the plaintive cries. She was the arm of the Empress. The woman called Lorne was dead, had been dead for years, and would remain forever dead. And now the adjunct moved through these hollow shadows in a city cowering in fear. The adjunct was a weapon. Its edge could bite deep, or it could snap, break. She might once have called the latter death. Now, it was no more than the misfortune of war, a flaw in the weapon's design. She paused and hid against a wall as the coin-bearer stopped on a corner, and realized for the first time what hovered above him. She considered attacking now, while he was so confused, possibly terrified. But then he continued on. The adjunct crouched down. Time for Tattersail's gambit. Hopefully the Jaghut tyrant had managed to inflict damage upon the moon's lord. She removed a small flask from her shirt and held the patinated glass up to the shine of gaslight. The contents swirled like trapped smoke as she gave it a shake. She rose and threw it across the street. The flask struck a stone wall and shattered. Glowing red smoke curled upward, slowly taking shape. The adjunct spoke. "You know your task, Lord of the Ghislaine. Succeed, and freedom will be yours." She unsheathed her sword and closed her eyes briefly, locating the coin-bearer in her mind. He was fast, but she was faster. The adjunct smiled again. Now the coin would be hers. When she moved, it was as a blur, quicker than any eye could follow, even that of a Ghislaine lord loose on the material plane. In his study, Baruch cradled his head in his hands. Mammoth's death had come like a knife to his own heart, and he still felt its stabbing pain. He was alone in the chamber, having dismissed Roald earlier. Rake had suspected. He had refused to speak of it, considering it too sensitive a matter. The alchemist had wearily to admit that the Tiste Andii had been correct. Would he even have believed Rake? Undoubtedly, the power possessing Mammoth had shielded itself, defying detection. Rake had anticipated Baruch's anger at such a suggestion, and had, wisely and with compassion, chosen to say nothing. And now Mammoth was dead, even as was the Jaghut tyrant. Had it been Rake who had killed his old friend? If so, he hadn't used his sword. Yet another mercy granted both Mammoth and Baruch. The alchemist had sensed, if anything, a kind of relief in Mammoth's death cry. A soft cough at the door alerted him. Baruch rose swiftly and turned. His brows rose. "Which Darujhistan?" Her face was pale, her smile wan. "I thought of you, upon Mammoth's end. I am here, so. Alas," she said, as she strode to a chair by the fireplace and set a water pipe down on the floor beside it. "My servant has taken the rest of the evening off." She removed the ash cup and tapped its contents into the unlit hearth. "Such mundane exertions," she said, sighing. At first Baruch resented her intrusion. He preferred to mourn alone. But as he watched her, the supple grace of her movements, his thoughts changed. Her warren was Tenez, ancient and bound to the cycles of seasons, and among the handful of deities she could call upon was Tenerok, the boar of 5 tusks. Darujhistan's greatest power, the one she shared in any case, was the tusk named Love. He chastised himself. Slow had the realization come that she was bringing him a gift. Darujhistan replaced the ash cup and packed it with leaves. She closed a hand around it, and the contents glowed with sudden heat. A moment later the witch sat heavily in the chair. She drew deeply on the mouthpiece. Baruch strode to the other chair. "Rake believes it isn't yet over," he said, sitting. She nodded. "I was witness to Mammoth's end, yes. He was opposed by myself, and a most remarkable wizard. The flesh that was Mammoth was destroyed by Moranth incendiary. The Jaghut spirit survived, but was taken by an Azath." Her heavy-lidded eyes appraised him. "Azath? Here, in Darujhistan?" "Indeed, such mysterious conjurings, known for their hunger for mages, will impose upon our efforts a certain caution, yes?" "Where has it arisen?"
"In the garden of Simtal's estate. Did I not also mention a Moranth incendiary? Lady Simtal's fate had some unusual guests, yes?"
"Malazan's?"
"Twice my life saved. The wizard of whom I spoke, who commands within him 7 warrens."
7? Baruch said, flinching. "Hood's breath. Is that even possible?"
If they mean ill, it shall fall to the son of darkness to meet the challenge.
Both stiffened as power surged into life somewhere nearby. The alchemist was on his feet, fists clenched.
"A demon is unleashed," he hissed. "I feel it as well," Darujhistan said, her face white. "Of great power."
"A demon lord," Baruch nodded. "This is what Rake awaited."
Darujhistan's eyes widened, and she pulled on her mouthpiece before asking, "Is he capable of defeating such a creature? Son of darkness he is, but feel this creature's power, yes?"
"I don't know," Baruch said quietly. "If not, then the city is doomed." At that point there came another blow, followed by another. The witch and the alchemist stared at each other in recognition. Two of their cabal had just died violent deaths.
"Paralt,"
she whispered in fear. "And Tholis," Baruch said. "It's begun. And damn Rake for being so right." She looked at him blankly. Baruch grimaced. "Volcan." Standing on the stained, pitted bronze tiles of the belfry's roof, Anomander Rake's head snapped around. His eyes deepened to black. The wind clawed at his long silver hair and his grey cloak, its moan hollow and lost. He raised his gaze momentarily to Moonspawn as it moved west. He could feel its pain, as if the wounds it had received at Pale were somehow echoed in his own body. A flash of regret crossed his lean features. Air buffeted him, and he heard the heavy flap of wings. Rake smiled. "Silana," he said softly, knowing she would hear him. The red dragon slipped between two towers and banked, returning to his position. "I know you sense the demon lord's presence, Silana. You would help me in this. I know. He shook his head. "Return to Moonspawn, dear friend. This battle is mine. Yours is done. But know this. If I fail, you may seek to avenge my death." Silana swept overhead and loosed a thin wail. "Go home," Rake whispered. The red dragon cried again, then swung westward and rose through the night air. He sensed a presence at his side and turned to find a tall, hooded man sharing his view of the city below. "Unwise," Rake murmured, "to appear unannounced." The man sighed. "The stones beneath your feet, Lord, are newly sanctified. I am reborn. There is no place in the world for an eldering god," Rake said. "Take my word for it." Kral nodded. "I know. I anticipated returning to the realms of chaos, with a jackhat tyrant for company. Alas, he evaded me, and found imprisonment elsewhere. I am relieved." The two were silent for a long minute. Then Kral sighed. "I am lost in this world, in this time." Rake grunted. "You are not alone with those sentiments, Eldering One." "Do I follow in your steps, Lord? Do I seek out new battles, new games to play in the company of ascendants? Are you rewarded in spirit for your efforts?" "Sometimes," Rake said quietly. "But mostly, no, I am not." The hooded face turned to the Tiste Andii. "Then why?" "I know no other way of living. I have no means of assisting you this night, Anomander Rake. I am manifest in this sanctified place, and manifest in alone mortal streams, but nowhere else." "I will do my best then," Rake said, "to avoid damaging your temple." Kral bowed, then vanished. Alone once again, Rake turned his attention to the street below. An apparition arrived.
It paused to sniff the air, then began changing, veering. A lord of the Ghislaine and a soul taken. Well, the Lord of Moonspawn growled, so am I. The Tiste Andii spread his arms wide, then rose upward. Corralled Ghislaine's sorcery swirled around him, blending his clothing, his massive sword drawing all inward to the shape he now climbed toward. The veering was smooth, eloquent, as jet-black wings unfolded from his shoulders. Flesh and bone surged in size, changed in shape. As he flew higher, eyes fixed on the stars, Anomander Rake became a black dragon, silver-maned, and dwarfing even Solana. His eyes gleamed silver, the vertical slits of the pupils dilating. His breath gusted in heavy grunts, the snap of his wings loud amid the deep groan of muscle on bone. His chest swelled to draw in the cold, dry air, and power filled his being. Rake climbed ever higher, slipping through a stray cloud that scudded in darkness over the city. When he finally tilted his wings forward and caressed the surface of a wayward wind, he looked down on a city that glimmered like a mottled copper coin at the bottom of a pellucid pond. Sorcery flared occasionally, centered mostly in the estate district, and Rake sensed death within these emanations. He considered the message delivered by Serat, courtesy of a foul mage he'd thought 1,000 leagues away. Was the sorcery the work of these unwelcome intruders? He rumbled in frustration. He would deal with them later. Before him now was a battle. The Empress and her empire had challenged him again and again, willful in the desire to test his strength. Each time he'd withdrawn, unwilling to commit himself. Very well, Empress. My patience is at an end. The membrane of his wings tautened, the joints creaking, as he grunted a straining breath. He hung almost motionless for a second, studying the great city beneath him. Then, tucking in his wings, Anomander Rake, the son of darkness and lord of Moonspawn, plummeted. Kalam knew the pattern of detonation the saboteurs would follow. He skirted one side of the street as he ran. So what if Moonspawn hung over them as if ready to descend on the city and crush the life from it like a god's heel? Fiddler and Hedge wouldn't give a damn. They had a job to do. The assassin cursed every stubborn bone in their heads. Why didn't they run away like normal, sane people? He came to a corner and crossed the intersection diagonally. Ahead, at the far end of the street, rose Majesty Hill. As he reached the corner, he almost collided with the two saboteurs. Fiddler darted to one side of him, Hedge to the other, running as if not even recognizing him, terror plain on their faces. Kalam reached back and with each hand grasped a cloak's hood. Then he grunted in pain as the two men jerked him backward and off his feet. "Damn you bastards!" he yelled. "Hold it!" "It's Cal!" Hedge yelled. Kalam twisted around to find a rusty shortsword inches from his face, with Fiddler's white face and wide eyes immediately behind it. "Put that piece of junk away!" the assassin snapped. "You want to give me an infection?" "We're getting out of here!" Hedge hissed. "Forget the damn mines! Forget everything!" Still gripping their cloaks, Kalam shook them both. "Calm down. What's happened?" Fiddler moaned and pointed up the street. Turning, Kalam stiffened. A 12-foot-tall creature shambled down the middle of the road, hunched shoulders wrapped in a glittering cape with a high cowl. A two-bladed axe was slung in its wide dragon-hide belt, its handle as long as Kalam was tall. The creature's wide, squat face held two slitted eyes. "Hood's gating back," the assassin muttered. "That's Tashrin's precious lord." He pushed the two saboteurs around the corner. "Kept moving. Back to Simtal's estate." Neither objected, and moments later were running as fast as they could down the street. Kalam crouched at the corner and waited for the Ghislaine lord to come into view. When it did, he blanched. "Soul taken." The Ghislaine was assuming a form better suited to wholesale destruction. The dun-brown dragon paused, its wingtips brushing the buildings on either side. Its rumble trembled the cobbles. Kalam watched as the creature tensed its limbs, then rose upward on a wave of power.
The darkness swallowed it.
"Bird's breath," he said. "Now things are going to get messy."
He whirled and ran to catch up with the saboteurs. The coin-bearer came to a street lined with walled estates. He slowed his pace, studying each structure he passed. The time had come, the adjunct knew, before the boy had a chance to get inside one of those places where he might find protection. She adjusted her grip on the sword, padding in silence, not 15 feet behind him. She drew a long, deep breath, then surged forward, sword's point extended. At the sharp ringing clang of metal immediately behind him, Crocus dived forward. He dipped a shoulder and rolled, regaining his feet. He cried out in shock. The woman who had attacked Cole in the hills was in a whirlwind exchange with a tall, round-shouldered man with 2 scimitars. The thief's jaw dropped as he watched the fight. As good as the woman had shown herself against Cole, she was now being driven back as a flurry of attacks swept around her. They both moved so quickly that Crocus could not even see the parries or the blades themselves, but as he watched, he saw the blossoming of wounds on the woman, her arms, legs, chest. Her expression held complete disbelief. Then a voice chuckled beside him. "He's good, ain't he?" Crocus whirled to see a tall, thin man wearing a grey and crimson longcoat, his hands in his pockets. He swung a narrow hatchet face to the thief and grinned. "You heading somewhere, boy? Somewhere safe?" Crocus nodded numbly. The man's grin widened. "I'll escort you then. And don't worry, you're covered from the roofs too. Carl's up there. Damn his snakeskin hide. But he's a powerful mage anyway. Surat was furious, I hear. Let's walk then." Crocus let the man take his arm and lead him away from the duel. The thief cast a glance over his shoulder. The woman was trying to disengage now, her left arm hanging useless and glistening in the gaslight. Her opponent continued pressing, silent as a ghost. Don't worry," the man beside him said, pulling him along. "That's Corporal Blues. He lives for this stuff." "Corporal?" "We've been covering your back, coin-bearer." The man's other hand reached up to his collar, which he turned back to reveal a brooch. "The name's Fingers. 6th Blade, Crimson Guard. You're being protected, boy. Compliments of Prince Kaz and Caladan Brood." Crocus stared, then he scowled. "Coin-bearer? What's that mean? I think you've got the wrong person." Fingers laughed dryly. We figured you was walking blind and dumb, boy. The only explanation. You've got other people trying to protect you too, you know. There's a coin in your pocket, probably 2-headed, right?" He grinned at the thief's stunned expression. "It's Opon's own. You've been serving a god and you didn't even know it. How's your luck been lately?" He laughed again. Crocus stopped at a gate. "This is the place, then?" Fingers asked, glancing at the estate rising behind the compound wall. "Well, there's a powerful mage living in there, ain't there? Well," he released the thief's arm, "you should be safe enough inside. Good luck, boy, and I mean that. But listen," Fingers' eyes hardened, "if your luck goes sour, you dump that coin, you hear?" Confusion flickered across Crocus's face. "Thank you, sir." "Ah, pleasure," Fingers said, as he placed his hands in his pockets again. "Get a move on, then." The adjunct broke away, taking a cut across her right shoulder blade as she did so. She ran, blood spraying with the effort, and the man did not pursue. What a fool she had been, thinking that the coin-bearer wasn't protected. But who was that man? Never before had she'd faced such a swordsman, and the most appalling thing was that he had fought without the aid of sorcery. For once, her otateral blade and her skill had not been enough. She staggered, half-blind down the street, then wheeled round a corner. Out of the corner of her eye she saw a flash of movement. The adjunct threw her back to a wall and raised her sword again. A large woman stood before her, regarding her quizzically. "Looks to me," she drawled, "like you're already done." "Leave me be," Lorne gasped. "Can't do it," Mies said. "We've been on you since Circle Breaker picked you up at the gate. The eel says you've got some things to pay for, lady. And we're here to collect." As soon as the woman said that, the adjunct sensed another presence, immediately on her left.
She cried out as she tried to spin into a defensive crouch, and in the cry was an overwhelming sense of frustration and despair. What a waste, she cursed. No, not like this! Even as that thought thundered through her head, both women attacked. She parried the blade coming at her from the left, but could only watch in horror as the woman who'd spoken revealed two blades, both driving for her chest. The adjunct screamed in rage as the weapons punched into her. Her sword clanged and bounded as it struck the cobbles. Hands groping, Lorne slid down the wall. "Who?" she managed, a blind need behind the word. "Who?" One of the women bent low over her. "What's that?" Anguish filled Lorne's face, the corners of her mouth drooping as her eyes closed. "Who?" she asked again. "Who is this eel?" "Let's go, Mies," the woman said, ignoring the body at her feet. Perrin found her sprawled on the grimy cobbles of an alley mouth. Something had drawn him to her unerringly, a final closing of the mysterious link between them. The sword was beside her, the grip slick with blood, its edges gouged and nicked. The captain crouched beside her. "You made it a hard fight," he whispered, "for what that is worth." He watched her eyes flicker open. She stared up at him as recognition arrived. "Captain Genabackis." "Adjunct?" "They have killed me." "Who?" She managed a stained smile. "I don't know. Two women. Look like thieves. Thugs. Do you see the irony, Genabackis, Perrin?" Thin-lipped, he nodded. "No glorious end for the adjunct. If you'd come a few minutes sooner." The captain said nothing. He watched the life leave Lorne, feeling nothing. "Ill luck knowing me, adjunct. I'm sorry for that." Then he collected the Ototerral sword and slipped it into his scabbard. Above him, two voices spoke in unison. "You gave him our sword!" He straightened to find himself facing Opon. "The rope took it from me, to be more precise." The twins could not conceal their fear. They looked upon Perrin with something akin to pleading. "Cotillion spared you," the sister said. "The hounds spared you. Why?" Perrin shrugged. "Do you blame the knife, or the hand wielding it?" "Shadowthrone never plays fair," the brother whined, hugging himself. "You and Cotillion both used mortals," the captain said, baring his teeth, "and paid for it. What do you want from me? Sympathy? Help?" "That Ototerral blade," the sister said, "will not be used to do your dirty work," Perrin finished. "You'd best flee, Opon. I imagine even now Cotillion has given Shadowthrone the sword chance, and the two are putting their heads together to plan how best to use it." The twin jesters flinched. Perrin laid a hand over the sword's sticky grip. "Now, else I return Cotillion's favor." The gods vanished. The captain drew a deep breath. He turned once again to Lorne. Her armor removed, she proved light in his arms. The air roared around Anomander Rake as he plummeted, but he made no other sound, his warren drawn in tight around him. Below, now sweeping lazy circles over Darujhistan, was the dun dragon, Rake's equal in size, with the power to match. But it was a fool, hunting for him in the streets below. Rake carefully spread his wings, angling toward the Ghislaine Lord. His hind limbs reached down, talons spreading. He drew in the air around him, preparing for a burst of power. He was Curald Ghislaine, Tiste Andii, and darkness was his home. The Ghislaine Lord was immediately beneath him now, growing larger with incredible speed. Rake opened his mouth, head snapping back as he bit into a wall of air. This sound brought the dun dragon's gaze upward, but it was already too late. Chapter 24. I am the house, imprisoning in my birth demonic hearts. So locked in each chamber, some trembling enraged antiquity. And these roots of stone spread the deepest cracks in parched ground, holding forever the dream of fruit. Ah, pilgrims, come to my door, and starve. Azath, Book 2, Chapter 3. Edaphon, birth date, unknown. The compound beyond the gate was empty. Crocus ran across it, wondering if he was too late. He bounded up the steps and reached for the door latch. A burst of energy flung him backward. Dazed, the thief found himself sitting on the paving stones before the steps, his flesh tingling. At the door, a deep crimson glow slowly faded. A ward. "Hood!" he hissed, climbing to his feet. He had run into barriers like these before, in the higher estates. There was no way to get through them. Cursing again, Crocus whirled and raced to the gate. He emerged onto the street and looked around, seeing no one. If those crimson guards still protected him, they weren't showing themselves. There was a slight chance that the garden entrance to Baruch's estate was unguarded by magic. A very slight chance. He ran down the street and turned into the first alley to his right. There'd be a wall to scale, but he did not consider that much of an obstacle. He came to the alley's end and skidded to a halt on the street beyond. The wall was high, he saw. He'd need a running start. Crocus trotted across the street, trying to catch his breath. What was the point of all this? Couldn't Baruch take care of himself, after all? Wasn't he a high mage? And hadn't even Fingers commented on the alchemist's sorcerous defenses? He hesitated, scowling at the wall opposite him. At that moment, a piercing, earth-shaking scream was loosed directly above the street. Crocus threw himself against the wall behind him as an enormous shape descended into the gaslight. Filling the street, it struck the ground less than 20 yards to the thief's left. He was thrown from his feet by the impact. Stones shattered. He ducked beneath the hail of bricks and cobbles. Then, as the scattering of rubble diminished, he jumped to his feet. A dragon, its wings tattered and streaked with blood, slowly regained its feet in the street, wagging its massive wedge-shaped head from side to side. Along its brown flanks, scales had been torn away, revealing deep puncture wounds. Its neck and shoulders glistened with blood. Crocus saw that the wall beyond it, Baruch's, had been obliterated, opening the garden to his view. Snapped tree trunks rose amid steaming earth. A raised patio marked the approach of the estate's back entrance. 2 toppled statues lay in pieces before the doors. The dragon looked stunned. Crocus tensed. Now was the time to move. Almost disbelieving his own temerity, the thief darted into the street behind the creature, hoping to reach the cover of the garden. His gaze remained on the dragon as he ran, his thoughts on the coin of luck in his pocket. Then, before his eyes, the creature's shape changed, drawing into itself in a shimmering haze. Crocus slowed, then stopped, unable to pull away his attention. His heart hammered against his ribs, as if seeking escape. Each drawn breath was a painful gasp. His luck, he told himself in terror, had just ended. The shimmering faded, and a giant man-shaped apparition now stood on the street, cloaked and cowled. Crocus tried to will himself to move, but his body refused to obey. He stared, eyes widening, as the demon turned to him. It snarled and removed an enormous axe from its belt. Hefting the weapon, it spoke in a deep, soft voice.
"What reason to continue this?"
it asked reasonably.
"The Empress permits your escape, Lord. Once again, she grants you mercy. Accept it and leave."
"Good idea," the thief whispered. Then he frowned, for the demon's attention, he now saw, was directed past him. A man spoke behind him. "We run. No further, Ghislaine." A hand fell on the thief's shoulder, breaking the spell of immobility. Crocus ducked and spun to one side, then looked up into shifting indigo eyes set in a black, narrow face. "Flee, mortal." The the silver-haired man said, drawing a two-handed sword from the scabbard slung between his shoulder blades. The black weapon seemed almost invisible, as if it swallowed all light that found it. "You are at the fete," Crocus blurted. The man's eyes flickered, as if seeing him for the first time. "Coin-bearer," he said with a wry smile. "Fear not. Brood has convinced me to spare you, at least for the moment. Begone, child." His gaze returned to the Ghislaine lord. "This will be a close thing." "I know that weapon," the demon snarled. "Dragnipuric, and I smell the reek of Tiama in you, lord. There is more of her in you than Tiste Andii blood." Crocus backed against what remained of Baruch's wall. The Ghislaine lord grinned, revealing long, curved canines. "The Empress would reward your services, lord. You've only to say yes, and this battle can be avoided." Anomander Rake stepped forward. "Attend, Ghislaine." With a roar, the demon attacked, axe whistling through the air and streaming blue flames. Rake whirled his sword in a circle, catching the axe and adding to its momentum. As the double blades swept past, the Tiste Andii stepped in close, sword drawn back, pommel against his left hip. In a blur of motion, he extended the blade. The demon ducked, and releasing one hand from the axe haft, reached for Rake's throat. The Tiste Andii twisted his right shoulder and caught the blow. Thrown backward, Rake landed heavily on the cobbles. The demon pounced, flaming weapon above its head. Rake regained his feet in time to catch the axe with his sword. The clash of weapons sent a jolt through the air and ground. The demon's axe flared bright white, cascading light like liquid. Rake's sword was swallowed in darkness, devouring the lashing waves of light that struck it. The flagstones beneath Crocus's feet tilted sickeningly, as if the stones themselves had turned to soft clay. Overhead, the stars swam wildly. Gripped by nausea, Crocus fell to his knees. Rake began to launch attacks, savage swings of his black weapon. At first the demon held its ground, delivering fierce ripostes, then staggered back a step, then another. Relentless, Rake pressed his attack. "To the mother's regret," he grated between blows, "was light granted birth. To her dismay, she saw too late. It's corruption. Ghislaine, you are the unintended victim to punishment long overdue." The demon reeled beneath the blows, desperately parrying every attack, no longer counterattacking. The light bleeding from the axe flickered, dimmed, flared fitfully as darkness closed in around the blade. Shrieking, the demon launched itself at Rake. As it descended over the Tiste Andii, Crocus saw a streak of black burst from the demon's back, slicing through the cloak. The axe flew from the creature's hands, its fire dying as it clattered on the ground. Squealing in horror, the demon clawed at the sword, impaling it. Black smoke spread in swift tendrils from the weapon, engulfing the demon. The smoke twisted, became chains, drawing taut. The Ghislaine screamed in earnest. Rake regained his feet and pushed the sword through the demon's chest until the hilt jammed against bone. The demon sank to its knees, its black eyes locking with Rake's own. The swimming stars settled. The flagstones beneath the thief became solid once again, though warped and twisted. Crocus swallowed bile, his eyes fixed on the demon. It seemed to collapse in on itself, the chains of black smoke ever tightening, pulling the creature into the sword. It toppled backward, and Rake drove the weapon's point into the cobbled street, pinning the demon. Then the Tiste Andii leaned heavily on the hilt, and Crocus now noticed the blood-soaked cloth surrounding Rake's shoulder, where the demon's hand had struck. Wearily, the Tiste Andii swung his gaze to the thief. "Move quickly," he rasped. "The alchemist is in danger. I cannot protect him now. Hurry, coin-bearer!" Crocus whirled and ran. The death of Travail, third in the Cabal, still echoed in their thoughts. The witch Darujhistan had inscribed an ash circle on the floor in the center of the chamber. With Baruch's help, She placed the 2 plush chairs within it, and now sat, smoking steadily, her dark eyes following the alchemist as he paced. Baruch found himself reluctant to enter the protective circle. While they would be safe there, surrounded by high tennis sorcery, they would not be able to counterattack should Vorkan arrive. More, some things could penetrate the defenses of magic. Otatarol, that strange rust-like ore from the Tano Hills of 7 cities, immediately came to mind. It was unlikely that Vorkan would possess such material, given that she was a high mage, yet still Baruch felt reluctant to place himself in a position where he could not use his warren against the assassin.
"Those of the Cabal," Darujhistan said slowly, "who are now dead, yes? Stubborn, convinced of their own invincibility. No doubt they paced restless steps, awaiting the assassin's imminent arrival."
Baruch paused to reply, but was interrupted by a loud, inhuman scream from outside. This was followed immediately by a concussion that rattled the walls. The alchemist made a move toward the door.
"Wait!"
Darujhistan called from the circle.
"Appease not this curiosity, Baruch, for Vorkan will surely take advantage, yes?"
"A ward was shattered," Baruch said. "My defenses are breached."
"More the reason for caution," Darujhistan admonished. "Friend, I plead with you, join me here."
"Very well," Baruch sighed, moving toward her. A gust of air brushed the left side of his face. Darujhistan cried out a warning even as the alchemist turned. Vorkan, her gloved hands glowing red, surged toward Baruch. He raised his arms, knowing full well that he would be too late. At that moment, however, another figure appeared, emerging from darkness to intercept the master assassin with a flurry of blows. Vorkan reeled back, then lashed out with a hand, catching her attacker a glancing blow. An agonized shriek ran through the chamber. Baruch stared, only now realizing that his protector was a Tiste Andii woman. He stepped aside lithely as she flew past him to strike the floor, then the wall, where she lay unmoving. The alchemist pulled his gaze back to Vorkan, seeing that one of her hands no longer glowed. He gestured, and virulent sorcery erupted from his arm, arcing yellow lightning. Vorkan hissed a counterspell, and the lightning was swallowed by red haze before her that dimmed quickly, then disappeared. She advanced. Vaguely, Baruch heard the witch Darujhistan shouting at him. Yet it was the mistress of the assassin's death-filled eyes that held him. The ease with which she dispelled his power made it clear that she was his master in sorcery. All he could do now, he understood with clarity, was await his death. But Baruch heard a grunt behind him. Then Vorkan gasped. The hilt of a dagger protruded from the assassin's chest. Frowning, she reached for it, then pulled it out and tossed it aside.
"All?"
The alchemist heard the Tiste Andii woman gasp from the floor behind him.
"All I can do. My apologies, Lord."
Darujhistan appeared behind Vorkan. As she raised her hands and began an incantation, Vorkan whirled and something sped from her hand. The witch grunted, then crumpled. Anguish flooded Baruch. With a wordless roar, he launched himself at Vorkan. She laughed and ducked to one side, throwing out her glowing hand. The alchemist twisted, off balance, narrowly avoiding the killing touch, then staggered past. He heard her laughter again, as she moved in behind him. A dozen feet in front of Baruch was the door. The alchemist's eyes widened to find it open. A youth crouched there, holding blockish objects in each hand. Expecting at any moment to feel Vorkan's touch, Baruch threw himself forward. He saw the boy straighten at the same time, and thrust forward first his right arm, then his left. As the alchemist fell toward the door, 2 bricks flew over him. He heard them strike the woman behind him, one making a crunching sound, the other crackling. A flash of red accompanied the crackle. As he struck the floor, the breath was hammered from Baruch's lungs. Agonized seconds passed as he struggled to draw air into his tortured chest. He rolled onto his back. Vorkan, he saw, lay motionless almost against his feet. The boy's face came into view, streaked with sweat, brow furrowed with concern.
"Alchemist Baruch?"
he asked. The man nodded. The boy sighed, then grinned.
"You're alive. Good. Ralik sent me to warn you."
Baruch sat up, "The witch," he said hoarsely. He pointed. "Tend to her, please." He felt his strength returning as he watched the boy crouch beside Darujhistan. "She's breathing," Crocus announced. "There's some kind of knife in her. Looks like it's covered in sap." He reached down to touch it. "No!" Baruch shouted. Crocus jumped back in alarm. "Poison," the alchemist said, climbing to his feet. "Help me to her, quickly." A moment later he knelt beside Darujhistan. A quick glance at the sap-like substance coating the blade confirmed his suspicion. "White parrot," he said. "That's a spider, isn't it?" Baruch laid a hand on Darujhistan. "Your knowledge surprises me, boy," he said. "Fortunately, she's in the home of the man who possesses its antidote." He muttered something, and a vial appeared in his hand. "Rallick said there was no antidote to white parrot." "It's not something I'm likely to announce." Baruch unstoppered the vial and poured the contents down the witch's throat, triggering a coughing fit. As Darujhistan's breathing became even, Baruch leaned back and eyed Crocus. "You seem well acquainted with Rallick. What's your name?" "Crocus. Mammoth was my uncle, sir. I saw him die." Darujhistan's eyelids flickered, then opened. She smiled lazily. "What I see pleases me," she said weakly. "Yes?" Baruch returned the smile. "Yes, my friend. But I make no claim for defeating Vorkan. That falls to Crocus, nephew of Mammoth." Darujhistan's gaze swung to the youth. "Ah, the one I came near to treading on earlier this evening." The amusement left her expression. "I am sorry for Mammoth, child." "So am I," he replied. Baruch rose and turned. He hissed a vehement curse. Vorkan's body was gone. "She's fled." He hurried over to the Tiste Andii woman. He bent down and examined her. She was dead. "I will soon know your name," he whispered, "and I will remember it." "I have to go," Crocus announced. Baruch wondered at the sudden panic in the boy's face. "I mean," Crocus continued, "if everything's over here, that is." "I believe it is," the alchemist answered. "I thank you, Crocus, for your skill at throwing bricks." The boy went to the door. He paused, then tossed a coin into the air. He caught it and grinned tightly. "Just lucky, I suppose." Then he was gone. Captain Perrin crouched beside Cole's bed. "Still asleep," he said, rising and facing Whiskeyjack. "Go ahead." Kalam and the two saboteurs had arrived minutes earlier. So far, the sergeant mused, no losses, though the captain's armor had taken a beating, and the look in his face when he'd entered the room with Lorne's body in his arms warned Whiskeyjack away from probing Perrin's state of mind too deeply. The adjunct's body now occupied a second bed, motionless and pale, a strange, ironic smile curving her bloodless lips. The sergeant studied everyone in the small room, the faces he knew so well all watching him, waiting. His gaze held on Sorry, or Apsalar as she now called herself. Whatever Mallet had done to her, she was a changed woman from the one he had known. Less, and somehow more as well. Even Mallet was unsure of what he had done. Certain memories, skills had been freed, and with them a brutal knowledge. The pain was there in the woman's eyes, a pain layered in years of horror. Yet it seemed that she had it under control, that she had found a way, a strength to live with what she had been. Her only words upon meeting him had been, "I wish to return home, Sergeant." He had no objection, though he wondered how she planned to cross 2 continents and the ocean between them. Whiskeyjack reached for the wrapped forearm bones laying on the table. "Yes, sir," he said, in answer to Perrin's command. The hot, sweaty air in the room thickened with tension. Whiskeyjack hesitated. There'd been a battle in Darujhistan's streets, and Quickben had confirmed the Galen Lord's death. In fact, the Black Wizard seemed still in shock. The sergeant sighed under his breath and massaged his newly healed leg, then drove the forearm's blade into the tabletop. Contact was immediate. High Fist Dujek's gravelly voice filled the room. About time, Whiskeyjack. Don't bother telling me about the Ghislaine Lord. Taishren's in a coma or something. Everyone in headquarters heard his scream. So Anomander Rake took out the beast. What else?
Whiskeyjack glanced at Perrin, who nodded deferentially.
Adjunct Lorne's gambit failed, the sergeant said. She's dead. We have her body with us. The intersections remain mined. We're not detonating them, High Fist, since they're likely to open the gas caverns beneath the city and turn us all into ash. So.
He took a deep breath, feeling a twinge from his leg. Mallet had done what he could, and that had been a lot, but some damage remained, and it made him feel fragile.
So, he repeated softly, we're pulling out, High Fist.
Dujek was silent. Then he grunted.
Problems, Whiskeyjack. 1. We're about to lose Pale. As I suspected, Caladan Brood left the Crimson Guard to handle things up north, and marched down here with his Tiste Andii. He's also got Rivy with him, and Jorix Barghast, who's just finished chewing up Gold Moranth. 2. It gets worse.
The High Fist swallowed audibly.
7 cities is maybe a week away from open rebellion. The Empress knows it. Some claw from Genabackis arrived half an hour ago looking for Taishren. My people got to him first. Whiskeyjack, he was carrying a handwritten message from the Empress to Taishren. I've just been outlawed by the Empire. It's official, and Taishren was to have effected my arrest and execution. We're on our own, friend.
The room was silent. Whiskeyjack closed his eyes briefly.
Understood, High Fist. So, when do you march?
Seems the Black Moranth are with us, don't ask why. Anyway, I have a parley at dawn tomorrow with Caladan Brood and Calor. That will decide matters, I suspect. Either he lets us walk, or he kills us taking Pale. Everything's riding on what he knows about the Panian Seer.
Whiskeyjack said,
We're rendezvousing with some Black Moranth in a couple of days, High Fist. Makes me wonder how much they'd guessed when that arrangement was made. Anyway, they'll take us to you, wherever you are.
No, Dujek replied. We may be under siege here. The Black will drop you off on the Catlin Plain. Their orders are clear on this, but you're welcome to try overruling them.
The sergeant grimaced. Not likely.
Catlin Plain it is. Just means it'll take us longer to get to you, sir.
The glow surrounding the burns flickered briefly, and they heard an echoing thump. Fiddler chuckled. Dujek had just pounded a fist on the table at his end of the conversation. Whiskeyjack shot the saboteur a ferocious look.
Captain Perrin,
Dujek bellowed.
Here, High Fist, Perrin replied, stepping forward. What I'm about to say is to Whiskeyjack, but I want you to hear it, Captain.
I'm listening.
Sergeant, if you want to be in my army, you'd better get used to the new order. First, I'm placing the Bridgeburners under Captain Perrin's command. Second, you're not a sergeant anymore, Whiskeyjack. You're my second in command, and that means responsibilities. I don't want you anywhere near Pale, and you know I'm right, damn it. Captain Perrin?
Yes?
Whiskeyjack's squad has earned the right to walk. Understood? If any of them elect to rejoin the Bridgeburners, fine. But I don't want any recriminations if they decide otherwise. I trust that's clear.
Yes, High Fist.
And with Whiskeyjack between commissions,
Dujek continued inexorably,
he's just coming along for the ride, if you follow me, Captain.
Perrin grinned. I do.
Now, the Black Moranth will know the story by the time they pick you up, so go with them.
Yes, High Fist. Dujek growled.
Questions, Whiskeyjack?
No, the grizzled veteran answered glumly.
All right. Hopefully we'll talk later.
The bones' glow died. Captain Perrin rounded on the soldiers. He studied each face. They were to have been my command. I could not have done better anywhere, he thought.
Very well, he said gruffly. Who is ready to be outlawed and counted among Dujak's rebels?
Trotz was the first to rise, his teeth bared. He was followed by Quickben, Hedge, and Mallet. There was a shocked silence, then Kalam nodded at Fiddler and cleared his throat.
We're with you, only we're not going with you. Me and Fiddler, that is.
Can you explain that? Perrin asked quietly. Absalar spoke up, surprising everyone. They'll find that hard to do, Captain. And I admit,
I'm not sure what they're up to, but they're coming with me. Back to the Empire. Home." With an uneasy shrug, Fiddler rose and faced Whiskeyjack. "We feel we owe it to her, sir," he said. He looked to the captain. "And we're settled on it, sir. But we're coming back, if we can." Bemused, Whiskeyjack pushed himself painfully to his feet. As he turned to face Perrin, he froze. Behind the captain, Cole sat upright on the bed. Whiskeyjack said, gesturing. Tension burgeoned in the room once again as everyone swung to Cole. Perrin stepped forward in genuine relief. "Cole, He stopped abruptly, then said tonelessly, "You've been awake for some time, I see." Cole's eyes flicked to the bones stuck in the tabletop, then returned to Perrin. "Heard it all," he said. "So tell me, Perrin, do you soldiers need any help getting out of Darujhistan?" Rallick stood in the darkness beneath the trees at the edge of the glade. It seemed that his magic deadening powers had proved insufficient after all. He had been driven from his seat by what had felt like a giant hand, a god's hand, sure and powerful and unyielding. He had watched in astonishment as a maze of roots clambered swiftly across the clearing, headed toward the terrace. He had heard a shriek, then the roots returned, wrapped around a man-shaped apparition, which the roots pulled unceremoniously into the earth. Rallick had been filled suddenly with near euphoria. He knew with unaccountable certainty that what grew here was right and just. It was new, young. Even now, as he continued watching it, he saw trembles of shaping ripple beneath its angular geometric surfaces. What had been no more than a tree stump less than an hour ago was now a house. A massive door lay half buried in shadows beneath an arching branch. Vines barred shuttered windows. A balcony hung above and to the left of the door, festooned with leaves and creepers. It led into a kind of tower, turreted above the second story and shingled to a gnarled peak. Another tower marked the house's front right flank, this one stockier and windowless, its roof flat with jagged merlons lining the edge. He suspected that this roof was a platform, with access through a trapdoor of some kind. The glade around the structure had changed too, becoming mounded here and there, as if the house's yard was a burial ground. Young, scraggly trees ringed each oblong mound, each growing as if an invisible wind twisted them away from the humped, grassy earth. The roots had dragged the apparition into one such mound. It felt right and just. These two words echoed in the assassin's head, with an appeal that wrapped calm around his heart. He almost imagined he felt an affinity with this child house, as if it knew of him and accepted him. He knew the house to be empty, another sourceless certainty. Rallick continued watching as the lines of the house grew firm, sharply defined. A musty smell pervaded the area, as of freshly turned earth. The assassin felt at peace. A moment later he heard thrashing behind him, and whirled to see Vorkan stagger through the undergrowth. Her face was covered in blood from a gash to her brow, and she nearly collapsed into Rallick's arms.
"Tiste Andii," she gasped. "After me. Hunting. They seek to avenge a murder."
Rallick looked past her, and his eyes, long accustomed to the surrounding darkness, detected silent movement among the trees, closing in. He hesitated, gripping the now unconscious woman in his arms. Then he bent down, threw Vorkan over one shoulder, turned, and ran toward the house. He knew that the door would open for him, and it did. Beyond was a dark antechamber, and an archway leading into a hallway running from side to side. A gust of warm, sweet air flowed over Rallick, and he entered without pause. Korlat, blood-kin to Serat, slowed as she approached the strange house. The door had closed behind their quarry. She came to the edge of the clearing, then squatted on her haunches. Her fellow hunters gathered slowly around her. Horalt hissed angrily, then said, "Have you summoned our lord, Korlat?" The woman shook her head. "I know of such creations from old," she said. "The dead house of Malas City, the Orhan house of 7 cities, Asarth Adiaman, pillars of innocence. This door will not open to us. Yet it opened to them, Harald said. There is precedence. The Asarth choose their own. It was so with the Dead House. 2 men were chosen, one who would be emperor, the other who would accompany him, Kellenved and Dancer. I sense its power, Orphantal whispered. Our Lord could destroy it now, while it's still young. Yes, agreed Corlat, he could. She was silent a moment, then she rose. I am bloodkin to the fallen, she said. You are bloodkin, the others intoned. The quest for vengeance is ended, Corlat said, the lines around her almond-shaped eyes tightening. Our Lord will not be summoned. Leave him to his recovery. The Asarth will not be touched, for it is new, a child. Her eyes, soft brown, slowly regarded those of her companions. The Queen of Darkness spoke thus of light when it was first born. It is new, and what is new is innocent, and what is innocent is precious. Observe this child of wonder, and know respect. Orphantal scowled. Thus did light survive, and so was darkness destroyed, the purity vanquished. And now you would have us flawed, as our queen was flawed. Light became corrupted, and destroyed our world, Corlat. Or have you forgotten? Corlat's smile was a sad one. Cherish such flaws, dear brother, for our queen's was hope, and so is mine. Now we must leave. Cropper's expression was benign as he watched Crocus approach, clearly exhausted by this night of endless running. He nudged Murillo and fluttered his fingers in the young thief's direction. The lad returns with undue haste, yet I fear such sad tidings as Cropper must bring. He's had a rough night all around, Murillo commented. He leaned against the gate's support wall outside the Simtal estate. The streets remained empty, the citizens shocked numb with the night's horrors. Cropper gestured at Moonspawn, now a league to the west, well beyond the city's walls. A remarkable contraption, that. However, Cropper is pleased that it has chosen to depart. Imagine, even the stars blotted out, leaving naught but dread in this world. I need a drink, Murillo muttered. Excellent idea, Cropper said. Shall we await the lad, however? The wait was not long. Crocus recognized them and slowed his frantic run. Hapsal's been kidnapped by the Empire, he shouted. I need help. He wobbled to a halt before Murillo. And Ralik's still in the garden. Tut, tut, Cropper said. Easy, lad. Apsala's location is known to Cropper. As for Ralik, well... He faced the street and waved his arms expansively. Breathe the night air, Crocus. A new year has begun. Come, let us walk, the 3 of us, masters of Darujhistan. He linked arms with his comrades and pulled them forward. Murillo sighed. Ralik's missing, he explained. There's some kind of extraordinary house in Cole's garden now. Ah, so much unveiled in that single statement. Cropper leaned against Crocus. While no doubt the lad's secret, overriding concern at the moment regards the fate of a fair young maiden, whose life was saved at the last moment by a noble son named Gorlas, of all things. Saved, Cropper says, from a ton of masonry shrugged off a wall. 'Twas heroic indeed. The lass near swooned with satisfaction. What are you talking about? Crocus demanded. Who was saved? Murillo snorted. I think, dear Cropper, master of Darujhistan, you've got the wrong fair maiden in mind. She's not fair, anyway, Crocus asserted. Cropper's chest swelled slightly. You need but ask the gods, lad, and they'll tell that life isn't fair. Now, Are you interested in how Lady Simtal's estate has just this night become Cole's estate? Or is your mind so thoroughly enamoured of this new love of yours that even the fates of your dearest friends, Gruppa included, yield such lack of interest?"
Crocus bridled. "Of course I'm interested."
"Then the story begins, as always, with Gruppa."
Murillo groaned. Thus spake the eel. Epilogue. I have seen a rumour born swathed in snug mystery, left lying under the sun in the hills of the Gadrobi, where the sheep have scattered on wolf-laden winds and the shepherds have fled a whispering of sands. And it blinked in the glare, a heart hardened into stone, while the shadow of the gates of nowhere crept across the drifting dust of home. I have seen this rumour born, 100,000 hunters of the heart, in a city bathed in blue light. Rumour born, Chapter 1, verses 1 through 4. Fisher, birthdate unknown. The sun lit the morning mists into a shield of white over the lake. Down on the beach, a fisher boat rocked in the freshening waves. Unmoored, it was moments before pulling free of the pebbles. Mallet helped Whiskeyjack to a dome of rock above the beach, where they sat. The healer's gaze hesitated on the figure of Quick Ben, standing with shoulders hunched and staring across the lake. He followed the wizard's gaze. Moonspawn hung low on the horizon, a gold cast to its ravaged basalt. Mallet grunted. "It's heading south. I wonder what that means." Whiskeyjack squinted against the glare. He began to massage his temples. "More headaches?" Mallet asked. "Not so bad lately," the grizzled man said. "It's the leg that worries me," the healer muttered. "I need to work on it some more, and you need to stay off it a while." Whiskeyjack grinned. "As soon as there's time," he said. Mallet sighed. "We'll work on it then." From the forested slope behind them, Hedge called, "They're coming in!" The healer helped Whiskeyjack stand. "God knows," he whispered. "It could have been a lot worse, right, Sergeant?" Whiskeyjack glared across the lake. 3 lost ain't that bad, considering. A pained expression crossed Mallet's face. He said nothing. "Let's move," Whiskeyjack growled. "Captain Parron hates tardiness, and maybe the Moranth have good news. Be a change, wouldn't it?" From the beach, Quick Ben watched Mallet supporting his sergeant up the slope. Was it time, he wondered? To stay alive in this business, no one could afford to let up. The best plans work inside other plans, and when it's right to faint, faint big. Keeping the other hand hidden is the hard part. The wizard felt a stab of regret. No, it wasn't time. Give the old man a chance to rest. He forced himself into motion. He wouldn't let himself look back. Never a good idea. The scheme was hatched. "Whiskeyjack's going to howl when he hears this one," he whispered to himself. Captain Parron listened to the others on the beach below, but made no move to join them. Not yet. His brush with Ascendance seemed to have left him with a new sensitivity, or perhaps it was the Otataral's sword scabbarded at his side. But he could sense her, now, already in her adolescence, plump as he knew she'd be, smiling with her heavy-lidded eyes deceptively sleepy as she studied the morning sky. "I will come to you," he promised her. "When this Panyan seer and his cursed holy war is crushed, I will come to you then, Tattersail." "I know." He stiffened. That voice in his head had not been his own. Or had it? He waited. Waited for more. "Tattersail?" Only silence answered him. "Ah, my imagination. Nothing more. To think you would call up enough of your old life, to find the feelings you once held for me, find them and feel them once again. I am a fool." He rose from his crouch at Lorne's graveside, a mound of rocks, and brushed twigs and orange pine needles from his clothing. Look at me now. Agent for the adjunct once, now a soldier. Finally a soldier. Smiling, he made his way down to his squad. Then I shall await the coming of a soldier." Perrin stopped in his tracks, then smiling continued on. "Now that," he whispered, "was not my imagination." The tradecraft hugged the southern shore, making for Davran and the river mouth. Kalam leaned on the gunwale, his gaze sweeping the north horizon's ragged, snow-capped mountains. Near him stood another passenger, hardly memorable and disinclined to talk. The only voices reaching the assassin came from Absalar and Crocus. They sounded excited, each revolving around the other in a subtle dance that was yet to find its accompanying words. A slow, half-smile curved Kalam's mouth. It had been a long time since he had heard such innocence. A moment later, Crocus appeared beside him, his uncle's demon familiar clutching his shoulder. "Cole says that the Empire's capital, Unta, is as big as Darujhistan. Is it?" Kalam shrugged. "Maybe. A lot uglier. I don't expect we'll have a chance to visit it, though. Itko Khan lies on the south coast, while Unta is on Khartoul Bay, the northeast coast. Missed Darujhistan already?" An expression of regret came over Crocus's face. He stared down into the waves. "Just some people there," he said. The assassin grunted. "Know how you feel, Crocus. Hood's breath. Look at Fiddler back there, mooning away as if somebody had cut off one of his arms and one of his legs." "Absalar still can't believe you'd go to all this trouble for her. She doesn't remember being much liked in your squad." "Wasn't her, though, was it? The woman here is a fisher girl from some two-copper village, and she's a long way from home." "She's more than that," Crocus muttered. He had a coin in his hand and was playing with it absently. Kalam threw the boy a sharp look. "Really?" he said, deadpan. Crocus nodded affably. He held up the coin and examined the face on it. "Do you believe in luck, Kalam?" "No," the assassin growled. Crocus grinned happily. "Me neither." He flipped the coin into the air. They watched it plummet into the sea, flash once, then vanish beneath the waves. From near the bow, Circlebreaker slowly nodded to himself. The eel would be delighted with the news, not to mention greatly relieved. Then he returned his attention to the west, and wondered what it would be like, no longer anonymous to the world. This ends the first tale of the Malazan Book of the Fallen. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Gardens of the Moon by Stephen Erikson. Copyright 1999 by Stephen Erikson. Performed by Ralph Lister. Directed by Michael Narramore. Performance copyright 2012 by Brilliance Audio, all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.